Okay. So good afternoon and welcome to bill hearings for the House Health and Government Operations Committee. It is Tuesday, March the 5th. I'm your chairman, Jocelyn Peña-Melnick, joined by my vice chair to my left, Bonnie Collison. Today's attorney who's in charge of these bills and gives us guidance is Ms. Lindsay Rowe. To my right, I'm going to go through some of the rules in this committee. We have, as you can see, a full house. And as you can see, 14 bill hearings today. Okay, so I kindly ask for your patience. If we encounter any technical streaming issues or if we encounter any problems when I call the sponsor and the sponsor is not here because he or she has another bill hearing in another room and I have to go to the next bill, although I'm going to give you the bill hearing order, it may change because that's just how life works, right? Things don't usually go the way you expect them. And if they do for you, you are blessed beyond means. In any event, please set your electronic devices to silent. I just did that so you're not embarrassed. Hint, hint, someone over here. As a reminder, there's no food. That person knows who I'm referring to. As a reminder, there's no food or drink allowed in the gallery. And that's because staff is really busy and they don't need to have another job on top of them. We have 34 days after today and things get really busy and stressful. For us, you'll see that some of us do drink, but we need to stay hydrated because sometimes we're here for 5-6 hours or more. For each bill, I'm going to tell you how it works here in this committee. I made the decision to not time the sponsor. However, don't abuse it. Don't go on for more than 5 minutes, please. The witnesses, you have 2 minutes and there's a time display on the screen and it sounds when your time has expired. I'm not rude. My mom raised, I think, a decent person. I'm going to give you time to finish, but don't make me be rude, okay? And make sure you wrap it up. Please adhere to our committee and thank you all for coming. I really appreciate you for being on time. To our usual committee rules of 1 question and 1 answer, and please keep your questions brief. Members of the public will be able to view the live stream of this hearing on the Maryland General Assembly website and YouTube. This is the order of the bills today, but please keep in mind that I may change it if I don't see the witnesses or the sponsor. The first one is House Bill 981. Delegate Martinez, will you please go and get your, I think Secretary, you're here? Wonderful. The Maryland Department of Disability, individuals with limited English proficiency, access to public services will be the first one. Then we have House Bill 987, Delegate Acevedo. I saw him earlier. All right, wonderful. Then we have House Bill 1168, House Bill 1188, House Bill 1271, House Bill, what is that, 883? House Bill 1110, House Bill 999, House Bill 1174, House Bill 1105, House Bill 1125, House Bill 1054, House Bill 934, and the last bill of the day, House Bill 1388, Delegate Hill. So House Bill 981, welcome, Delegate. Will you be so kind and get started? And good afternoon, Madam Secretary.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. For the record, I'm Delegate Ashanti Martinez, here to present House Bill 981, the Maryland Department of Disabilities, individuals with limited English proficiency, access to public service. This bill requires that the Department of Disabilities implement equal access to public service for individuals with limited English proficiency. Under the bill, some of the reasonable steps to provide equal access to public services include oral language services and the translation of public documents into any language spoken by individuals who have limited English proficiency, provided that these individuals make up at least 3% of the overall population. Daily, limited English proficiency individuals struggle to communicate their needs and navigate society. However, this bill represents a step forward in making our communities more inclusive by fostering better access to essential services. The most common non-English language spoken as a primary language in Maryland are Spanish, which almost 500,000 households, Chinese, including Mandarin and Cantonese, almost 80,000 households, and French, which encompasses almost 60,000 households. The high amount of households that speak primary languages other than English emphasize the need and importance of ensuring that limited English speakers have equal access to public service and that we are welcoming to new Americans. Without proper communication, individuals with limited English proficiency will not be able to get the services and care that they need. More than that, oftentimes miscommunication and confidentiality breaches arise when language services are not developed and enforced. Effective communication is highly critical in state government and also delivering care. Maryland residents must have the resources to ensure that their concerns are effectively addressed regardless of the language they speak. I'd also like to thank the department for their support on the bill and note that the physical note has very low to no impact and ask for a favorable report on HB 981.
Thank you, Delia Martinez. Next, please.
Yes, good afternoon,
Good afternoon.
Chair Pena Melnick and Vice Chair Cullison and the members of the committee. For the record, I'm Carol Beatty and I am the Secretary for the Maryland Department of Disabilities. And I am here to testify in support of HB 981, and I urge the committee for a favorable report. You have my written testimony. In summary, our department believes it is fitting to have MDOD added to Section 10-1103 of the state government article. Just to note, the establishment of the statute predates the creation of the Department of Disabilities. While this bill codifies our department's inclusion in the statute, we are not new to this work. MDOD does provide and has been providing translation and interpretation services on demand and on an as-needed basis. As an example, in the late fall, we released a survey to better inform the work that we're doing to revise the state disabilities plan. And the survey was translated in Spanish, Korean, and Chinese. We are committed to always improving access and are currently doing a comprehensive review of all of our vital documents. If necessary, remediation efforts will begin after the review is completed. And so I want to thank the sponsors of this bill for their leadership, and I want to thank the committee for your attention to this very critical issue.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your leadership. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Any questions for the sponsor and his witness? Delegate Kipke,
Madam Chair.
you're welcome.
A quick question. Madam Secretary, thank you for all the good work that you do. You know, I'm very fond of your department and your efforts to help individuals with disabilities. I'm curious, can you give an example of how this bill will change current practice?
Well, as I said, we have begun doing a very comprehensive review of all of our practices as it relates to reaching out to individuals and their families who use other languages. And so I actually think that this putting us in this bill or having us identified in this bill just aligns the work that we're currently doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate Chisholm, and then let Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing this bill. So my wife's an occupational therapist in the Prince George's County school system, and I know that they currently try to do as much as they can in different languages. How do you marry, if we pass the bill, how do we marry this with some of the other school systems that may be doing it, may not be doing it? Does this add an additional financial burden to schools maybe not like Prince George's County, or do we allow them to implement a lot of this on their own? Any idea?
No, that's a great question. From my understanding, this wouldn't add on anything extra to individual school systems. The department, like the secretary said, is already doing a lot of this work, and this just simply updates and codifies the language here in the state to make sure that it's known that these services will be provided. In Prince George's County, my home county, we passed a county-based law for language services that impacts our school system. So it's, I think, a little bit different. This is impacting the department overall.
You're welcome. Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're
And thank you, Delegate Martinez, for this bill, and thanks to your panelists. I think it's wonderful to ensure language access to public services, so that's really an important bill. But I'm also confused because I thought that the state of Maryland already had a law requiring all public agencies to provide language services in the top 5 most frequently most common languages in the state. So I was quickly trying to just look up. There was an executive order in 2002 declaring that all state departments and agencies should be giving equal language access. Some other executive orders. I know there have been other attempts, for example, to make sure that Department of Human Services offers language. So I guess my question is, why don't we just implement the law that we have? How will this get us to where we need to go? Your bill. Thank you.
No, I think we can kind of tag team it. The secretary can speak directly to why in this particular department. I think any efforts that we make to make sure that our government is welcoming to particularly new Americans is efforts that we should be putting forth. I think making sure that the statute's updated to include this department in our code is really important, and that's what the department is asking for us to do.
Does the secretary have a follow-up?
I was just going to, I'd say that, believe it or not, I think when we looked at this, this law was passed 20 years ago, or actually a little bit before 20 years. And it actually names in the statute, the different state agencies and some of the commissions. We were not a state agency at the time. We were created in 20 years ago. We're actually celebrating our 20th anniversary this year. And so we feel it's very, very appropriate to kind of take a look at who's still at, which state agencies were not in existence at the time.
You're welcome. Any other questions? Oh, Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And my question's for the secretary. I'm just scrolling through the bill and trying to really, I guess, follow up on what Delegate Lewis asks. Elsewhere in the code, we define what the departments are.
Mhm.
So do we need this bill to ensure that your department, which was created after this original legislation, would it actually need to be included? And then I guess that second part of the question is, all we're really doing is adding your department to the list of departments and nothing
That's right.
more.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Good question. So you prevented me from doing cleanup. That was what I was gonna say. Great, I welcome it. Any other questions or concern? All right, seeing none, thank you very much. Oh, Delegate, did you just put your light on? Okay. Because I did not see it. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and Delegate, thanks for the bill. And do you think that we need to just add one department or put some language that will cover any new department that pops up from here moving forward?
You know, I am amenable to any amendments that strengthen our language access laws. So if the committee feels that we need to add language that can encompass any future agencies, I'm all for that.
So there is a letter from the Maryland Department of Disabilities Coalition, and they have support with amendments. And their amendment says on page 3, line 19, add the Department of Service and Civic Innovation and Department of Emergency Management, which are the departments that are left. So that covers your question. Thank you. Delegate Taveras.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The question that I have is, because we do have this bill before us, my question is, why would we not take this opportunity to include an enforcement mechanism? Because right now there is a lack of an enforcement mechanism if there were non-compliance.
That's a great question. I'm willing to work with you on what you feel like would be potentially appropriate as an enforcement mechanism, and work through that through the subcommittee process.
And if I may, the enforcement mechanism, as I was just told, is really the governor and his budget, right?
Here we go.
And that's what it is. It has to be a priority for whoever is in that seat to make sure that the departments have a budget for these services. Anything else? All right. This concludes the bill hearing
so
on
much.
House Bill 981. Thank you, Madam Secretary. Oh, I do have one. I have someone, Lisa Lorraine. You have to speak up. I almost did not call you. Thank you, Lindsay. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Chair Peña-Melnick, Vice Chair Cullison, and committee members. My name is Lisa Lorraine. I am the Breaking Barriers Senior Manager at Jubilee Association of Maryland, a nonprofit that serves people with developmental disabilities. I am here today representing a coalition of 24 Maryland disability organizations that have signed on to this testimony, including Disability Rights Maryland, the Parents Place of Maryland, the Autism Society of Maryland, Amigo Care ABA, the Ethiopian and Eritrean Special Needs Community, the Korean American Disabled People's Association, Chinese American Parent Associations, Special Education Equal Development Society, and 17 other organizations that you can find listed in the written testimony. On behalf of these 24 organizations, I urge you to support HB 981, which updates the Maryland Code relevant to language access by adding the Maryland Department of Disabilities as a listed state agency. As providers dedicated to serving Maryland's disability community, including those who are marginalized by language barriers, we fully support this proposed bill. The existing code should be updated to include MDOD, an agency that was created after the original legislation was enacted. Our organizations have witnessed the struggles faced by people with disabilities and their family members when they encounter language barriers in accessing essential state services and resources. This legislation represents a critical step towards rectifying these disparities and ensuring equal opportunities for all members of our community. Given Maryland's diversity, language access services in all state agencies are essential to meet the varied linguistic needs of its population. We urge favorable action on HB 981 to advance language accessibility in the state. Thank you for your consideration.
And thank you for your testimony today. Really appreciate it. Any question for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much. Now, this really concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 981. Next, we have House Bill 987. And that is Delegate Acevedo, State Government Equal Access to Public Services for Individuals with Limited English Proficiency Modifications. And would you like to come up with Lisa Lorraine, Olga Martinez, Cornelia Bright Gordon, Ashley Black? Sorry. You can bring a chair. Just move your chair up. Thank you.
Wonderful.
Would you like to get started? Delegate, I didn't want you to be by yourself. Hug that. Go ahead.
I appreciate that, Madam Chair. Thank you so very much, as always. In addition to filing these bills, because they're good bills, I come here because it's one of my favorite committees.
Thank you.
So, yeah, exactly. But look, good afternoon, colleagues. For the record, Delegate Gabriel Acevedo here to present House Bill 987. This bill would essentially ensure equal access to public services for individuals with limited English proficiency. Maryland prides itself as being one of the most diverse states, not just on the East Coast, but really in the nation. And I'm equally as proud to represent a district that is one of the most diverse districts in our state. A lot of jurisdictions in my state have been ranked respectively because of its diversity. And I think it's something that we should certainly pride ourselves on. But with diversity comes a wide range of languages and the way that people communicate as well as interact with their government. And so these languages need to be taken into account by state agencies in order to promote clear communication from all Marylanders, regardless of the language spoken. We need to ensure that there is a way for our constituents and Marylanders to be able to communicate, not just with us, but interact with agencies as well. And if we look at the data, from Data USA that shows that 19% of the households in Maryland reported speaking a non-English language as their primary language. Given that statistic, Marylanders currently face serious challenges when they interact with a majority of state agencies, from the Maryland Department of Health to even our courts. And so many people are oftentimes discouraged, turned away, or denied assistance from various state agencies because there is no one able to assist them in their primary language. And I'll also add that this was a concern for us in my jurisdiction in Montgomery County as it relates to our Board of Education. And one thing we continue to hear from parents, not just parents from countries that were Spanish speaking, but French, Amharic, and as well as countries in Southeast Asia, is that because of the lack of language proficiency and translation services, a lot of parents who are involved in their kids' lives and their education aren't able to properly or feel confident in properly advocating for their kids because of that language barrier. And so it is something that we have since worked on and we've addressed to ensure that more of our constituents, our community members, can not just advocate for their children, but to feel confident in their advocacy and ensure that they're interacting with their government, their representatives, and they're receiving information in languages that they can certainly comprehend. And so what we want to ensure at the state level is that this huge problem that's perplexing our state, where almost 1/5 of our citizens cannot receive the same information and assistance as their neighbors due to language barriers, no longer exists. House Bill 987 seeks to squarely address this issue of a language access problem by expanding the current language access provisions of our state agencies to provide accommodations, including bilingual staffing, staff interpreters, telephone interpreter programs, oral translation, and written translation for critical services. These services seek to provide equal access to public services for all, regardless of their primary spoken language. House Bill 987 will improve the lives of so many Marylanders who often now have continuously struggled to engage with state agencies. I mentioned a few, from our Department of Health to even our courts. And when we talk about representation, particularly for those who are before the courts and the information that they're receiving is not in their primary language, it's a matter of equity, it's a matter of justice. And so we want to ensure from state agencies to our courts that there is consistency across the board when it comes to language access. And this bill will certainly improve the lives of so many of our constituents. And so it is for these reasons, colleagues, that I respectfully urge a favorable report on House Bill 987 in order to expand equal language access for all Marylanders and to ensure that we're addressing this inequity that continues to impact many of our citizens, not just mine. Thank you so very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Who's next?
Hola, soy Olga Martínez, la madre de unos gemelos de 6 años. Vivo en el condado de Howard. Los 2 niños tienen autismo. El año pasado, por medio de Marianela, me di cuenta de DDA. Marianela es la persona que maneja el
May I
grupo
ask,
del...
permiso, is someone
We
translate?
have an interpreter that will interpret after.
All right, can you actually, is it possible to do it where she ends, like, finishes 2 sentences and then you do it so that the committee can,
Okay.
okay? Yes, will you sit next to her, please? Thank you.
Repito otra vez. Vuelvo a comenzar.
From the beginning?
Yes.
Hola, soy Olga Martínez, la madre de unos gemelos de 6 años y vivo en el condado de Howard. Los 2 niños tienen autismo.
Hello, I'm Olga Martinez, the mother of 6-year-old twins, and I live in Howard County. Both children have autism.
El año pasado, por medio de Marianela, me di cuenta de DDA. Marianela es la persona que maneja el grupo latino.
Last year, through Marianela, I became aware of DDA. Marianela is the person who manages the Latino group.
La Sociedad de Autismo de Maryland me invitó a una reunión para poder ayudarme a llenar los papeles para aplicar en esa reunión.
Of the Autism Society of Maryland. She invited me to a meeting to help me fill out the paperwork to apply.
Conocí a Yimara, otra voluntaria. Ella también es madre de un niño con autismo. Ella me ayudó a llamar a DDA para pedir ayuda.
At that meeting, I met Himara, another volunteer. She is also the mother of a child with autism. She helped me call the DDA to ask for help filling out the forms.
A llenar los formularios porque no puedo responder a las preguntas muy bien, pero me dijeron que no ayudan con eso.
Because I couldn't answer the questions very well, but they said they didn't help with that.
Tuve que buscar ayuda en la escuela de los mellizos con la trabajadora social de ellos, pero lamentablemente ella no sabía de DDA.
I had to seek help at the twin school with their social worker, but unfortunately the social worker didn't know about DDA.
Pues me tocó pedir ayuda con otra trabajadora social de mi otro hijo, Joan. Al fin ella me pudo ayudar y enviar todos los papeles.
And I had to ask for help from another social worker through my other son, Joan. Finally, she was able to help me and send all the forms.
Pero lamentablemente hasta el momento no he tenido respuesta de DDA. Me dijeron que me iban a enviar una carta, pero no he recibido nada.
However, unfortunately, so far, I have not received a response from DDA. They said they would send a letter, but I have received nothing.
También quiero mencionar que me pasó con la extensión de autismo de Marianela. Me dio un número de teléfono para llamar.
I also want to mention what happened to me with the autism extension. Marianela gave me a phone number to call.
Y registrar para la extensión de autismo. Llamé, pero lamentablemente no me pudieron hablar en español.
And register for the autism extension. I called, but unfortunately they couldn't speak to me in Spanish.
Tuve que pedir ayuda con la misma trabajadora social que me ayudó con los papeleos de DDA.
I had to ask for help from the same social worker who helped me with the DDA paperwork.
Juntas llamamos para poder que anotaran a los gemelos en la lista de espera para la extensión de autismo.
Together, we called and were able to put the twins on the waiting list for autism extension.
Qué pena que cada vez que he llamado a las agencias estatales no pueden atender en español.
It's a shame that every time I have called the state agencies, they cannot help me in Spanish.
Espero que pasen la ley propuesta por el delegado Acevero, porque nosotros que no hablamos bien el español.
I hope you pass the law proposed by Delegate Acevedo, because those of us who do not speak
Hablamos bien el inglés, tenemos muchos problemas cuando intentamos buscar servicios de las agencias estatales de Maryland.
those of us who do not speak English have many problems when we try to seek services from Maryland state agencies.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Gracias. Next, please. Who would like to go next? Yes. please.
Greetings,
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Vice Chair. My name is Cornelia Bright Gordon, and I am an Advocacy Director at Maryland Legal Aid for Administrative Law. Title VI is the law of the land. It provides that all entities of government that receive federal funds must provide equal access to government programs and activities. It was signed by Lyndon Baines Johnson in 1964. Maryland is now asked again to provide equal language access. The current statute that we have needs updating and lacks enforcement. Language accuracy is extraordinarily important. A person's complete understanding of legal documents and terms, accurate explanation and understanding of medical symptoms and/or recitations of public health matters all require public and proper translation. It is well documented that poor language accuracy in communications can have devastating results. My clients frequently report inability to access state services due to language barriers. If a parent asks for translated documents from Department of Social Services, they're not available on appeal. They're not available from the Office of Administrative Hearings and their decisions. HB 987 greatly increases access to Maryland state services to which these Maryland residents are unquestionably entitled. Maryland Legal Aid strongly supports House Bill 987 and urges this committee to issue a favorable report and passage by the Maryland General Assembly. I remain open for questions. Thank you very much.
And thank you for your testimony today. We appreciate it. Next, please.
Thank you. I just wanted to point out during Olga's testimony, she was saying extensión de autismo, which is autism waiver. It was interpreted a little bit differently, just so everyone is clear. Thank you. Good afternoon. Again, I'm Lisa Lorraine from Jubilee Association of Maryland. For this testimony, I represent a coalition of 26 Maryland disability organizations, including People on the Go, Disability Rights Maryland, the ARC Maryland, Avanzos, the Ethiopian and Eritrean Special Needs Community, the Korean American Disabled People's Association, the Chinese American Parent Association's SEEDS program, and 18 other organizations listed in the written testimony. We urge you to support HB 987. Data shows that Hispanic people have inequitable access to disability services across all state agencies, including to vocational rehabilitation services, autism waiver services, housing programs, and DDA's waiver programs. We expect that a similar lack of access exists for other immigrant communities, in large part due to language barriers. We see these language barriers firsthand. For example, despite completing DDA's application in Spanish and requesting communication in Spanish, families are still sent an eligibility determination letter in English. The eligibility letter lists a phone number to call to receive language services. When the number is called, the recorded message is only in English with no options for language assistance. There's also no interpretation offered at many state agency public information sessions. HB 987 addresses these challenges by mandating state agencies to develop language access plans with specific components like interpretation for public information sessions and incorporating accountability mechanisms. We urge you to champion HB 987, which will significantly enhance the lives of individuals with disabilities in our community. Given Maryland's diversity, robust language access services in state agencies are essential to meet the varied linguistic needs of its population. We urge favorable action on HB 987 to advance equity and accessibility. Please read my written testimony for more details.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Woolard, formerly Black. I am the lead attorney for the Health and Benefits Equity Project at the Public Justice Center. We're here in strong support of HB 987. We lead a work group of language access advocates called the Governmental Access Work Group, which works non-adversarially with state agencies to improve access to public services for individuals with limited English proficiency. Across our members, we've seen systemic issues with language access in state agencies, leading to communities with limited English proficiency being unable to access necessary services and public benefits, even though certain state agencies must provide free language services. This is both federal and state law, and not doing so is considered national origin discrimination. We've seen vital information like benefits termination and information request letters sent to individuals in English in cases where the agency has documented that the individual has limited English proficiency. We've also seen individuals with LEP be turned away from certain state agencies at the door by security guards and other front-facing staff and told that language services were not available when they were. Many of our state agencies have a translate button at the top of their website, which appears to be Google Translate, but there is no universally accepted icon to indicate that it's for language services or translation, and many people with LEP would not know to click it. The communities we work with are often unsure where to even lodge a language access complaint, and sometimes can't lodge a complaint if the agency doesn't provide any linguistically accessible information on how to do so, which is unacceptable and adds to the discrimination and trauma experienced by communities with LEP. To make up for these wrongful access denials, community members with LEP will often bring a friend or a family member to act as an interpreter just so they can navigate an agency. Our state can do so much better, and this bill would require our state to implement supported best practices for language access, such as designating a compliance director.
You can finish. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Such as designating a compliance director and having a language access plan and policy in place. HB 987 would help us ensure that no Marylander is turned away from government services due to their language. Thank you. We urge a favorable report. I'm also happy to answer any questions you may have on state and federal language access law.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to open it up for questions now. Are there any questions? Delegate White Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate and panel, for your testimony in presenting this bill. I just wanted to, if anything, inquire about the letter from the Office of the Attorney General, as it appears that they've identified that they may not be the appropriate agency as it relates to enforcement. And so I wanted to know if you've had an opportunity to connect with them. And I wonder, given the previous hearing, if it would make sense, and wonder if it would be beneficial to you to participate in those conversations with Delegate Martinez and Delegate Taveras as it relates to larger enforcement mechanisms related to these language access issues.
Yeah, appreciate the question, Delegate. This bill is a reintroduction, and last year at the chair's direction, we worked with various stakeholders on the enforcement piece, and that was a question that came up with the previous bill. And we thought we had found an agency, an office that would be responsible for not just oversight, but monitoring, investigation, and enforcement. And we thought that place was the OAG's office. Of course, we worked with the OAG's office, who had indicated that they don't believe that they're the best fit for that. However, we are working to ensure that we find an office that would be responsible for the oversight, for the monitoring, as well as the enforcement. I think it was mentioned earlier that some of these stuff, should, well, it was suggested earlier that, some of the enforcement piece of these language access is something that, probably could be more appropriate in the governor's office or something that should be coming from the governor's office. But we are certainly open and amenable to amendments that would essentially ensure that this very, very much needed bill and language access service is passed, and hopefully this year. I think figuring out where that goes and who does the enforcement, while important, certainly shouldn't be the reason why, we hold this up or don't pass it this year. But I appreciate the question, and yes, we're certainly open to or amenable to amendments, and that discussion did come up, and I know this committee prides itself on working with the various stakeholders to ensure that we pass, and that's exactly what we did in the interim, and we're continuing to work to see where that would be the most appropriate place.
Delegate Taveras, followed by Hill. Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, to the young lady from Howard County, if do you have a support network of individuals that are also experiencing their parents who are also have autistic children? Si usted tiene recursos para un grupo de gente igual como usted que está pasando por lo mismo, para poder compartir información acerca de los programas que existen dentro del estado.
Si yo tengo como para sí hay un grupo, que si hay un grupo de apoyo para, sí, es la Asociación de Autismo con Marianela. Por medio de ellos me han ayudado mucho a poder saber de muchas ayudas para mis gemelos.
Yes.
Can I interpret that?
Yes.
She said that, yes, there is a support group called the Autism Society of Maryland, the group that she mentioned that Marianela is in, and they're helping a lot of people, including her with her twins. Okay.
Thank you for that. And to the delegate, thank you for, again, putting this legislation forward. I know that this is something that I'm very close to, given that, I passed similar legislation several years ago at the more local level. My question with regards to this is, have you considered if using the Office of Immigrant Affairs as a mechanism, and therefore using the Office of Attorney General as the enforcement tool?
So we did discuss various offices that could hold that. We can certainly look at I'm open to any discussion about where this can be housed. I do want to just say really quickly, when we talk about languages, yes, we can talk about having it under the Office of Immigrant Affairs, but we know that language comes in various forms, and, you can have folks who are non-immigrants who do speak different languages. And so in those cases, how do we ensure oversight and enforcement? I am open to discussion, whether it's the Office of Immigrant Affairs or some other offices in the governor's office that can do this. But as far as language, language covers a lot of things, American Sign Language to, various languages that are spoken. And so I just want to ensure that wherever it is that, it could be overseen.
Delegate Alston.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a question. It might be more rhetorical in nature, but I would like if anyone in the non-English, someone who's non-Spanish speaking on the panel to tell us how you felt when you heard the Spanish language and you actually didn't understand it, and how beneficial having these type of services would be for people trying to engage with government, since we've all just experienced it ourselves. Thank you.
Anyone want to answer?
If I could just add, we had to make a request to the chair's office to provide this interpretation, and they told us that, there was nothing necessarily in place. They did reach out, and thank you so much for providing the accommodation to Olga with the interpretation.
Yeah, and we actually brought it up with, our bosses, and we let them know that this was a request that could not be fulfilled. So they're looking at this and some other issues in the summer. But, I know that the Latino Caucus provided the interpretation. I know the executive director is right here. And, it was one of our fellows that did the interpretation. So if that had not happened, I was willing to do it myself, but we could see that there's a need. So thank you very much. And I want to thank the Latino Caucus and fellow for doing this as well. Le estaba diciendo que nosotros no tenemos la traducción o interpretación aquí en la Asamblea General, pero yo estaba dispuesta a hacerlo. El Caucus Latino Legislativo fue que le hizo el favor para que las personas pudieran comprender lo que usted dijo.
Gracias.
Okay? I just translated to her what we said more or less. Okay?
And Madam Chair, I'll just say lastly too that, this bill is, as someone that does speak some Spanish and certainly some French as well. I mean, this is about all communities, right? Folks who are French speakers, Francophone community. We have a huge community like that in my district and elsewhere in our state. You have folks, communities that speak Amharic or whatever Southeast Asian language, from Vietnamese to Mandarin or Cantonese. And so this is about ensuring that we're providing languages in whatever primary language that is, and not just Spanish speaking. But we do recognize that there are a number of households. Maryland has a huge Hispanic and Latino community that is growing, that we take pride in. But this is also about, immigrant communities as well that do speak other languages like French, et cetera. A lot of West Africans, Amharic for Ethiopian, Eritrean community, et cetera. So this is more than just a bill about providing language assistance to folks whose primary language is Spanish.
And there's one more testimony left virtually. And when she's done, I have some thoughts. Let's go ahead. May we have your testimony, please?
Good afternoon. Members of the Health and Government Operations Committee, my name is Jimara Kosik, and I'm a community advocate residing in Howard County and a board member of the Autism Society of Maryland, and a mom of 3 children. One of them has autism. I'm here today to ask for your support to the Bill 987, which provide equal access to public services for individuals with limited English proficiency. Well known and scheduled today, and also ask for your support for the companion of the Bill 981. I personally have difficult experience navigating a very complex process to understand the special education services available for the state of Maryland, since my son was diagnosed with autism years ago. Every family in the state will have the same access and care and high quality services for their children with disability, regardless of the language they speak. The Barriero language leaves many families without much need services and support. Or the state government must figure out how to assist families with no knowledge of English, especially for those who has child with disability. My only hope allowed to us is in a country where no seem to be in a hurry to help children, when no-profit organization is there to support and guide us in the journey. That's why I am volunteering a board member of the Autism Society of Maryland I have learned to how advocate for myself and now assist others who have child with special needs, and then in the same way I'm learning the language. I have been learning English since I arrived in the United States years ago, but English is a very complex language and have months and years ahead of me to master a new skill and fluency. Should that mean that my son should not get full arrival services for which are entitled until I learn English well enough? Do you think it's fair for children born in the US to be denied services because the family cannot communicate adequately English to advocate for them? What happened in the end? I never mastered the language. Does that mean the children in June should be denied the services available to speak? Can I finish?
Yes. Are you almost done?
Yes. Maryland has a big population for non-speaking families, and then I cannot access information for resource and gains to a state, maybe in the foreign Spanish, but not in the instruction. Every child in Maryland should receive equal services that are high equality and delivered on time, and every family should have access to those services through the state of Maryland. Please help to ensure our family and children has 100% services. Please support the Bill 985 and Bill 981. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us. I do want to delegate, have you looked at the fiscal note?
Have, yes.
The fiscal note is 1.6 million for FY 2025, 1 million afterwards every year. So you know that this year that is sort of, cost prohibited, right? And you sit on appropriations, right? The tough decisions you're making. So if what I would like to ask is that I know I spoke to, actually, I would like to say that I spoke to the AG and he stated that his agency was not able yesterday to house this bill. However, Adriana Lee, I know, is working on a bill with Delegate Taveras on a similar bill. So I just sent a text to Michelle Furman to put you in touch via email. So please follow up with Adriana Lee's to find out how she can help, and maybe we could do some of the bill, right? Even if it's not all of it. And if you can meet with her and some of the advocates to see what perhaps she can agree to do, and then we can try on finding some funds. Okay? But I think we could do some of it. All right? Thank you so much. And thank you for being persistent.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Have a great
Thank you all.
day. Thanks.
Thank you.
This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 987. Next, we have House Bill, not there. Okay. 1 second. We're gonna go to House Bill. Jas Lewis is not here. Oh, yeah. Oh, great. You came right in time. Delegate Kaiser, House Bill 1168. And her sponsor panel is Adrian Gardner, Samantha Seaver, Lily Berkeley, and Gideon Van Emden. Will you be so kind and come up with the delegate, please? And this is House Bill 1168, Human Remains, Alkaline Hydrolysis and Natural Organic Reduction, Green Death Care Option Act, okay? Delegate Kaiser, you're very timely. I was already thinking, okay, who can I call? Bless you.
Things don't usually work out that well, Madam Chair, and my
know, right?
being called to ECM and being able to get there through those side doors real fast and come back. So thank you. Give me a moment while I grab my testimony. And thank you to my sponsor panel. This bill will sound familiar to many of you. We had it last year and it passed strongly out of committee and as well as on the floor. I'll start by saying, Madam Chair Peña-Melnick and esteemed members of the HGO Committee, it's my pleasure to come before you and offer testimony on behalf of House Bill 1168, the Green Death Care Options Act. So you see, we have a better name than last year. And I also wanted to say, Madam Chair, while I have two bills today with just about 10 people testifying, and someone else unnamed has 4 bills with over 35 people testifying. I do plan to provide lunch one of the next 2 days for the committee. So I did want to mention that even though I'm being overshadowed at the end of today by an unnamed delegate doctor. I'd also, the bill that I have before you would add both natural organic reduction, which we talked about last year, as well as alkaline hydrolysis as eco-friendly death care choices for Marylanders. And when I say choices, I want to be very clear, it's about choices. Like my parents before me, I will be buried in a simple pine box as per my culture and religion. But I believe that people should have options as we talk about in life and in death. The legislation that I had last year passed the House with 108 bipartisan votes, but was held in the Senate. What we tried to do this year is to incorporate edits to address last year's industry objections and, of course, adding in this alkaline hydrolysis. I have experts on both sides of me, and you can look at my written testimony for how natural organic reduction, or NOR, how that works, and alkaline hydrolysis works. And if you really want to know how to put the degree symbol in, that took me at least 10 minutes to figure out how to put into my testimony. But I don't want to address the technical pieces. I want to just say, NOR has demonstrated it's in 7 other states right now. Other states are looking at it. There can be significant saving in fossil fuel emissions. People are looking for sustainable alternatives. From statistics from the National Funeral Directors Association, 60% of Americans were interested in green funeral options. During the interim, Madam Chair, not myself, but my lead advocates worked a great deal with the Board of Morticians and Funeral Directors, the Maryland State Funeral Directors, and the Office of Cemetery Oversight. And a lot of time was spent working on amendments, trying to create these frameworks and dealing with some of the challenges from last year. Last I knew 2 weeks ago, they were on board. I believe today they're coming in with opposition testimony. Some amendments were still being ironed out, some wording in a few places. And I think it was mostly an oversight from the amendment side. I think fundamentally the concerns were ironed out. I've also reached out to some environmental organizations that are in favor of this. And why, yes, our environmental challenges in our state are huge. And how much will this change things? Well, maybe this much, but as we all know, every little bit helps. So this too has the advantage of being better for the environment. And I also just want to make the small business point. We have morticians, funeral directors across the state that are interested in this procedure. I think you'll hear testimony that people who have wanted one of these green options made the effort to go out of state to have their burial taken care of because we in Maryland wouldn't allow these procedures. So I think we should not be limiting the companies that wish to do so. And again, the people who wish to do so. So I would just end by saying this legislation simply provides another options for business to expand their scope of services or not, and give people the final word on bodily autonomy. I urge the committee to give a favorable report to House Bill 1168, and I'll see you for lunch in the next 2 days.
Oh, sounds great. Can I put in an order?
You could if it's Lebanese taverna.
Okay.
So
sounds good. Next, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Lily Berkeley. I'm a funeral director in Maryland. I've been serving families for about 10 years. And as a funeral director, I can tell you how badly Maryland families want these options. They already know about water cremation. They already know about natural organic reduction, and they leave the state to get access to it. There are decades of research behind both of these greener forms of funeral care, death care, and there are already many operators throughout the country who offer it. These options are safe. Families want them, and quite frankly, Maryland businesses, Maryland funeral homes would really like to be able to offer them. In the immediate hours and days following death right now for Maryland families who want water cremation or who want natural organic reduction, they are now tasked with going through the logistical hoops to get their person out of state to a place where they can get access to this. it is an unfair burden to place on grieving Maryland families. And I ask that you let them get access to these options here. We already know families will go to the end of the earth for somebody they love to get them what they want, and they don't need to do that. They need to be able to do it here. Just days ago, when I was cleaning up from a funeral at the cemetery where I work, another funeral director came up to me and said, we had the saddest call this week. A family called about their 7-year-old who had died, and they wanted access to natural organic reduction. And so they ended up transporting his small body all the way across the country to Washington State, where he could do it. They shouldn't have had to do that. And I urge your favorable report on this bill so that they could have done it here at home. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, committee members. I'm Guido van Emden, and please let it be noted today that I am here without any official capacity, not on behalf of the Maryland Board of Morticians and Funeral Directors, where I am honored to serve as a member. I speak only on my own behalf. And I'm speaking in favor of the Green Death Care Options Act, and for a number of reasons. And Delegate Kaiser actually summarized my points very nicely. Consumers today are looking for greener options and cheaper options than the methods of disposition currently available, cremation and burial. Cremation uses fossil fuels and has a significant carbon footprint. Burial is practiced today in general, not the plain pine box, but in vaults and in caskets that contain non-natural materials. This is burdensome on the environment and also on consumers' wallets. So we see today the regular creation of more environmentally sound burial options, including the options described in the bill before us. According to the National Funeral Directors Association, as cited, 60% of respondents last year would be interested in exploring green funeral options. This statistic is trending up, more than 4 percentage points up in just the last 2 years. Currently, 7 other states have regulated natural organic reduction, and over 20 have regulated alkaline hydrolysis. And bills like the one before you are under consideration in many other states. Members of the committee, I hope that you will come up with a favorable report on this bill and allow Marylanders who wish to use these methods to opt for these greener options and to do so without having to send their money across state lines. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi, my name is Samantha Sieber, and I am your alkaline hydrolysis expert. I'm an inventor of the systems. I am a founder of my family's company, and believe it or not, we're not based in California. It's an Indiana technology of all places somehow. I've testified in over 40 House and Senate hearings to try to make this technology available for families. I've worked to make it available in numerous other countries all over the world. And I've worked with about 30 states to write the regulation. This is a very well-written bill. It has all the right things. It's involved stakeholders to include their input, what they want in it. Typically, when I testify, it's from the perspective, I'm pushing for options for families. And this time, I really come with another perspective, and that is small businesses. So if I give you the layout of the funeral profession, there's a lot of corporations, there's a lot of consolidations, there's a lot of private equity, and I have nothing against those businesses, but what you have here in Maryland is you have a lot of small businesses, and they're trying to compete with other businesses that have a lot of resources, a lot of money, a lot of buying power. And those businesses all have access to this technology right now in 26 other states, getting a leading edge on it right now. And these small businesses that only have 1 or 2 locations here in Maryland are getting behind. And those are the early adopters. Those are the businesses that are leading the edge in this profession. And these businesses need a chance to compete and do well here in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Madam Vice Chairman. For the record, my name is Adrian Gardner, and I'm privileged to be here on behalf of Green Legacy, a company that I've co-founded with Ms. Berkeley. I want to thank the members for hearing this testimony and also for the sponsors and, you know, the members who've made time for us. I've been asked to simply highlight a couple of the differences between last year's bill and this year's bill. There's just been a few changes, and as we've already noted, most have been developed collaboratively. The one structural change is last year's bill would have added natural organic reduction as a variety of cremation. There were serious objections to that, and we heard those, and for that reason, the structure of the bill has changed to make natural organic reduction a different thing in Maryland law. But it is actually regulated and by the same entities, given their same existing jurisdictions, and cremation is the model. This follows that model, but it is a different thing. The other thing is that last year we heard a lot of requests for guidance to the regulators. So you will see pieces in this bill that prohibit certain uses of soil. You'll see things that require certain disclosures. You'll see things that require consent. So there's a lot of built-in safeguards, and as well as testing. I want to sort of note the testing. And finally, it adds alkaline hydrolysis, which is quite frankly something that we always believed was legal in Maryland. If you Google that, you will see a number of websites, including some of the industry websites and some of the consumer websites that have believed that it was legal. Well, we did procure a definitive opinion from the Attorney General that says it's not, which is why it was added to this bill. And the last thing I want to say is I do want to really thank the stakeholders from the death care committee who you'll hear from today. And we also hope that you vote favorably on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to thank you all for working on it in the interim. It really makes a difference when you work your bills ahead of time. Next, please. I'm going to open it up for questions, Delegate Woods, followed by Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
First of all, I just want to say thank you for this legislation. Needless to say, I am so for this. So I'm so excited that you all went back during the interim and that you did your homework and that you provided all of the necessary, if you will, changes, alternate opportunities, including the whole cremation piece, because I remember that being a big part of the challenge. Yes. My question is this, and I may be asking the wrong panel. This sounds like a win-win situation. We're talking about number one, options, which is great. Number two, we're talking about things that help in our environment. We're talking about things that reduce, you know, all of the negative chemicals or things that are used for cremation, that are used for unnatural burial. What is the real barrier now?
I think you are asking the wrong panel,
I think
Delegate
so
Woods.
too. I probably am too, and I'll get to ask again, and I'm already doing dinner today, Madam
So I
Chair.
will let you ask again the same question.
I'm going to do that, and I'm done then. Thank you.
You're welcome, Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Delegate Kaiser, thanks for bringing the bill back. This was a bill that certainly caught my fancy last year, and Adrian, it's good to see you. But last year, this was just about natural organic reduction, and now we've added alkaline hydrolysis. Could you explain to us what that means and how that's done?
I'm gonna.
Okay, you would think I would get better at this over time, but the process, it's an alternative to cremation. And so the process uses 95% water, and water is an excellent decomposer, and 5% alkali, which raises the pH. And so there's a couple things you can do to water to make it more active and make it a better decomposer. You can add a little bit of heat, which we do, and you can raise the pH, which we do. So it's in a beautiful stainless steel engineered system. And so that's pretty similar to how cremation's done. And essentially in 4 to 6 hours, the body in all the organic materials completely broken down as small as it can possibly go. So pathogens are sterilized. There's no DNA left. There's no RNA left. Essentially, sugars, nutrients, small peptides. That's it. What you're left with at the end is very similar to what you're left with at the end of traditional cremation. A lot of people don't know that what you get back in the urn are actually the minerals that remain, the minerals that made up the bone. It's not like what the ash that you pull out of your fireplace. It's actually the calcium phosphate that made up the bones. I'm sorry if you didn't want to learn that today. Now you know. It's the same thing after our process. It looks like skeletal remains. The same piece of equipment is used to reduce to a powder, and you get about 30% more because we don't lose any up the stack. This process is at 200 to 300 degrees instead of 1600 to 1800. No emissions, none. 90% less energy. There's been cradle to grave studies. It's not greenwashing. It really is a very clean, good technology. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Do any of you want to address what might come up in an opposition?
First of all, Doug Kippy, thank you for the question. We think that the only opposition that's that we expect this year, particularly after we resolve our language issues, is really from people in a faith community. And I just have to say that we have to respect that point of view. But I would ask people to remember that there are certain faith traditions that require cremation. There are certain other faith traditions which prohibit it. There are faith traditions that inform how we decide to deal with our family and our loved ones after they leave us. And they have evolved over the years. And even within faith traditions, there are differences. And there have been times when people of even Catholic of the Catholic experience and scholars from Catholicism have said that there should be changes. That's not the point of this bill, though. The actual point of this bill is to give people who want to make a choice for their loved ones the opportunity to do that in Maryland, instead of, as you heard Ms. Berkeley talk about, sending someone to North Carolina, Washington State, when we're perfectly willing and ready and able to do that right here.
Any other questions? Yes, Delegate Hill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just real quick, I understand that in countries like Germany, where they're landlocked and they've been burying people for many hundreds of years, more than we've been doing here, except for Native folks in this continent, that they put people in graves and they reuse the graves about every 10 years. Do they use a similar product, or do you have any idea how that works? Processors, do you have any idea how that works over there? Because they don't have a lot of land to just build up.
Okay, what's interesting about Germany specifically that you just mentioned, and I hope I'm answering your question, it is common to have what's called sort of a renewable plot all over Europe, because they don't have endless land. And after, it depends on the country, a certain number of years, they will reuse that same plot. Natural organic reduction is actually being piloted in Germany right now. And additionally, the Catholic Church in Germany is on board with it. They have a slightly different method there, but they will shroud all of the soil remains and place them wholly into the earth there. And it's required, that is required that they are buried. And actually, because the cremation rate is so high in much of Europe, the cemeteries are sort of happy to have people who are really excited about a new form of disposition. And they're happy to be able to utilize that space again because they sort of weren't using it. The cremation rate is very high elsewhere, fire cremation rate. I hope that answered your question.
One.
Yeah.
And
Because you have a lot of
thank you.
bills
So I
here.
just want to clarify though, that if you need to do genetic testing or DNA for crimes or for any other reason, this would completely eliminate the ability to do that. Is that you can't do anything if you want to check later.
So
The one, Delegate Hill, thank you for that question. I think the one thing to point out with that is as soon as the medical examiner's office makes that determination how things are going to be investigated and whether that happens, they won't release the remains to any funeral home, which in Maryland, everything requires a funeral home a funeral home's involvement. And the point of that is that this could never happen unless there was a medical examiner that said it was permitted. But to your point, and I think I would turn to Ms. Sieber to correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe your point is no, there would not be traces that would be subject to investigation.
Same with cremation, though. Same with cremation.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? All right, Delegate Hill, I'm taking one question away from your 4 bills. Anyway, look, we have to keep it light here because these are long days, okay? Can't take anything here personally. I do want to ask seriously, Delegate Kaiser, what are the amendments and what is the concern this year?
So the main amendment was adding in the alkaline hydrolysis and I'm sorry that I even started the answer because I think Mr. Gardner can answer it better. It was, as he said, moving, not calling natural organic reduction a type of cremation and making it its own thing. And then throughout the legislation, specifying the distinction between the Board of Morticians and Funeral Directors and our Office of Cemetery Oversight. And it was a lot of technical amendments. And we had, even just during this session, we've had we've have up to amendments 5.0 and just trying to get the lines right and all of the things, but it's just the technical parts to ensure that we're respecting the industry and their concerns. And if you want to break your own rule and have Mr. Gardner further answer that, but it's a lot of technical things, but I think he also mentioned making it more clear of how it can be disposed of. I think people last year were worried, could this be in my backyard and then I buy that, you buy someone's house, could this end up at Home Depot? And we've put in language to further clarify that those things can't happen.
Okay, all right, that's fine, that's fine. All right, I don't see any other questions and we would like to hear from the other side. I have to say, this bill passed the House last year, 108 to 28. Just as a reminder to people, let's go.
Thank you again.
You're welcome.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I do have Matthew Bates. And I hope I pronounced the name correctly. If not, please correct me. Gideon Van Endem. Oh, he just testified? All right, so Sandy Huffer. Thank you. You can start, sir. Good afternoon.
Yeah, my name is Matthew Bates. I'm a retired journalist and a resident of Durwood, Maryland. And thank you for this opportunity to voice support for House Bill 1168. The debate over legalizing alkaline hydrolysis and natural organic reduction really revolves around 2 issues, which are consumer choice and business opportunity. And I say this because the 2 techniques are not new or untried or untested, quite the contrary. Alkaline hydrolysis was first legalized in 2003. It's now legal in 26 states. Natural organic reduction, which was first legalized in 2017, is now legal in 7 states with a combined population of over 81 million people. Both techniques have been repeatedly vetted by legislators and regulators across the country. The underlying science, the engineering is well understood. We have years of operational experience proving that these processes can be carried out without risk to the public health or to the environment. Let me explain why these options mean so much to me. Like many of us, like many of you here today, I've finally learned an important lesson that we cannot continue to take from nature and then toss away what we've taken however we wish without doing terrible damage to ourselves and to this world. I finally learned that we are part of this magnificent creation. We're not something separate or independent from it. I do not want my death to be an occasion for putting more greenhouse gas into the air or more chemicals, steel, and concrete into the ground. I want my body returned as purely and as completely as possible to this earth that has sustained me all my life. Natural organic reduction is how I choose to pay my final respects to this body and to our world. And please, I ask you, make these proven safe death care options available to the people of Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your testimony today. Ma'am, will you be so kind?
Thank you very much. My name is Sandy Huffer. I live in Annapolis, and I've lived in Maryland my entire life. And I urge the committee for a favorable report on the Maryland Green Death Care option. Just from a personal perspective, because a lot of great testimony has happened already today, I spend a lot of my time leisurely enjoying the outdoors in Maryland and living a life that values sustainability. And I wish the death option, when I pass and move to the next realm of life, that it, is one that I am not harming the environment. I think that's what a lot of people want, in their lives. And the Death Care Option Act provides me that choice. It's just a choice. And it's one that I want when I pass. And these options are much, are committed or helpful for people who have committed all their lives, to a greener lifestyle. And before death, due to the detrimental impact on the environment. And this is gotten a lot of support, and a lot of people in Maryland want this option. And from a personal perspective, I would just say a friend of mine died last year. He was an environmentalist all her life, and she was not given this option. And from an affordability standpoint, you can't just leave the state and move the body. It's very expensive to do that. And this is a very affordable option in death care to everybody. And as has been said, it's supporting a small business, and it's been fairly vetted throughout the whole entire process for the funeral community. So I just wish you, well, hopefully we'll approve this as an eco-friendly option for me at the end of my life. And I just think it's the right thing to do for Maryland and for us to move forward. And a key aspect to this, I think, that's happening in this legislative session has zero fiscal impact on the budget. So we're not asking for any additional costs associated with this. It's an option. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for being here today. Are there any questions for these two witnesses? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today. And for everyone else that is waiting for your bill to be called, be patient. We'll be right with you, okay? We have two witnesses left on this bill, and they're two unfavorable. The Board of Mortician and Funeral Directors in the Maryland State Funeral Directors Association, Michael Kuta and James Doyle. Will you please come up? Oh, Michelle, sorry. Thank you. That's what I get for going really fast. Go, I'm telling you.
We're good.
We like to get started, Mr. Doyle.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair. I think you're going to actually love my testimony today,
Is it gonna be favorable?
which I don't think I've ever said here in many years ever before. We had simply opposed this legislation because we were working out some language issues with the proponents of the bill. We think that has been done at this point. The amendments are being prepared to do that, and therefore we are not opposing the bill. We're taking no position on the bill.
All right, great. And can I take a picture? It's first time in 8 years. Smile. There you go. First time in 18 years. Go ahead, ma'am.
Thank you.
Madam Chair and Vice Chair and Committee. I'm Michelle Kuda. I'm the President of the Board of Morticians and Funeral Directors. Ditto. We were at the 11th hour with some changes that we were hoping would be made. We worked very closely with Mr. Gardner to get those things. All along, it's been a matter of just what's in the bill and how it's going to be regulated, because obviously we're dealing with deceased and we're concerned for consumers as well as a deceased person. So ours was from a regulatory standpoint, that's all been resolved. So we're very content, and we will withdraw our unfavorable position.
And I want to say thank you for working with our members and to try to compromise, right? And for being reasonable. We really appreciate it. We are very grateful, okay?
Thank you.
Thank
And
you.
and I assume that I will get to roll over my unused time for the bill tomorrow.
Don't push it. Anyway,
Thank
I
you for-
see no, are there any questions? I see no questions. Thank you so much. You have a blessed day, okay? Was there a question? Yes. Okay,
Madam Chairman,
go
I
ahead.
just wanted to say thank you, and isn't that so? You made a wonderful choice.
And if I can say for the record, I believe if my memory serves me correctly, the Delegate Woods had this bill on the floor last year. And she wants it again. Okay, she will get it. All right.
Thank you
You're
for your
welcome.
time.
This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1168. Next, we're going to Delegate Kaiser again, House Bill 1188, and we have been jointly assigned with appropriations. And I would like you to, rather than me say your name, why don't you get up and introduce yourself, because you're part of this hearing today.
Okay, hi, everybody. Delegate Mark Edelson, Appropriations. Great to be with you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Nino Mangione from Appropriations. Thank you. Delegate Jared Solomon, thank you for the hospitality.
Okay, okay. So I'm going to tell you, say your name just in case I didn't hear you online. We're joined by Delegates Edelson, Mangione, and Solomon from Appropriations, and welcome. And you're free to ask questions, okay? When we open it, you can actually come up when you're ready. Delegate Kaiser, do you have a panel? Would you like to bring them?
Yes, I believe Greg Lehman, Manoj Shrivastava, and Dan Wolf are here. Or maybe they're online, Madam Chair. I'm not
All
sure.
right. Why don't you get started, Delegate, and we'll get ready.
All right, thank you so much. Madam Chair Peña-Melnick, esteemed members of the committee, I would wish that this bill would be as easy as the last, but I suspect it may not be. It is my pleasure to come before you today on House Bill 1188, Information Technology Modernization of Information Technology Projects. And also glad to have our three esteemed members from Appropriations here. This bill is trying to establish an information technology investment fund to accelerate the modernization of our state's information technology. Madam Chair, I would just broadly say I serve as the chair of the Joint Cyber it's a long name, Cybersecurity, Information Technology, and Biotechnology Joint Committee, and we've been doing a lot on information technology these last few years. So I don't think people would be surprised by hearing that our systems are outdated, obsolete, the hardware, the software. I just had a bill in ECM about an hour ago where they were talking about the coding of what's done at SDET is done with COBOL. I mean, even 20 years ago, they were telling us how hard it was to find people who program in that way, and to think that still now, even 20 years later. So we have obsolete hardware, we have obsolete software. We have created a modernized Maryland commission, and that commission's purpose is to look at those IT investments. And what came out of their recommendations in their long report was creating a fund for these IT investments. It would create a fund. It would allow agencies to apply for projects that range from 1 to 5 million. It would allow agency return any efficiency savings to that fund to get it to improve in the future. I do realize that the fiscal note here is large, so I'm certainly glad to work with council and members of the subcommittee and the full committee to look at what things we can do, but really looking for ways to help be partners with our Department of Information Technology to move the ball forward and to have a legislative voice in these modernization projects. And hopefully really improving and updating our legacy systems. And we have a lot of work in Maryland in this regard. So I thank you for your consideration of this important issue. And I urge a favorable report on House Bill 1188.
Thank you, Delegate, and thank you for acknowledging the fiscal note. It is big, large. May we have the virtual witnesses, please? Will you be so kind and bring them up? And let me know when they're here. Thank you. And after we're done, we'll open it up for questions. Good afternoon, sir. How are you? Why don't Mr. Wolf, will you please get us started, and then we'll go to the rest of the panel.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Dan Wolf, and I'm the Director of State Programs for the Alliance for Digital Innovation. We're a nonpartisan alliance of technology companies focused on accelerating change in the public sector through innovative technology. Our members are some of the most innovative firms in the nation, including many that already proudly serve the state of Maryland. We support House Bill 1188, and we encourage you to return a favorable report. Public agencies, as Delegate Kaiser said, must be equipped with the best technology and cybersecurity tools available to deliver effective services to the people of the state of Maryland. The unfortunate reality is that there are many outdated legacy IT systems with weak security still in use across government, mostly due to a lack of resources to replace those systems. As the former Deputy Chief Information Officer for the Commonwealth of Virginia, I feel that pain all too well. True digital transformation and the adoption of modern, agile development and procurement processes, coupled with the decommissioning of legacy systems, is a time-consuming endeavor that typically crosses multiple appropriation cycles, which creates inordinate challenges for technology leaders. Even when planned judiciously, worthwhile efforts to provide better, more secure citizen services are often hampered by those appropriations timelines, as well as inflexibilities in the overall process. By creating the IT Investment Fund, House Bill 1188 provides an important opportunity to modernize and secure Maryland's IT systems and networks. Namely, it creates a capacity to enable necessary and long overdue investments in modern commercial capabilities across state government to transform legacy IT systems and improve Maryland's cyber posture. I've highlighted the benefits of similar state and federal modernization programs around the country, both when I testified before the Modernized Maryland Oversight Commission and in my written testimony that is before you today. At the state level, modernization funds allow their state's IT leaders to balance diverse needs across state agencies and prioritize investments in a transparent manner. Thank you for your time today. This is an important step in the right direction, and please consider us a resource as you continue to deliberate on this important legislation.
Thank you for being with us today. The committee really appreciates it. May I have the next person, please?
Good afternoon, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Manoj Srivastav, Chair of the Modernized Maryland Oversight Commission. I've been in the private sector, particularly in the cybersecurity space, for 25 years, and I'm a proud resident of the state of Maryland. I urge favorable consideration of the bill. The bill includes a vast number of recommendations from the Commission's report spanning modernization funding, governance, planning, management, and IT organization, and procurement, adopting a whole-of-state mindset. I have a few key points of view regarding how we should look at technology modernization for the state. First, modernization is an opportunity to not only focus on legacy modernization to produce more secure, reliable, and maintainable systems at optimal cost, but also to rethink and transform how the business of government is done and how a practical end-to-end experience of IT services is delivered to the citizens from their point of view. Drawing parallels from my role in the private sector, vendors have shifted over the past few years to a cybersecurity platform-based approach in delivering solutions to their customers rather than following a disparate best-of-breed point solution approach. That mindset of providing a holistic solution improves the total cost of ownership, adoption, and maintenance for the end customer and significantly enhances the end-to-end customer experience. Second, the state must establish a dedicated modernization IT investment fund with funding direction from a cross-functional IT modernization investment board. Along with this, there must also be the proper structure in place to ensure transparency about the progress in addressing modernization objectives across the executive branch. Third, as we execute these goals, we must seek ways to deliver value to the citizens often. From my shoes in the private sector, the key to remaining competitive while embracing new modern technologies is to deliver value early and often. Again, for the opportunity to testify.
Thank you for being with us and for your service to the state. Next, please.
Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee, thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Dr. Greg Von Lehman, interim staff to the Modernized Maryland Oversight Commission, and I'm here to support HB 1188 as consistent with the Commission's recommendations. The House bill would implement the large majority of the Commission's recommendations. As a whole, these recommendations were informed by discussions over 6 months with the CIOs and IT staff of 5 other states and experts in procurement and modernization funding. And I'm talking about Michigan, Georgia, Nebraska, Connecticut, and Utah. These discussions were structured to zero in on questions critical to the success of modernization efforts. What systems are states modernizing? What projects are prioritized? What procurement processes are used? How are projects funded? What are the success metrics? And most importantly, what are the lessons learned? Broadly speaking, HB 1188 does 2 things. First, it provides a practical and tested roadmap for modernization success. Specifically, the bill stipulates the right starting points. It requires that there be an enterprise architecture and standards in place, and that an IT investment maturity model be implemented. As you just heard, it provides for a funding model that, in not being tied to appropriation cycles, permits modernization to build momentum to deliver value early. And it lays the groundwork for reconfiguring the procurement process to reduce the 18 to 24-month timeline for major procurements. The second major thing the bill does is to preserve a rechartered commission as an essential element in the state's modernization journey, both to identify modernization best practices and to contribute to oversight by scoring modernization progress as occurs at the federal level. The House bill is a result of considerable by the commission, and I urge a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you for your service, sir. I'm going to open it up for questions now. I'm going to start with the Appropriations Committee because they're our guest. Any questions? Yes, why don't you come up? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
welcome.
Thank you, Delegate, for bringing the bill. We actually were just talking with DeWitt yesterday. I just had 2 questions for you. I noticed DeWitt didn't have any submitted testimony. It was just from DJS. Did they have any opinion? Did they work with you on this?
Thank you for the question, Delegate. I think they have their own bill and they did express some concerns that they had here, but we're trying to work through some of that.
And then the other question I had was, I didn't realize that DeWitt was not able to sort of submit the enterprise upgrades as part of capital, which I think is interesting considering, to your comment, how important these systems are to the operations of our agencies. Was that something that the work group had explored potentially?
I might save that for one of the experts who are on. I don't know if maybe just Mr. Von Lehman is still on, who might be able to answer that question.
Sir, could you restate the question?
Yeah, so one of the things that Secretary mentioned was that DeWitt's projects, the large scale sort of upgrades, are not eligible for capital funding. And I think obviously knowing how important these projects are to the functioning of state government, it was sort of an interesting thing to raise, and more than just sort of traditional bricks and mortar. I was curious if that was something that the commission had looked at, potentially moving some of these processes into the state's capital budget to provide other opportunities for funding.
I don't recall that coming up as a specific issue. Maybe Mr. Wolf, who was involved in testimony on the modernization fund, may have a perspective on the question, but I don't recall that specific question coming up before the commission.
Does anyone know the answer from the 2 panelists? If you do, can you unmute yourself? If not, it's okay. Go ahead, sir.
I agree with Greg. It didn't come up in the commission in our discussions as far as I recall.
Okay, I know that DeWitt is on for the next bill, and perhaps we can ask that question.
Okay, thank you.
You're
Madam Chair.
welcome. Any other questions? All right, HGO. Yes, I'm coming here. It's okay. It's all right, Vice Chair Collison. Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So I think this is kind of a follow-up from Delegate Solomon's question. I would suspect that Maryland is not the only state that is in this situation where, you know, their technology infrastructure is outdated and insecure, frankly. Are there any sort of innovative ways that other states are working to pay for these massive overhauls? And are there any federal funds available for them? And I'm expecting one of your delegates or one of your witnesses might know, Delegate.
I think Mr. Wolf is chomping at the bit on this one.
Okay.
Go
I don't
ahead.
know about chomping at the bit, but I'm definitely the one to answer out of this group. So thank you for the question. Excellent question. The answer is every state is struggling with exactly this question. You're 1000% right. Some states have implemented these types of modernization funds. The federal government itself has implemented something like that. They've overall, I believe the numbers are up to 60-ish agency projects that have been funded through the U.S. Technology Modernization Fund across several dozen agencies. Typically, these modernization projects are not what you might think of as being an enterprise project. If I'm going to put my IT nerd hat on for a moment, let's draw a distinction between the enterprise versus the applications. A lot of what we're talking about here are the applications, the things that the citizens end up using or being unable to use, the things that are back office applications that enable the business of government versus the laptops that they do those things on. These modernization projects are often efforts that are intended to be able to enhance the business of an agency and move it forward. It's the COBOL programming issue that Delegate Kaiser referenced that is something that is quite familiar to me. We've dealt with that exact issue in Virginia on our mainframe a few years back. And the intent with these projects are to replace these outdated systems that are often custom built or something that they purchased back in the 90s or early 2000s, but they are not cloud-based, they're on-premise based, they must be housed in a data center, they must be serviced by Maryland DeWitt's enterprise data center support team, or by specific staff hired by an agency such as the comptroller. Whether there are federal funds, honestly, it depends on the instance. There are certainly federal funds available for modernizing, say, a social services application. There are state and federal, or there's state and local funding available for cybersecurity investments right now. But there is not a comprehensive federal program addressing modernization at the state level, unfortunately. And I would advocate for that to happen. But right now, that is the at least the national overview of the situation. When I talk with state CIOs around the country about this particular topic, if they don't have something like this, one of their first answers is, I would give a tooth, I would give an arm, I would give a finger to have that type of tool available to me. Because what it does is it allows them to work with business stakeholders in the legislative and executive branch to identify the priorities, the needs, and what the parameters are going to be around it. So you have this transparent framework that everybody agrees upon. And then from there, you burn down that list of needs. Much like you might if you were renovating a house or a business. So that's as much of an answer as I can give you, ma'am, but that's where we're at now nationally.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sure, Delegate Hill. Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this bill, Delegate. Just real quick, Department of General Services gave an informational letter. I didn't know if you had a chance to review it or if you had any comments about it.
I did not yet.
Okay, they list some concerns specifically about whether there will be a loss of fee vendors pay to utilize e-Maryland Marketplace Advantage. They are also concerned if monthly mandated procurement agency activity reports would still be required. And if you don't have answers to their concerns right now, maybe.
I do not. I don't know if one of the gentlemen do.
Delegate Hill, do you want to ask the question of one of the gentlemen?
Thank you.
Sure.
So gentlemen, the Maryland Department of General Services raised a number of questions. I'd like to, if you're able to respond and give an answer to, it would be nice to hear. They're concerned that it reverses the 2017 consolidation procurement process that was put in place. They're concerned and not clear about.
Can you let
when-
them answer that
Sorry.
first,
Okay.
please? Okay, go ahead. Mr. Wolf, I saw you smile. Anyone?
I do not know the answer to that question,
Okay.
Madam Chair, but Mr. Von Lehman might.
Okay. You're muted, sir. It's okay. It happens to me all the time. Go ahead.
I'm not in control of my muting, so well, let me, if I may, Madam Chair, make 2 points. One in connection with the question just raised, but also to go back to the question about capital funding. Very good question. We did have conversations with General Services as we were working on the report, but it was a different set of questions, and the considerations that you have just underscored did not come up in conversation with them.
Okay.
With the grace of the chair, going back to the question about capital budgeting, I'm not a finance person, and so maybe I'm slow on the uptake, but I can say that it was part of the discussion and has been part of the discussion of the commission about the funding question, whether it would be through appropriations, federal money, but also through bond funding, if that was the nature of the question. And I can say that at least in one of the states that presented to the commission, this would be the state of Connecticut, I believe. Their modernization fund is capitalized through short-term bonds with the interest paid out of their annual budget. So I don't know if that addresses the question the delegate had raised earlier, but this is what has occurred to me that might be relevant to the question.
Thank you. Delegate Hill, you done?
We're done.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you so much.
Thank you.
For your testimony, really appreciated. And we have, I believe that was it, right? Yep, so that actually concludes the hearing on House Bill 1188. I want to thank the appropriations colleagues for being with us, and you're welcome anytime.
Thank you.
You're most welcome. Next, we have House Bill 1271, Delegate Jazz Lewis. Information Technology, Artificial Intelligence Policies and Procedures, Artificial Intelligence Governance Act of 2024. And you have Nishan Shah with you on your panel. Will you be so kind and come up with the delegate? And you can get started, delegate, with your testimony.
Thank you, Chair Payne-Melnick, Vice Chair Collison, and members of the esteemed Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, Delegate Jazz Lewis here to testify in support of House Bill 1271. I'm proud to be here in support of this bill, which will make sure that Maryland is a leader when it comes to best practices for the use of artificial intelligence in state government. With this bill, we create the process to ensure our AI use does not have any disparate impact or might have any undue bias that could affect Marylanders. Artificial intelligence is an emerging technology whose scope and implications have almost limitless potential and implications that can revolutionize many industries. And it has almost infinite possibilities for aiding us in our duties as public servants to aid our constituents in providing the high quality service they deserve. We simply can't turn away from what will inevitably be a key part of our world as it develops and advances through the years to come. It is because of these vast implications that this bill is so important. AI has the power to make our lives radically better, but it also carries potentially equally negative consequences if we are not intentional and strategic regarding its use. We need to be able to harness the power of this technology and make sure that our government has safeguards in place to ensure that it is not unintentionally misused. We cannot let our eagerness to use a new and exciting technology get in the way of our primary responsibility, which is the well-being of each and every Marylander and the stewardship of their state government. That's what this legislation sets out to prevent. To start, the legislation sets out clear goals for what our use of AI should be and how we want to utilize it. These guiding principles will help navigate our use of AI for years to come. Next, the bill establishes the first ever definition of artificial intelligence in state statute, using language that reflects the Biden administration's definition of what can be considered artificial intelligence. The bill also codifies the governor's artificial intelligence subcabinet into statute and sets out to ensure that the important work of the subcabinet will have the staff it needs to do its job effectively. In addition, the bill instructs Department of Information Technology to take an inventory across our state government of systems that currently utilize artificial intelligence. This inventory will help us year over year keep track of the use of AI and whether these systems could have high-risk impacts that we need to keep track of or address in some way. Along with the inventory, the legislation also instructs DO IT to develop and adopt procedures for the procurement of artificial intelligence that all departments must follow before purchasing AI software. These procedures are to serve as safeguards that will set out to make sure that when we procure and then utilize AI across our government, we have done the necessary due diligence to protect against any potential bias that AI software might have and ensure that our use of it does not unintentionally discriminate against any Marylander. And finally, this legislation allows the Department of Information Technology to utilize a new proof of concept procurement. This will allow DO IT to create a smaller proposal solicitation to test out innovative software in a controlled manner to ensure that when we implement technologies on a larger scale, we have worked to ensure that it fulfills our needs effectively and safely. With how new and innovative these softwares can be, this will establish a safe sandbox for us to try out what is available securely before we go into full implementation. With this legislation, we empower our government to utilize this exciting and emerging technology that has truly breathtaking implications for much of our society, but we are also ensuring that we protect ourselves from the risks that we could face without the right kind of safeguards. The last thing I want to add before wrapping up is my bill, when I first was drafting it, started up much more narrow. It was just focused on bias and discrimination. And at the in consultation with our chair here and many of our colleagues who are working on this, we made an effort to combine different ideas into this comprehensive bill. I know that there will be some amendments and changes that the committee will look at. I welcome that, but this is a work product as we were able to produce with the time allowed by the drop date. With that, I urge a favorable report and thank you for your time.
Thank you. I want to take a second to say thank you for working with us. I know that we started having meetings with DO IT last summer, early summer, like June, I think, and many meetings in the fall. So I thank you for, your leadership. Mr. Shaw.
Thank you, Delegate Lewis, and good afternoon, Chair Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Cullison, and members of the committee. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to give testimony in support of the goals of House Bill 1271. I should probably also introduce myself. I'm Nishant Shah. I'm the Maryland Department of Information Technology Senior Advisor on Responsible AI. I'd like to thank the sponsors of this bill and the Senate crossfile for their work in the interim on this legislation. The Moore-Miller administration and the Maryland Department of Information Technology are committed to providing vital technology solutions that allow the executive branch, state agencies, and coordinating offices to provide Marylanders with services that help them live and work more safely, efficiently, and productively. As a set of technologies, AI has tremendous potential on this front to improve services to our residents and to support our state workforce in delivering those services. Of course, it's also a double-edged sword and carries with it the risks that you've already heard about at length. So DO IT's and the administration's goal is to leverage AI in a way that's concurrently productive, yet safe, ethical, and responsible. To that end, the AI executive order that was signed in January by Governor Moore directs the foundational work to catalyze the state's first steps here, centered around a set of principles and use, essentially, that the state should adhere to. It establishes an AI subcabinet that will develop and implement a comprehensive action plan in order to operationalize the principles and create appropriate guardrails. It will also promote AI knowledge, skills, and talent in state government and conduct a set of horizon scanning exercises to see what's coming down the pike in critical domains like workforce, security, and economic development. House Bill 1271 is in line with the goals of the executive order, codifying portions of it and going even further in a few key areas. I and the department as a whole are particularly excited about the provisions of the bill that establish the competitive proof of concept procurement method. This formal procurement method would be used to solicit proposals for the conduct of a proof of concept prior to full implementation, which gives us a pathway to more quickly testing and experimenting with AI tools in a safe environment, ensure that they deliver the benefits predicted, and to do so before spending the time and money to scale them. This is crucial for any emerging technology that has associated risks. And in addition to the procurement provision, we're keen to get a definition of AI in statute, which would add much needed specificity to exactly what we're governing, get a mandate for an AI inventory, which would underpin oversight in the state. Let me just conclude by noting that AI governance is a super nascent area that's rapidly changing. So it's particularly important that legislation takes that rate of change into account. What's true today may not be true in 6 months. So we look forward to working with the committee on workshopping some of the language in the coming weeks and thank the drafters for the time that they're spending on this vital and complicated area.
Thank you. Any questions for the delegate and his panel? Delegate Taveras.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for bringing this bill forward. Just a question with regards to exactly where do you hope to start? I mean, right now, it seems to be that you're looking to put some guidelines in place regarding the issue. But are you looking to figure out how to target the usage of AI within the government system? For example, I believe we were recommending a use of an avatar that could come in and basically provide all types of responses for any government questions that anybody may have through a website or a service, like a 311, so to speak, online.
So I guess I would start by saying if you imagine it, there's probably some part of the vastness of state government that could have a use of it that is widely different than other parts. I think where we want to start with is we're putting into statute the subcabinet that the executive order created, which is a framework to really put together like the bright lines as a use of AI to ensure safety first and foremost. I want to say the next step is really the inventory of making sure we figure out like what are we currently using and how are folks using them to make sure there isn't any bias. And, you know, one thing I would encourage people to look at is in the fiscal note is that there is some concerns for some of our colleagues on why there's a need for us to put some bright lines. And I'll just give you a very brief example, right? In Detroit, I want to say 2019 going to 2020, they started deploying facial recognition in their cameras all across the city to help address crime. Problem was at that time, the technology wasn't developed enough to determine differences in melanin of skin. So of course, every Black man between 5'9" and 6'2" was identified as a suspect, right? Their legislature did not know at the time. Most of their government did not know that their Detroit police was utilizing that software. So, I mean, part of this is for us to get ahead of things like that, right? Not to say that there is no place even in the law enforcement capacity for AI, but we will want to make sure that there's maybe a proof of concept before it's fully deployed to make sure the technology could identify differences of melanin, right? Or other things. So I'm sure DeWitt may have a other response, but that's my initial.
Thank you for that. I do agree. I am a victim. I used it to cut my hair and the spectra.
Artificial intelligence cut your hair?
It gave me a model of what I wanted.
Oh, okay.
And it went from a very formal, when it identified me as an Indian woman, I looked very formal in a sari. when they thought I was a person of color or Black woman. It was very revealing. The picture that I had was pornographic. So it was a range of products that were provided to me when I selected a hair color and a hairstyle. It was insulting, frankly. So I do believe that we do need this urgently, maybe yesterday, maybe a month ago. But I do believe that there are benefits in how we use this. So we could definitely continue the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other questions? So Delegate, did you see the letter from the University of System of Maryland? They're going to be testifying next, and they'd like to be taken out of the bill. You have any thoughts on that? Mr. Shaw, you have any thoughts on that?
I don't know anything about their stance or being taken out of the bill.
Okay, Delegate, have you spoken to them?
So I spoke to them earlier today. I told them that in most things of policy, I respect the will of the committee. I would start off with the same bright line concerns because I understand in a lot of ways in which state government works, USM is an exception. They have their own processes and procedures that is unique to higher ed. And I don't generally disagree with that, but I also understand that they have a lot of practical uses that could likely, all of our public higher ed has their own police forces, for example, I think there could be a number of unintended consequences. So I just would like a continued conversation. I think if it's the will of the committee to separate them, I would not object to that. But I wouldn't do that before having a conversation with you guys.
And what can you tell me about the fiscal note?
Sure. So the fiscal note was a bit of a surprise. It came out at $8 million. They included in that the $3 million that was a May for the governor to staff the sub-cabinet. The other part was staffing costs, which I guess I can hand off to do it. I know they have some unused pins and things that they're trying to utilize currently. I don't know if they could reclassify it for some of these, but we are continuing to talk about lowering the fiscal note. I would say 3 million off the top is coming off because that was in May, and if we don't have the money, then that May isn't going to happen. But yes.
And what's the status in the Senate?
Senators are going to Senate, Madam Chair. So I don't know. They've had their hearing.
In 2 days? They're having their hearings
on
that were
Thursday.
so by council in 2 days.
Yep.
All right, so can you, I know, Mr. Shah, I'm gonna have a follow-up for you. Go ahead, you were going to say something.
Yeah, if I might just weigh in on that too. Part of the AI sub-cabinet's work is to figure out the best approach to the many initiatives that are laid out in the AI executive order and now by extension in this legislation as well. And, we sort of just started that work. So without having come up with those approaches, it's tough to estimate a great cost for impact assessments, for the makeup of an AI enablement team, for a sandbox, for whether existing roles can play dual purposes, implications on timelines, if we want to move faster or slower. So the coming months, I think, should give us a much clearer picture of what the reality of that cost is. Given the short timeline for the fiscal note, we did our best to think through, various scenarios. I believe what we submitted is a pretty middle of the road estimate. There are much more conservative paths where we move slower and do more with less. And there are more aggressive paths where we move faster as well. So I'd be happy to separately discuss the budget in more detail as well.
Yeah, I think you're going to have to figure that out with the delegate and the senator and leadership, okay?
Sounds good.
And then let us know, okay, delegate?
Absolutely.
I don't see any other questions here. Thank you so much for your work. I really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Go ahead. Next, we have the University of Maryland System and Joseph Greeley and Mark Gather. Will you be so kind and come up, please? And then we'll. Oh, yeah. Is there a John Fiastro? Will you come up, please? And will you be so kind and bring the person who's virtually, I think is Dan Wolf? Go ahead. Who would like to get started?
I can start.
Absolutely, go ahead.
All right, good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee.
Thank
My name
you.
is Mark Hather, and I'm the Chief Information Security and Privacy Officer for the University System of Maryland. One of the core principles at the heart of House Bill 1271 is to protect individuals from any possible harm caused by algorithmic decision-making. And while we at the USM agree with this need, we have suggestions to improve the bill. At this point, this bill requires all units of state government to create and annually maintain an AI solution inventory and risk assessments of all AI solutions.
1 second, sir, if I called you, you can have a seat in the chair. Thank you. Go ahead. I'm sorry about that. Go ahead.
Okay. At this point, almost all IT solutions include some level of AI functionality, but very few have the ability to potentially make harmful decisions. So this requirement could be very resource intensive and possibly wasteful. We suggest that a better approach would be to first inventory where potentially harmful decisions are being handed over to technology, and then evaluate the risks posed by the AI technology making the decisions. By focusing on the decisions first, the expenditure of resources would be focused on where it matters, the decisions being made by AI. The bill as written also requires the full AI system inventory to be published on a public website. Hackers already use the information from our websites to try and attack us, and an AI systems inventory would give them a roadmap to attack our AI solutions. Lastly, the Maryland Code already includes a requirement that the USM develop and maintain IT policies and procedures that are functionally compatible with any state IT policies and procedures. Each USM institution is like its own city with various economic sectors and the need to interact and compete at the local, state, national, and international level. Just as has been done in other sections of Title 3.5, we request an exemption only from the direct application of this bill so that we can continue to address the issues of AI in ways that are functionally compatible with the state, flexible to our environments. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Thank you for being with us. Next, please.
Sure. I am Joe Gridley. I'm the Chief Data Privacy Officer at the University of Maryland. Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. I am here largely to provide some color and context for some of the things that Mark just said. I think it's important to understand it's not just IT systems necessarily, right? You maybe are thinking of the predictive text on your phone, maybe it's ChatGPT, right? But you're probably not thinking about smart microwaves, which, given the federal government's definition of AI, actually falls under the umbrella. That, I think, is some of the challenge that we've got as an institution with, I think, 9,600 students living in 40 dorms with God knows how many microwaves, smart washers, smart dishwashers, and whatever else there might be. That, I don't think, is the intent of the bill, right? It seems like the really important work here is being done to protect our citizens from bias and discrimination. And I think that when Mark speaks about overinvestment, that's what we are concerned about at College Park. There is also a large portion of higher ed that is unique from the rest of the state agencies, right? Research. We have 15 research institutes at College Park employing dozens of people and supporting even more student success. Those institutes represent the Institute for Health Computing. That is a partnership with Montgomery County worth about $40 million, and also an institute specifically to study trustworthy AI that came with a $20 million grant from the National Sciences Foundation. All of this is to say that while we recognize and support and want to be involved in this kind of effort, it is not for us something that we're happy to kind of jump in and invest on without additional conversation.
Thank you. Next, please.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, for the record, my name is John Fiastro. I'm here on behalf of my client, Cybersecurity Association of Maryland. As some of you may know, Cybersecurity Association of Maryland is a nonprofit with over 600 members, numbering from small owner operators all the way to Fortune 500 companies. CAMI supports the concept set forward in HB 1271. The annual inventories, impact assessments, and AI guidelines included in the bill. Particularly, CAMI is interested in the proof of concept procurement, which is included at the tail end of the bill. CAMI did have some additions, even though the testimony was issued as favorable. There are some tweaks that CAMI would suggest. One is over the entirety of the bill, we see language like implementing, and implementation, and CAMI membership believes that language more like deploy, deploying, and deployment is more, better captures the status of AI. Whereas implementation might be on the front end, deployment is actually when it's activated. And then lastly, proof of concept procurements should also include and require potential vendors to provide a demonstration to the procuring agency, not just a test or a piloting, but an actual demonstration. Without that demonstration, there might not necessarily be much to test or pilot. And so the membership actually supports that language as well. So with that, Madam Chair, Cybersecurity Association of Maryland supports the passage and favorable report on HB 1271. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one gentleman online. Mr. Wall, you're becoming a regular. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Again, my name is Dan Wolf, and I'm still the Director of State Programs for the Alliance for Digital Innovation. We acknowledge that this bill likely does need further amendments. We're not offering any today, but we do generally support House Bill 1271 and encourage the committee to return a favorable report. This legislation, as Cammie just highlighted, provides an important procurement tool for state leaders to safely and responsibly explore innovative new technologies. With the rapid move into digital environments, state agencies have to be able to quickly acquire and deploy technology in a way that keeps pace with that innovation. But unfortunately, governments are often stymied in those efforts to quickly onboard and use modern commercial solutions because they use a legacy approach to purchasing and acquisition. The characteristics of technology such as rapid, modular, and iterative modern IT design and deployment are just ill-suited often for traditional acquisition techniques. But by creating this competitive proof of concept procurement as a formal acquisition method, we believe that HB 1271 will accelerate the digital transformation of state government services and strengthen Maryland's cybersecurity defenses through the adoption of modern commercial technology. Further, I do also want to highlight that one of the many challenges faced by state governments in their modernization journey is an inability to fully account for all applications used by state agencies. The existence of this shadow IT increases cybersecurity, financial, and operational risk for government. The reality is that a lot of services that are currently in use by state governments around the country have some type of artificial intelligence component, and there's a lack of understanding and awareness and appreciation of the risks that comes with that. These are not inherently bad solutions or bad services. They are great and modern solutions. However, enterprise users must understand all of those risks that come with them. So these applications, by creating unknown access points for malicious actors or even creating duplicative spending, can create problems for state government. So by giving that a new tool, by requiring transparency and risk assessments for the use of AI-enabled technology in Maryland state government, you're taking a step forward. So thank you for your time, and please consider us as a resource.
And thank you again for being with us, all of you. I'm going to open it up for questions now from the committee. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Kaiser.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
My question is for the gentleman in the middle of the panel. I want to make sure I heard what you said correctly. A few weekends ago, my wife and daughter were in Jamaica, so I had nothing better to do but read this bill and take notes on it. And I'm looking at my notes right now. So I have a question for you. This is all about government agencies and whether or not they're using AI and what they might be doing in the future and how we set those guardrails. And then you brought up the example of it may pick up the students' microwaves in their dorm rooms. Can you point to me where in the bill you're getting that concern? Because this is about what the university or what all government agencies do. I don't even think it's talking about my microwave in my office here in the House complex. So where did that concern come from?
Sure. So the definition of AI and sort of the three parts that it's broken out to, right? It can, given a set of objectives, make predictions, recommendations, or decisions influencing a real environment. It does use machine and human inputs to perceive and abstract those perceptions into models. And it does use those models to create options for action. This is the smart microwave that monitors the temperature of your popcorn so it doesn't burn and set off the fire alarm.
What those microwaves do, you're not defining this bill that's asking state agencies to be clear on how they're using AI, if they're using AI, and if they've looked at the risk and biases inherent in that. So how does one student's smart microwave have anything to do with the university's policies?
In a couple of different directions, right? First, I apologize for a miscommunication. I wasn't talking about a personally owned microwave. I was talking about the microwaves provided for the dorms. But second, I think the issue that I'm trying to illuminate is how broad the definition of AI is in the bill. And that's why we've asked one, to make sure that the University System of Maryland is set aside, because there are so many complexities here. And also it is, I think, a concern with the definition writ large that every agency is going to have to confront.
Okay. Delegate Olson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So my question to you is, have you talked to the bill sponsor about a definition that you would find more appropriate given the circumstances of the bill? Because I think we're all in agreement that we have to do something as it relates to AI, and all of the state agencies, and in my opinion, including the university, are going to have to get on board because we need to know what's happening in the field. So do you have a better definition?
So I can take that one. So we have started discussions with the bill sponsor, or as was mentioned earlier today, we had a first discussion with the bill sponsor. At this point, one of the things that we were looking at was not so much to maybe change the definition of AI, because it is the federal standard definition. Our concern is really around the inventory piece, because we want to make sure that if we have to do the inventory of all of the things, every one of our smartphones has the ability to predict the next word you want to type. Our Zoom has the ability to have an AI transcriptionist that can like sit there and take a transcript of the Zoom sessions. All these different solutions are all now coming with these AI capabilities. What it was our understanding is that really a lot of the concern is not to try and track down every single point in every device that has AI, but more to look at where there could be abusive AI or biased AI or discriminatory AI in place. And so that's why we were suggesting to first start with where there are decisions that a unit knows are being turned over to technology to be able to make that decision, and then look at the technology behind that, rather than looking at every single thing that could possibly be around that has AI in it, and then trying to figure out if there are any decisions behind it. It's just more of a flip of the direction to look at it. So it's focused on the decisions first and the places where there could be bias and discrimination and issues, and then look at the technology piece to try and be as optimal and focused as we can.
Any other questions? Delegate Chisholm.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
And I think I understand your concern, because we're talking about University of Maryland, we're talking about every piece of public device
definitely
collecting data. So when you're talking about if it's a dorm, you're talking about the utilities, you're talking about phone use, you're talking about microwaves, and the purpose behind the AI really is to pattern recognition and predictability to make life easier. So I think that when we're talking about these data sets, we're talking about, very large data sets that's continuing to collect. And I think if I understand your concerns, it is looking deeply into a lot of different aspects of both your personal life and collecting tremendous amounts of data that may not be able to be deciphered out at some point, and it then goes against what the spirit of the bill is. We understand the spirit of the bill, but because of the amount of data that we're looking at and the different pieces of data, because look, everybody in this committee doesn't take a step anymore without AI trying to collect some data on us. So am I correct on that is what your concerns are from the university standpoint?
So our concern is in part that, but more around just the sheer number of solutions, not so much the data, but every cell phone, every laptop, every thermostat, everything that could have that kind of smart functionality to try and make your life a little better. If we have to include in the inventory every single thing that falls into one of those kinds of devices, and then start doing AI risk assessments of every single device that falls under one of those definitions, that is a huge, not just for the University System of Maryland, but for the entire public sector. That would be a huge lift to try and get that done. We're just suggesting, look where there could be bias and issues first, and then look at the devices so that you're really focused on the devices that are truly related to those decisions.
You're welcome. Delegate Olson.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for the second bite at the apple. I just wanted to know, does the university system already identify high-risk systems?
We actually do by security standards, yes, and we're just now starting conversations. Actually, back in December, we started conversations around AI governance and AI direction to head to try and deal with some of these issues ourselves. So we are in the same process as everybody else of starting now to start looking at where these kinds of decisions are made and really to take it seriously.
Any other questions? Delegate Hill.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. I understanding, and you said you understand the purpose of the bill. I would be concerned that the university is distributing, utilizing systems with the potential you're talking about, and we don't know what the bias, even if it's a microwave, the smart refrigerator, and the kind of damage they can do. So I think the inventory is, as I understand the bill, is pretty simple. It could be that we have 1,000 smart microwaves, and that's the end of that inventory. It doesn't mean that you have to do it, and that there is inherent bias that we're unaware of about it. So I think that what you're actually arguing is more of a reason we need the bill, and more of the reason that we need the inventory, so that we don't find down the road that those devices that we thought were minor are being infiltrated or used to cause damage and harm.
Sure. In no way are we trying to argue that we don't need the bill, and in no way are we trying to argue that we don't need an inventory. We're just really trying to make the point of which direction is the inventory coming from to try and make it manageable from the resources we have and to be as efficient as we can be. Because as we look through, we had the discussions within the IT circles of the university system, and when we started to think through all the things that would fall under the definition of AI in here, I mean, it's just staggering, the number of things that would then potentially fall in there. And that's where we come up with some of the fiscal note details that we're having. Because we're talking about not only is it having to inventory them once, it's then having to then maintain that inventory and risk assessments of every single one of those things across the entire system annually forever. And that's just a huge impact and a huge dollar figure that we wanted to make sure we could try to focus to try and be as efficient as possible. But in no way are we arguing we don't need an inventory or we don't need the bill. We're just trying to make it as efficient and as effective as we can be.
If I may, I mean, you know how many microwaves
We
you
do.
have.
We do.
You
We do. It's just a matter of.
So it's not,
everything.
so some of it is, it's not new information. It's making sure that the information that we have is properly purposed. And I think in the bill, and maybe you're seeing something I don't, and that's why there's a question here, that it really does talk about sort of, there's a weighted component. So it's not saying go back 10 years back, it's saying start now. What do we have and how do we go forward? So in fact, in the conversation with Do It, I mean, I think that was one of the understandings, is it's nearly impossible to go completely backwards over everything that's in our possession. So you have specific recommendations that address the concerns you've raised?
Right, that is exactly what we had in our testimony, was our recommendations to start first with the decisions and then go to the technology. Us looking at all of the things, we are basically small cities. And so unlike in a business unit like the Motor Vehicle Administration, where they have very predictable ways that they've built things, it's an enterprise. They've built things in many of the agencies, they do it in very predictable ways. We're small cities with all the different sectors. We have, people coming in and out from all different places all the time. We have research that's done in many different areas. We have a very heterogeneous environment, a very mixed environment. And so while we do have inventories of the things that are state owned, we don't necessarily have an inventory for every one of those, for every vendor that was in every one of those devices. Is there an AI component now that was put into that? So we'd have to go back and reassess that for every one of these different devices. And that's just a huge lift. And we've even had the experience recently that we were talking to one of our vendors and we started having these conversations with our vendors. And the vendor, when we asked them about what the AI and their solution does, and does it make a decision that we should be concerned about? And if it does make a decision, have they actually done an analysis for any kind of bias and discrimination? They didn't even know how to answer that question as the vendor to speak of. And so that's the other piece we're looking at, is across all these devices that we potentially would have to do. If we go to the vendors and say, what does your AI do and where does it make decisions? And is there a bias or discrimination factor? They might not even be able to answer that question themselves. And so that's why we really just want to make sure we focus this conversation, at least as we're starting out, to make sure that we are really able to get to the root cause and really able to deal with this effectively. That's really our goal.
Okay.
Madam
Sir,
Chair.
yeah, I'm going to call on Delegate Shalega. She'll ask her question, then she'll have a follow-up for you.
Oh, okay.
Yes, Mr. Fiastro, it looked like you had something you wanted to add to the conversation.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a mention, like, when we talk about the inventory that's contemplated on the bill, it really is an inventory in its entirety. And so if the committee were to consider limiting it, I think it might answer this question that Delegate Kaiser and Delegate Hill, you've brought up regarding the importance of inventorying perhaps smart microwave data. So if the committee, or if it were to be contemplated to include just high risk inventory, that might kind of narrow it down to answer concerns, because there's really not much benefit, I think, to your point of counting some other things.
Okay.
So that would be the point I would make, and something to consider. I mean, you're talking about a rather broad inventory, and while inventories are important, there are probably priorities that the state might want to triage as they're approaching it, as opposed to just doing a whole cattle call, if you will.
Okay. Delegate, your question?
That was my question.
Oh, okay, great.
I said something to add. I'm like, nothing to add.
Thank you.
I'm trying not to violate my own rules here, I don't see any questions, but I do have one. So in preparing for this bill hearing, I was looking online to see sort of like the state of the estates out there regarding AI. And over the past 5 years, 17 states have enacted 29 bills that focus on AI regulation, right? And they align the principles that we just discussed. Of these bills, how many have exempted university systems that are part of the state?
I would have to go back and do the analysis. We haven't done that analysis.
Can you do that for us,
We can,
please?
certainly.
And can you get that information to the committee?
We can, certainly.
All right, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, you have a great day. Thank you for being with us. We really appreciate it. And Mr. Wolf, I don't think I'm gonna see you again. You take care, okay? Not today, though. And that actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1271. Next, we have House Bill 883, Delegate Bandari. Will you be so kind and come up? And that is Department of Information Technology, Evaluation of Emerging Technologies, Maryland Artificial Intelligence in Governmental Services Act. Delegate Bandari.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and esteemed members of our committee. For the record, this is Delegate Harry Bandari representing District 8, Baltimore County. I stand before you today as a proud sponsor of House Bill 883, the Maryland Artificial Intelligence in Government Service Act. This bill represents an incredible step forward in our collective journey to embrace the potential of emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence to enhance and streamline the provision of public services in our state. The essence of House Bill 883, this mandates the Secretary of Information Technology to annually evaluate the integration and utility of AI and other emerging technologies within state and local government operations. The objective is clear, to ensure that our public services remain efficient, effective, and responsible to Marylanders' evolving needs and necessity and impact. In an era of unprecedented technological advancement, it is imperative that the government adopt and evolve to leverage these tools for the benefits of its citizen. AI and related technology hold the promise to revolutionize how public services are delivered, making them more accessible, faster, and cost-effective. The bill also strongly emphasizes assessing the potential benefits and risk associated with deploying these technologies. This balanced approach ensure that as we stride forward, we do so with caution, ensuring the ethical use of AI and safeguarding the privacy and rights of our citizens. And the fiscal implication, not much. While the bill entails an initial increase in general fund expenditure, these costs are an investment in our future by spending close to $133,000 in fiscal year 2025, with projected investment adjustment in the following years. We are laying the groundwork for more streamlined, efficient government operation that could lead to significant long-term saving and improve public trust and satisfaction. Though the bill's direct fiscal impact on local government is neutral, the indirect benefits are substantial. By providing local government with guidance on AI and technological advancement, we are equipping them with knowledge to innovate and improve their service delivery. For small business, the minimum impact does not overshadow the potential for improved interaction with government services and procurement process that become more efficient through technology. In conclusion, House Bill 883 is not just about technology. It is about the future of our state and its people. It is about ensuring our state remains a leader in innovation, governance, and public service excellence. By passing this bill, we're committing to a future where government works smarter, not harder, for its citizen. I urge the STEAM committee to favorably report House Bill 883, which again, I would say would pave the way for a more innovative, efficient, and responsible government.
Thank you, Delegate. I know that there are actually no other witnesses. Usually, you know, I go to the committee for questions, but I have a question for you. The governor on January 8th issued an executive order, right? Where he basically established an NI sub-cabinet to ensure that state agencies follow a set of principles guiding the ethical and productive use of AI technology. And then also to sort of keep an eye on it in the future. I believe that it's sort of a permanent cabinet in his government. Do you think that this bill, that covers this bill? And have you spoken to the Secretary of DoIT? I was looking for testimony from DoIT, and interesting enough, there's no testimony from them on this bill. And they left already, so have you spoken to them about your bill?
No, but I will.
Can you do that, please?
Yeah, will
Thank
do.
you so much. Are there any questions for the delegate? Seeing none, thank you, Delegate, for your leadership.
Thank you.
You're welcome. And this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 883. Next, we have House Bill, and actually, Delegate, I forgot, there is a letter in the file from Technic, and they're requesting an amendment, if you can look at that as well. Thank you. Thank you so much. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 883. Next, we have House Bill 1110, Delegate Kerr, and you have a Gayan Sampson. I hope I pronounced the name correct, from the city of Frederick. And it's House Bill 1110, Maryland Interstate Emergency Management Assistant Compact, City of Frederick. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairman and Madam Vice Chairman and fellow members of Health and Government Operations. I'm Delegate Ken Kerr. I am here today presenting House Bill 1110, which is Maryland Interstate Emergency Management Assistant Compact. And MIMAC is a statewide program that provides for mutual aid among jurisdictions in need of emergency assistance. The procedures to request assistance and solve financial and liability issues are provided to MIMAC participants. All 23 counties and the state with the state, as well as Baltimore City, and the cities of Annapolis, Laurel, Ocean City, and most recently Bowie belong to the compact. The compact members also offer cooperation in emergency management related exercises, testing, and other training and preparedness. This bill seeks to add the city of Frederick to the compact. I have here with me today the Chief of Staff of the Mayor of Frederick, Guyan Sampson, who will give you some additional details.
Good afternoon,
sir.
Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. Guyan Sampson here with the Mayor of the City of Frederick's office. Again, Delegate Kerr, thank you for this, for introducing this for us. You pretty much laid out what this does, and it allows for the City of Frederick to be a part of this compact, but it's also not about what the City of Frederick can get. It's also what the City of Frederick can give in case of an emergency and being able to respond immediately. I have nothing else to add.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the delegate and his panel? It's a local. Is this a local bill, Delegate?
It doesn't include the entire county, just the city of Frederick.
Okay.
So I didn't think it was appropriate to get a delegation letter of support since we have
Okay.
members in Washington County and Carroll County in our delegation.
Okay.
If you would like a District 3 letter of support, we can provide that for you.
It's not, you know what? The best representative of District 3 is right in front of me. That's good enough for me.
Okay.
No other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank
okay?
you.
And this actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1110. Next, we're gonna go on to the Delegate Hill, who has 4 bills today. House Bill 999, Delegate Hill. Work Group on Establishing a Science and Technology Best Practices and Innovation Network. And you have someone online. Will you be so kind and bring that person? Go ahead, Delegate, we're all yours.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. Let's stretch and breathe. Let the games begin.
This is the Health Committee, okay? So go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the best committee in Annapolis. I'm Terry Hill, and I am presenting House Bill 999 at the request of my constituent, Dr. Hassan Wahid. And this is a bill to establish a work group to look at how we might establish an innovative network or pilot councils. And the title is Work Group on Establishing a Science and Technology Best Practices and Innovation Network. And essentially, pilot councils are councils where citizens, not the government and not industry, can have opportunity to share best practices with respect to science, technology, artificial intelligence, machine learning, real-time issues, economic efficiency, and develop their networks and help to spur innovation in the field. And the idea would be to establish the work group as broken down with various members from areas of the state to look at the feasibility. These have been set up around the country. And we believe that setting up a network, which is sort of like having a tech council, but instead of it being the Maryland Tech Council as it exists for businesses, it's a tech council for citizens and for communities, and would give them the networking support that they need beyond just social media to share information. And we believe this could really be an engine to help Maryland move forward. We've looked at, in the area of technology, we've looked at how we can do better from a state government standpoint. We know there are ways that we can encourage innovation from a business standpoint. And this is going to that third leg of the stool and saying, well, what about the citizens themselves who are doing really creative and innovative things, but are lacking some of the networking ability to know who else to share with? These are voluntary networks, and that's essentially what this bill would do. And I'm going to hold it there and just point out there is no fiscal note.
All right, those are magic words. Mr. Tim Finnan, will you be so kind? Good afternoon, sir.
Yes, thank you for this opportunity to testify in support of House Bill 999. My name is Tim Finan, and I'm a professor of computer science and electrical engineering at UMBC. I've had over 50 years of experience teaching computer science and doing research on applying the latest technologies to problems in information, cybersecurity, healthcare, and AI. And in those 50 years, I've seen AI boom and bust cycles, but it's continually kind of going up. Our written testimony was done with Dr. Vandana Janeja, who is a professor of information systems and the associate dean for research and faculty development at UMBC's College of Engineering and Information Technology. We're at a pivotal moment with multiple breakthroughs in many scientific and technical domains, not just AI, but also things like cloud computing, advanced semiconductors, gene editing, RNA development, and renewable energy systems. This bill will create a robust innovation network of experts who can advise the state and help it establish best practices in adopting and using these science and technological advances. Maryland state universities like UMBC have significant expertise in many critical areas, and their staff and faculty can participate in such a network. They can support our societal advancement, provide thoughtful dialogue to identify risks and benefits, and suggest guardrails as needed to advance the latest innovations safely. The proposed innovation network can help the legislature understand the new technologies being proposed and adapted by businesses, hospitals, schools, and state operations. In this area of rapid technological advancement, this innovation network will make helpful expertise only a phone call or email message away. Thank you for your favorable consideration for House Bill 999.
Thank you, sir, for being with us today. Are there any questions for the delegate and her panel? I saw Delegate Lewis first.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Delegate Hill, and happy Delegate Hill Legislation Day. Quick question for you, and thank you to your panelist as well, who obviously has given so much to the field and really appreciate all your contributions, sir. Whoever's best to answer this question, there's a state agency called TEDCO, which is the Technology Startup Support Agency. And I was just wondering if the idea you've proposed could fit underneath their general mission. That is to be a home for companies and experts to go to for information about technology innovation.
So thank you for the question. And as I said, TEDCO is a good, it is really, its membership is about corporations. And we're trying to look at non-corporate entities, communities, and individuals who are working and have some science and technology, or frankly, who are working for companies or for the state and for universities who also have information they would like to share, non-proprietary, that is not part of the research that they're doing. And so the idea of the work group would be to look at whether it would fit under TEDCO, whether there's somewhere else it would fit, or whether this is a separate type of network that should be a standalone and just be given some support to help keep it, to get it going and keep it going. So that's what the work group would look at.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today. We really appreciate it. Okay. Sir, I know you raised your hand, but you're not allowed to testify unless you sign up, but you can speak with the delegate, great delegate sitting there when she's available. Thank you. All right, this concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1174. Next, we are on to Delegate Hill. Oh, wait a minute. This is not 1174. Sorry, wishful thinking. Sorry. This concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 999. And now we have House Bill 1174, Delegate Hill. And you have a virtual witness. Will you please bring that person up? Delegate Hill, this is State Government Technology Advisory Commission established. House Bill 1174. Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. All right, here we go. House Bill 1174, State Government Technology Advisory Commission. So this is, I think, a really important bill. I came before you a few years ago with a concern that we had advancing technology that we as a state were not on top of, and that we needed to look at ways to determine what our biases were within the systems we procured and the work that we did, and try to find a way to mitigate the damages that can be done from unthoughtful or not adequately thoughtful systems and policies. And that really arose from my experience in my first few years here in the General Assembly, where we kept passing bills that were designed to fix problems that we had not anticipated arising out of other policy that we had created. And working with Dr. Folds and Dr. Dr. Janija at UMBC and other folks, it became clear that the ways of trying to wrap around how to tell the state we could do better was compromised by the fact that the ideas were coming from us. And so last year we presented a bill that said, why don't we put together a council of experts, because we've got a great brain trust in the state, people who are doing the research, people who are doing the innovation, people who are looking for the next innovation that's coming down the line, particularly with respect to algorithmic systems, AI, and machine learning. And instead of Terry Hill with these experts writing a bill about how the state can do better, why don't we put together a commission and let them advise the state on an ongoing basis of how this could be done? And I thought we had it, and instead of it coming back to this committee, which is thoughtful, it went to appropriations.
Appropriations is also very thoughtful.
They're also very thoughtful.
Yes, they are.
They are thoughtful, but given that there are chairs from a particular district for both committees who are very deep and thoughtful, what happened was is that when the bill was heard last year, we were approaching the end of the session, and although the committee responded that this is really a good idea, they didn't have time. We didn't have a Senate crossfile. Subsequent to that, Chat GPT stage 4, set 4 came out, and all of a sudden everyone became really aware of not just the benefits of AI, but the potential damage of AI. And our chair asked for those of us who've been playing in this area, including Delegate Kaiser, Delegate Lewis, Delegate Kerr, Delegate Young, and Senator Hester, to see if we could put some things together. And we began working over the summer with UMBC, with Morgan State University, because it was also pointed out last year that we as a state had created at Morgan State University the Center for Equitable AI and Machine Learning, and that we had created it just for such a time as this. And so what we did over the summer is met with UMBC, met with Morgan University, met with Mr. Shah, who was here earlier, Nishant Shah, and Do It, and met with the legislative stakeholders, and are representing this Tech Advisory Commission to dovetail with the bill that Delegate Lewis presented earlier. And one of the key parts of that bill was the creation of a government AI subcabinet. And what we're all agreed on, and the governors or the administration has agreed on, that for that subcabinet to do its best work, it would benefit from having the advice of the experts that this bill is designed to pull together. So with that, that is the bill that is before you. And I let Dr. Folds to speak if that's all right.
Sure. Thank you, Delegate. Go ahead, Dr. Folds.
Thank you very much. Chair Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Collison, and members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'm James Folds. I'm an associate professor in the Information Systems Department at UMBC. My research focuses on fairness and bias in AI and machine learning systems, and I have multiple federal grants and research publications on this topic. I am pleased to testify in support of House Bill 1174. This bill is complementary to the other bills on AI that have been heard today and is urgent for similar reasons. While all of these bills are important, HB 1174 asks relatively little of the state. I believe it represents a common sense proposal that should be relatively uncontroversial, no microwaves required. As already discussed several times earlier in this session, AI and data-driven systems are currently being used by the state of Maryland for decision-making in areas including criminal justice, law enforcement, and healthcare. These systems are valuable as they can potentially lead to better, more reliable, and more just decisions. However, the fair and equitable behavior of algorithmic decision systems is far from guaranteed. A growing body of research, including my own work, has shown that biases can enter these systems at every stage of the development process. algorithmic bias can lead to incorrect and unfair decisions with potentially life-altering consequences. Impacted individuals often have no recourse to correct these decisions. So the antidote to algorithmic bias is as simple as ensuring that data ethics, fairness, and transparency are given appropriate consideration in the design of algorithmic decision systems. By establishing the Technology Advisory Commission to study and make recommendations on AI and algorithmic decision systems in the state of Maryland, House Bill 1174 is an important step towards this goal. The bill will help ensure that responsible AI best practices will protect Maryland citizens and advance the state's efforts to be inclusive and fair. For more information, please see the written testimony I have submitted in support of this bill, jointly written with Dr. Vanda Najaneja. Thank you for your favorable consideration of House Bill 1174.
And thank you for being with us today and for providing your expertise. I do have a question, the same question I asked Delegate Bandari. Given that the governor issued an executive order on January 8th and created a cabinet, right, to look at a lot of these issues, do you think that they're doing what your bill proposes to do?
No, Madam Chair, thank you. And we've worked with, again, the bill sponsor and the cross-file sponsor, and we worked with DoIT. And initially, we had even talked about incorporating this bill into that bill, and then decided for a number of reasons, including the fiscal, that this needed to stand alone.
Okay.
That they consider this, and I'm sorry, Mr. Shah did not offer his testimony for this. We'll hopefully have him come to subcommittee. That the sub-cabinet needs the expertise that this commission would provide.
Okay.
The other points I wanted to make is that we would see this commission as initially helping with what the sub-cabinet is set up to do, but then becoming ongoing, because we believe that this is the kind of advice that will be needed for the long term. And we've been asked to offer some amendments, and among them are to include the Maryland Insurance Administration, which has great expertise. We would like to accept that. I've offered an amendment to make UMBC appointee the vice chair of the commission. And we have other groups that have asked to be included as well. Particularly University Systems has asked to be included with multiple appointees. And I would just ask, if this comes to subcommittee, which I think it will, that what we tried very hard to do as we worked this bill over the interim is balance both the number of people and also the balance between the different academic institutions, to try and make sure that it doesn't become one institution's project. And so we have looked at a structure that would allow for subcommittees to be created as the commission determines are necessary, similar to what was done with the 911 Next Generation bill and what has been done with the Attorney General's Access to Justice Work Group, where we can work with multiple stakeholders that don't have to be in the commission per se, but can work through the subgroups.
So that makes sense. And can I ask you something now, given your testimony right now, can you please meet with DoIT and see if you can get a letter of support?
Absolutely.
And since the appropriation is 100,000 for, each year, can you also talk to the governor's office and
Sure.
see if they can help with that, okay?
Okay, and I would just add that as far as the appropriation, one of the sticking points was, as I said, we were housing that at Morgan's Center for Equitable AI and Machine Learning. And some of the expenses can be absorbed there. And we're having discussions with them about how much, since they get appropriations from the state.
Can you take care of that, please? Take care of the fiscal note and getting the governor office involved, okay?
Very good.
And please keep Attorney Road informed.
Very good.
All right?
Thank you.
Any questions? All right, seeing none, thank you, sir, for being with us. We appreciate you. This actually concludes the bill hearing on the House Bill 1174. Let's now move on to House Bill 1105, Delegate Woods. Advance. Oh. I'm sorry, I'm too fast. Sorry. Let's go to Delegate Kerr. Are you ready, Delegate Kerr? Thank you for being flexible. Let's do Delegate Kerr, certified nursing assistants, licensing requirements, and administrative updates. I believe you have Ms. Kaufman. The Maryland Hospital Association is here. Yes. Jake and Jane. And then you have Rosalie Griffith. Can you come up, please? So the only one missing will be Ms. Kaufman. If you can come up with a delegate and have a seat, please. Thank you very much. Delegate, will you be so kind and give us your testimony? And thank you for being flexible. We really appreciate it.
Well, good afternoon again, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee. I'm Delegate Ken Kerr, here today with House Bill 1125, Certified Nursing Assistants Licensing Requirement and Administrative Updates. This is a modification of a bill that I introduced last session and we worked on over the interim with a group led by the Department of Health and the Board of Nursing. There are amendments to the bill, so my comments today will reflect those, the amendments that we've been working on. This bill seeks to align Maryland with other states that allow certified nursing assistants to work in all settings. Maryland is the only state that has a different classification for nurses working in nursing facilities. In the late 1990s, the federal government adopted regulations and they implemented them that set forth requirements for certified nursing assistants in nursing facilities, which for the most part addressed education and training requirements focused on caring for the elderly. While the other states adopted these federal requirements across all settings, Maryland created two tracks, one for nursing assistants and the other for geriatric nursing assistants. In order to work in a nursing facility in Maryland, an individual has to be a geriatric nursing assistant and meet the federal requirements. Over the years, this bill has caused a lot of issues and it makes it harder for people to work in nursing facilities and for the nursing facilities to find adequate staffing. Therefore, this bill will begin the process of disentangling these two tracks by requiring all nursing assistant training programs to meet federal requirements as well as state requirements by October 1st, 2025, including requiring students to take the board approved competency evaluation. This will then ensure that all of those individuals who have successfully completed a nursing training program after October 1st, 2025 will satisfy the federal requirements and be able to work in all settings, provide greater flexibility for certified nursing assistants to ease the burden of nursing facilities. However, recognizing the workforce shortage, this bill will not require certified nursing assistants working in non-nursing home facilities to meet these requirements. And for a little while, there's going to be two designations of certified nursing assistants, nursing assistant 1 and 2. Through attrition, we'll move towards having the single designation over time. Along those same lines, the bill addresses nursing assistants as well as acute training programs, which the witnesses up in my panel will explain further. So it would be good if we could get this done sooner rather than later. There's to ensure that there's adequate time to inform training programs as well as current nursing assistants about these changes. I just want to point out that this represents the work of 2 years with Maryland Hospital Association, the Board of Nursing, Leading Age, Lifespan, HFAM, and others. And I think we've come to good agreement and we have bringing you a good product. So now I would like to turn it over to my panel.
Ms. Kaufman just arrived too.
Ms. Kaufman just arrived. Look at you.
I know you love that, right? How I just put you on the spot? Just kidding.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Should we go with your name?
Sure, happy to start. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Janae Gorwal. I'm testifying on behalf of the Board of Nursing in support with amendments of HB 1125. The board believes that frontline direct care workers are critical to the nursing workforce. This bill allows for portability of certificate holders across the healthcare continuum. And as Maryland's nursing assistants move towards meeting the federal nurse aid requirements, they will gain more employment options, thereby strengthening their labor in the market. The board's proposed amendments focus on maintaining some of the law's existing language that functions to protect the public. The amendments also seek to provide a reasonable timeline for the implementation of the one designation certification. The board's proposed timeline will allow existing CNA-only training programs to have ample notice to adjust their current curriculum to include all federally mandated content. The proposed timeline will also permit the board to perform the necessary upgrades to its licensing system to accommodate the new CNA designations of CNA 1 and CNA 2. The board believes that passing this bill will align Maryland with the many other states that have one nursing assistant designation that meets the requirements under both federal and state law. So we urge the committee to issue a favorable report to HB 1125 as amended. Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. For the record, my name is Dana Kaufman. I'm here on behalf of Lifespan Network. I want to thank Delegate Kerr for hanging in with us all interim and really trying to work through some of these issues. It's not easy, given the fact that we are trying to realign our program so that we can have one designation. Because of that, it is going to take some time, but we think the bill is very well thought out to make sure that we do not disrupt the current workforce that is so important, but also give greater opportunity for hiring in the future. We do support the amendments that have been worked on. They are consensus amendments, and we would urge a favorable vote. Thank you.
Next, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Jake Whitaker on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association here to support House Bill 1125. MHA and our members support Delegate Kerr's amendments to House Bill 1125 and appreciate the collaboration with the Board of Nursing. The amendments address the hospital field's previous concerns with acute care CNA training programs complying with all federal requirements, primarily that CNA program instructors have at least 1 year of experience in long-term care. As written, the bill allows graduates of acute care CNA training programs to be eligible to take the national exam. This change will ensure all graduates of CNA programs take the exact same exam. This bill also allows nursing students, after completing a portion of their training, to work as nursing assistants without a certification. Many times, qualified nursing students must wait for a certification to work. This change would encourage nursing students to work in a school while they're in school in this capacity, helping them gain additional clinical experience while they're in school. And it can also help alleviate the CNA workforce shortage and provide much needed support to the nursing workforce. So for those reasons, we respectfully request a favorable report of House Bill 1125 as amended. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Rosalie Griffith. I am a registered nurse currently employed by the University of Maryland Medical System and a Talbot County resident. Approximately 2 weeks ago, you were asked by the Maryland nurses to support a bill that would provide additional resources to CNAs and others attending nursing school programs. While the Pathway program would open the door for people to attend nursing school, it is only one step in increasing the nursing team workforce that we need. Today, I ask you to support a bill that will allow us to educate and fill the CNA positions that are needed and will continue to be needed to meet the staffing challenges. The U.S. Department of Labor reports that 18% of the CNA workforce will leave the profession, while the demand will increase by 4%. CNAs are an essential component to the care delivery model, allowing RNs and LPNs to practice at the top of their license for highly qualified nursing teams. As a UMMC member, I represent one of 9 facilities across the state. And while we are all different in location and our community we serve is different, the one common denominator is the need for quality, well-trained nursing staff at all skill levels to help all the community's needs. As people who serve our Maryland citizens, we have a responsibility to make sure that healthcare is not limited due to the lack of trained staff. By passing House Bill 1125, you are allowing another avenue to obtain a CNA certification and thereby reducing barriers and increasing our CNA workforce. This entry-level position is essential to the current and forecasted demands of the nursing workforce. We owe it to our citizens to support this bill for the future of healthcare. Thank you.
You're welcome. I'm going to open it up for questions now from the committee. Are there any questions? Vice Chair Collison?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Delegate, for sticking with it and for all of you being engaged in getting us to the place we are, which is a very good place. I just want to affirm, Delegate, that you are comfortable with all of the amendments, because it's pretty substantial amendments. So I just wanted to make sure. All
Yes.
good.
All good.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Delegate Hill?
Thank you, and thank you for this
Welcome.
bill and for all the work. And if it's in the testimony, I just haven't seen it, just refer me to the testimony. But as we're making the transition, can you just quickly tell us what is the difference in training now that everyone will have to have? Like, is there dementia training only for the geriatrics now, but now everyone will have to have, what training will everyone have to have that they don't all have to have now?
Maybe I can. So just so you understand, I have taught the CNA program is from everybody from high school to community college, proprietary schools, facilities and long-term care, as well as now in acute care. And the fundamental, basic, foundational training will remain the same. So currently, the federal government requires us to do 16 areas prior to allowing anybody to go on the clinical units. Those will stay. The other 23 skills will currently stay. They're foundational skills. I guess distinction between the two is that the acute care CNAs, for example, would be allowed to have additional skills that are more consistent with the acute care arena. So, and then the geriatric skills will be consistent with what we need in the long-term care arena. So, for example, in long-term care, we do not have our GNAs do finger sticks. It's just something that is not done in that setting. However, in acute care, we would. So it's fine tuning those, but the foundational skills across the board are all the same, and they have to be in order to pass the national exam.
So there are distinctions now, and I want to be clear that these ones and twos and eventually just one will be doing both things. So those who didn't have to know finger sticks will, and those who didn't have to know dementia training. So they've got the foundational, but we're not saying you don't have to know anymore. Now you have to know both.
Correct. You would be more inclined to learn both than just one set. Correct. And again, these skills that we're talking about are actually federally required skills under the Healthcare Reform Act of 1989. So we don't, the Federal Reform Act of 1989. So we don't have the option to change some of them. We are only allowed to add to them. We can't take away from them. Correct.
Okay.
And Delegate Collison has something to say, right, Delegate Collison?
One of the things I love about this bill is it will create a population that can go into my nursing pathways program. And we'll have more than enough LPNs and RNs after that. So thank you.
All right. Delegate, I don't see any other questions, but I do have a question. Delegate Kerr, can you address the fiscal note?
I'm gonna help with that as well.
The fiscal note, it's for the first year, $262,900.
Yes, I have someone who can address that for you.
Oh, thank you very much.
I did volunteer. The fiscal note would represent the expenditures for hiring a nursing program consultant to evaluate CNA training program applications and ensure the revised curriculum meets federal requirements. And there's also an upgrade to our current licensing system that would be needed to issue the new designation of CNA 1 and CNA 2. And for renewal applicants would need to be configured to issue a new certification designation without changing their certificate numbers. And per our database administrator, the renewal piece is the costliest upgrade.
But is that money coming from the general fund, or is it going to come because it's FY 2025?
I can get back to you.
Can you get back to us, please?
Yes.
And if there's a problem, can you work on it, please?
Sure.
Thank you very much. All right, and I think that's it. I don't see any other questions. I have an unfavorable, and that is Deborah Brocado.
Good
Yes, ma'am,
afternoon,
you can
Madam
get
Chair
started.
and delegates. I'm Deborah Bricado with Maryland Right to Life, and you have my written testimony. On behalf of our followers across the state, we do request an amendment excluding abortion purposes from House Bill 1125. Without the amendment, we do ask for an unfavorable report. There are many who have said they want Maryland to be a safe haven for abortion. Well, Maryland is becoming a safe haven for abortion and for the entities that provide abortion services. But Maryland is not a safe haven for women and girls seeking those services. This bill must be seen in the context of other legislation that has passed or is about to pass. This bill, along with others for other healthcare professionals, expands scope of practice and loosens licensing requirements. Last year, this body passed 2 laws that are shields against litigation for the entities that provide reproductive health services. While Maryland Right to Life opposes abortion, we recognize the dignity of the women and girls of Maryland and that they deserve to receive safe, quality medical care and an ability to seek justice when adverse events occur. This bill, compounded with other legislation, would deprive them of this basic expectation. House Bill 1125 could be used to staff abortion facilities while at the same time is expanding scope of practice for CNAs and loosening their licensing restrictions or loosening their restrictions for their duties. This is not in the best interest of patients, especially for women and girls receiving the dangerous abortion drugs when dispensed by less educated individuals or unlicensed individuals. Access to abortion drugs is not a good reason for lax licensing. So please consider the health and well-being of the women and girls of Maryland over making Maryland a safe haven for profits for the abortion industry. Please add an amendment to exclude abortion purposes from this bill. Without it, we do ask for an unfavorable report on House Bill 1125.
Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you so much for being with us today. This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 1125. Next, we have House Bill 1105, Delegate Wood, Advanced Practice Registered Nurses, Certification Requirement and Exceptions. And you have 2 people with you, Robin Elliott. Is Robin here? And I see you. And the Maryland Board of Nursing. Will you be so kind? Hi, how are you, Delegate?
I am doing wonderful. Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair in absence, and members of this prominent Health and Government Operations Committee. For the record, I'm Delegate Jamila Woods, District 26, and I'm here to request your favorable response for House Bill 1105, Advanced Practice Registered Nurses, Certification Requirements and Exceptions. Advanced Practice Registered Nurses, APRNs, are at the forefront of delivering preventative care and ongoing healthcare services to the residents of Maryland. Their work is further enhanced when nursing students who have met specific requirements are permitted to commence practice through clinical rotations under the appropriate clinical supervision and in agreement with guidelines established by the Board of Nursing. To demonstrate his commitment to leave no one behind, and to reduce the shortage of nurses in Maryland, our esteemed Governor Westmore increased funding for nursing by $5.8 million last year. Advanced practice registered nurses include nurse practitioners, certified nurse midwives, certified registered nurse anesthetists, clinical nurse specialists, and nurse psychotherapists, all of whom benefit tremendously from this increased funding, as well as strengthening the future of healthcare in Maryland. But these provisions can become ineffective if appropriate beneficiaries of the financial provisions are restricted from utilizing their skills during the urgency of now. An increase in APRNs for nursing students will greatly contribute to the increased need for the current diverse APRN services and in reducing practice authority restrictions. Advanced practice registered nurses with particularly applicable skills can also alleviate the gap can help to alleviate the gap resulting from physician shortages. This will ultimately result in greater outcomes for consumers, including those receiving services in hospital settings where nursing vacancies have adversely and significantly impacted service provision in Maryland. Finally, it should be noted that clinical rotations are currently completed in almost all areas of medical and behavioral health services. And for this reason, I am requesting your favorable response to HB 1105. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate, for your great testimony. Who's next?
First. I'm warmed up. Hello again, Madam Chair, Madam Vice
Follow
Chair.
that.
Members of the committee, and thank you, Delegate Woods. My name is Janae Gorwal. I'm here to testify in favor of House Bill 1105 on behalf of the Board of Nursing, who submitted the legislation for your review this session. This bill requires an individual subject to certain exceptions to be certified as an advanced practice registered nurse, or APRN, before practicing advanced practice registered nursing in the state. And importantly, it provides clarity to the existing wording of the law regarding nursing students. APRNs address important deficits in our healthcare system, such as that in the workforce for primary care delivery. For instance, more than 88% of the licensed nurse practitioners, or NPs, in the US are educated and prepared in primary care, and more than 70% of those who are clinically practicing deliver primary care. Across the country, NPs complete more than 1 billion patient visits annually. Maryland currently has over 12,000 NPs, which is a number we hope will grow along with the quantity of other APRNs, including with the entry of those newly educated. The board receives a number of inquiries each year from APRNs completing their clinical rotations whose training process is disrupted by a lack of clarity in Maryland's code. As it stands now, advanced practice nursing students in our state do have the permission to practice advanced practice registered nursing while enrolled in accredited graduate programs, but that is not expressly stated in the law. With this bill, we can clarify that APRN students are permitted to practice advanced practice registered nursing without a certificate in accordance with regulations adopted by the board. The board respectfully urges a favorable report on this bill to further enable the uninterrupted training of these students of such an incredibly important practice. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Good afternoon, Robin Elliott here today on behalf of the Maryland Nurses Association and the Maryland affiliate of the American College of Nurse Midwives. It's a great bill. Me too.
Oh, we love that. And there's a particular bill coming, 1388. And I know that it has 30-something witnesses. The committee loves Me Too. This is ahead of time, okay? And the other ones too, 934. We love Me Too. All right, so let's go to questions. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you for your work. We have one unfavorable, Ms. Deborah Brocado. Will you be so kind and come up?
Good afternoon again.
Good
And
afternoon. Long time no see.
It's good to see all of you. Again, I'm Deborah Brocado with Maryland Right to Life. And again, for House Bill 1105, we're asking for an amendment to exclude abortion purposes from the bill, or we ask for an unfavorable report. Again, I would like to reiterate that Maryland is becoming a safe haven for abortion and the entities that provide abortion services, but not for the women and girls who are seeking those services. This bill also can be seen in the context of other legislation, in particular, the Advanced Practice Registered Nurse Compact, which has already passed through the House, And that bill allows APRNs to practice across state lines, including prescribing the dangerous abortion drugs via telehealth without benefit of the in-person exam. That's bad enough, but this bill further degrades the medical care by loosening certification requirements. We do feel that the women and girls of Maryland, while we oppose abortion, do deserve safe, quality medical care. So we do request an amendment to exclude abortion purposes from this bill for their safety. And without it, we do ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you for being with us today, Ms. Brocado. You have a blessed day. And this actually concludes the bill hearing on 1 minute. I'm going to pass on House Bill 1105. Just wanted to confirm that I was right. Next, we're going to House Bill 1054, Delegate Hill. And you may bring your panel, Brandon Floyd, the Maryland Hospital Association, the Maryland Board of Physicians, and Meg High, if you guys can come up. Delegate Hill, you want to go ahead? Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Terry Hill, presenting House Bill 1054, which is a bill designed to help address the provider shortage here in the state. And it also does something else, which I will mention. This committee has been trying for a number of years to address the healthcare shortage among various providers, from our direct care providers to our nurses to our physicians. And in fact, some of the things that we have done is in the name of there being a lack of available physicians, particularly in rural areas and some other underserved communities. We have been good about taking people with a different level of training, in some cases without residency training, but who are qualified and have determined that they are actually within Maryland able to act like physicians. So while we've done those things, what we haven't done is looked at the number of physicians in the state who are not allowed to practice as physicians. And so what this bill would do is look at our immigrant doctors. These are not people who simply trained in another country, but these are people who trained in another country and practiced medicine in another country for a minimum of 5 years, and then come to Maryland for any number of reasons, often having to do with world conflicts and economic issues and other kinds of things. But when they come here, the general rule is that they have to repeat their residency training. There is an exception pathway that allows for people with exceptional reputation and so forth to bypass maybe 1 year, provided they are affiliated with one of our teaching institutions, but they have to repeat their residency training. And if they are specially trained, they have to repeat their fellowship, and then they can, seek certification and licensure, and then they can practice. You can imagine that that's quite a barrier, not simply because of the financial cost, but also because residency spots are competitive. We don't have enough. So what this would do is create an alternative pathway to allow these trained practicing physicians who come here with skills and experience to practice as physicians in Maryland. I will tell you, in the time I spent in Florida, what was interesting to me, and this is, back in the previous century, but physicians from Cuba, for instance, were mostly practicing in hospitals as assistants to the surgeons, taking care of the patients a lot as physician assistants would, but not actually acting as the official surgeon, either in terms of their title, their duties, or their pay. Yet, particularly in surgery, they might start a case, they might finish the case, but they weren't the surgeon assigned to the case. So this is not a problem unique to Maryland, but I do think it's a problem that we're able to wrap ourselves around. And the specifics of the bill, I'll be happy to answer some questions about. But when I spoke to physicians in Maryland who are licensed and practicing, who trained and practiced in other countries before coming here, what they said to me is simply creating a pathway that has an examination that you can study for is not the way to go, because we must be sure that the standard of care is understood and ensured. And so the mechanism we developed in this bill is a way of trying to ensure the standard of care is there. But I won't go into those details because the amendments that MedChi has asked us to consider would say, let's do a work group. Let's start with this bill, turn it into a work group, and come back next year with real specific suggestions of how we can create this alternative pathway to best utilize the talent that Maryland is fortunate to have without exploiting them, without asking them to waste time that is not necessary, and frankly, while still ensuring that folks who come here and can demonstrate that they understand the standard of care and can demonstrate that they are competent and well-practiced can indeed help to serve the people of Maryland. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next.
Thank you and good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Brandon Floyd on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association, here to support House Bill 1054. This important bill forms a consortium of residency programs that will develop new pathways for international physicians. Maryland hospitals continue to face staffing shortages, including physician shortages. Maryland is projected to be short 1,052 physicians by 2030. To study Maryland's workforce shortages, in 2022, MHA developed a healthcare workforce report that outlines a roadmap to ensure Maryland has sufficient workforce now and in the future. House Bill 1054 would support the roadmap's goals by creating opportunities for international medical graduates who are already trained and licensed to practice in their home countries. Currently, Maryland hospitals rely on J-1 visa waiver programs, a program that allows internationally educated physicians to practice in the U.S. as a vehicle to incorporate international physicians in the U.S. workforce. Unfortunately, Maryland hospitals often max out the allotted number of visas for physicians, prohibiting otherwise competent international physicians from practicing in Maryland. The Maryland Hospital Association welcomes the expansion of skilled international physicians as a solution to the healthcare workforce crisis, and for these reasons recommend a favorable report on House Bill 1054. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the committee. I'm Steve Wise here on behalf of MedChi. As the delegate mentioned, we've spoken to her with some initial concerns, but I think we've all agreed this is a goal we want to pursue, and studying it a little bit to make sure we're proposing solutions that will actually work is a good idea. The law does a good job right now of talking about the requirements for international medical graduates, but what Delegate Hill is trying to get to is those that not only are perhaps graduates from other countries, but also have a considerable amount of experience there. And are we making them jump through hoops here that maybe they shouldn't have to, with residency being repeated and that type of thing? But on the counter side of that is we want to make sure that the quality of that person's training matches what we're used to seeing here domestically or in medical schools, that we're able to more readily identify their graduation criteria and so forth. So with all of that, we support the bill, and we hope to come back next year with some concrete proposals to try to make this a more efficient process for those physicians.
Matthew, will you come up? Thank you. Thank you for your testimony, Steve.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Matt Dudzik on behalf of the Maryland Board of Physicians. I want to thank Delegate Hill for introducing HB 1054 and for taking the lead on this issue. I'm sure that everyone in this committee is very well acquainted with the challenges that we face with regard to the healthcare workforce in Maryland, particularly in areas of health disparity. Physicians with international training and experience could provide a much needed infusion into areas that are struggling to meet the healthcare needs of their populace. As the board, we are tasked with ensuring that anyone who receives a license to practice medicine is fully qualified to do so. And that means a combination of medical education at an accredited school and clinical training in the form of generally either a medical residency or fellowship. So our challenge as the board is finding out how to balance the needs of the workforce with our responsibility to thoroughly vet every applicant. The good news is that these issues are not occurring in a vacuum. Medical boards across the country are currently taking a look at how both international medical graduates and internationally practicing physicians are handled. There are a number of states, including Maine, Tennessee, Massachusetts, Arizona, that have all been exploring different models. And most recently, the Federation of State Medical Boards just announced that they are working with national and international organizations to craft recommendations for licensing requirements and alternative pathways that would address this issue. As this is something the board is already following closely, the board would be more than happy to prepare a report to the legislature reviewing how other states are addressing this issue, including the results of FSMB's new work group and any recommendations therein. We urge a favorable report with the board's amendments, and thank you for your time.
Jane, do you want to testify? Because we had testimony already from the hospital. And he was amazing. All right, let's go. Welcome to our committee. Are there any questions for this panel? Yes, Delegate Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just so
You're
I'm
welcome.
clear, the amendments just changed the bill to become a study? Is that what they do?
A work group.
A work group, got it.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Delegate Hill, for this bill. And thank you to your panelists. We do have to think creatively about the physician workforce shortage. And I wonder if I sometimes feel a little guilty thinking about ways to bring highly trained, very well educated physicians from other countries, because it does have the potential to create a brain drain in other countries. But that said, we've got to do what we can. And I wonder if there if this work group could consider other types of incentives that would not just attract internationally trained physicians, but incentivize them staying. For example, it's one thing to attract someone, another thing to get them to stay. So there are initiatives like student loan forgiveness or pathways to licensure and other things. Are those ideas that you have for this work group?
And thank you for the question. I think you're actually bringing up a good point that makes this bill a little different from some of the other things we looked at. This bill is really not designed to incentivize people to come to America. It's looking at physicians who are already here, who moved here for other reasons, not because of a job pull, who weren't enticed to come to a residency program through a visa, people who came here because this is where their families needed to come, often for safety reasons, et cetera, and they're here. And they're not practicing as physicians, even though they have practiced for a minimum of 5 years in their home country. So I think I have no objection certainly to considering that in the subcommittee, but it really is directed differently. And I think the other piece is that other than, whatever the proximate cause was that forced or encouraged them to leave their country, be it war or famine or whatever, this does not create a brain drain from other countries. It simply says, since these people are already leaving and they're coming here, how can we both show respect for their training, allow them to practice to the highest level of their training, and gain from that for our residents, a profit from that.
Okay. Any other questions? Bagnum.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for this bill. I really appreciate that you're looking for pathways for people who are already here to do what they do and what they were trained to do. I just wanted to be clear if the bill sponsor was amenable to amending the study, or if because they're on your panel, I just wanted to make sure that, that you were amenable
Yeah.
to.
I'm amenable to taking the bill as it is and just moving forward with the pathway if there were support. I'm also amenable to taking a step back, letting some other time come into gaining the support and doing the study to see if there is a better way to do this than what the bill proposes.
Thank you. And if I can have a follow-up, this is for the board, because you did mention that you were already working on this issue. Do you feel secure that you will have recommendations based on some of what the other states are doing in an efficacious time period?
Absolutely. So we have already been monitoring. Most recently, Tennessee passed some legislation that it goes into effect in July. We've been watching that very closely. They're supposed to be crafting qualification requirements for the individuals. It does. That bill focuses a little bit more on international medical graduates than on currently practicing physicians, but it does open up a pathway for both parties because it allows for kind of a sponsorship program for hospitals that isn't limited just to IMGs, but also to internationally practicing physicians. We also have been looking very closely at, so Massachusetts, for instance, has they had an entire special commission on this where they've studied this issue and they have a broad number of recommendations, both short, mid, and long-term recommendations. And so I think that, you know, I think that it's important to build off of the work that a lot of other folks are doing, because, you know, especially when you start looking at, you know, organizations like FSMB, they'll be able to access resources and, you know, have a more holistic picture of the national healthcare workforce than I think perhaps we might just here in Maryland. But at the same time, you know, it's something that we are following closely, and we're confident that we can prepare a report, you know, before the end of the year.
You have another one?
No, go ahead.
All right, Delegate Martinez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Delegate Hill, it looked like you might have something to add. Is that so?
Thank you, Delegate. Thank you. Yes, so the Tennessee bill was mentioned, and when we initially drafted, we looked at that, and when we discussed it both with the board and with MedChi, they had significant problems with that. And so the bill that we're proposing, the pathway, is unique as far as we're aware, not like the Massachusetts, not like the Tennessee. And I think the idea of the amendment that MedChi is saying is to both look at what's happening around the country, what the board has said they would want to look at, and then compare it to what we're suggesting and see if a best idea is out there, and if not, what would a best idea look like?
Okay. Now I have a question for the delegate and the board. Do you think a bill is due? A bill is necessary if the board is willing to staff it, and if the parties can come together?
I don't think we have to have a bill to have a work group if we have a commitment to do the work.
Let me get a commitment right now from the board, a physician.
Certainly, the board is happy to, you know, as I said, to prepare a report, regardless of whether there's a bill.
Okay, no, but I want you to commit to having a work group. I need people to give their voices, because what happens is you have the report, then you come back and people will say, I didn't participate. We need to do it again. Do I have your commitment?
Absolutely.
Hospital Association, do I have your commitment to participate?
Yes.
MedChi, do I have your commitment to participate?
You do.
Delegate Hill.
Was there a question in there, ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely, Madam Chair.
And does someone have this bill in the Senate?
Yes, I believe Senator Jennings.
Can you include Senator Jennings as well? Is there someone that should be at the table who's not?
Oh, I'm sorry. No, he doesn't have this bill. And so I don't think there's a crossfile for this bill.
All right, so I will commit all four of you to, as soon as we're done, agree on dates that you can meet. And then also any other parties that you think should come to the table, please bring them. If you need me nudging someone a little bit, please contact my office or my cell phone, okay?
Very good. Thank you very much.
And can you give us a letter?
A
She's
letter.
gonna be happy, a letter of withdrawal.
Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Okay, so we have next Ms. Deborah Brocado. We have to stop meeting this way, Ms. Brocado. 3 times in a day. Go ahead.
All right, again, for the record, I'm Deborah Brocado with Maryland Right to Life. And the third bill, again, we would like an amendment for this to exclude abortion purposes from House Bill 1054. And again, we don't want Maryland to be, we want the women and girls of Maryland to feel safe in their medical care. Even though we object to abortion, we would like them to receive good care where they don't suffer adverse events. In the context of all the other legislation, that it has expanded scope of practice and loosens licensing requirements, and also passing the 2 SHIELD laws last year that protect entities that provide reproductive health services. They don't protect the patients. They put obstacles in the way of the patients who are injured, trying to seek recompense. So again, Maryland Right to Life opposes abortion, but we do feel that women and girls deserve to receive safe, quality medical care. A licensing exam is not a hoop, and this bill would have allowed a foreign physician to receive a license even if they don't pass the licensing exam for at least a year, and would allow them to continue working as a physician if they didn't pass the exam. It makes it easier to supply staff for the abortion industry. Access does not equate good or better medical care. So we do ask again for an amendment to exclude abortion purposes from this bill. Without it, we ask for an unfavorable report on House Bill 1054. If there is a work group, or you're saying it is being switched to a work group,
Yeah, we're not gonna have the
so,
bill.
yeah, I hope they will keep that in mind and maybe ask someone from the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists to be part of that work group.
Well, MedChi will be part of it, so they will be. They
So-
represent them.
Okay,
Okay?
all right.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thank you.
And you can, when they have a meeting, you can feel free to attend as well. Okay? Thank you. We're very, very inclusive here. Anyone else for this bill? I think this is it. All right, we are done with House Bill 1054. And now we're going to go to House Bill 934, Delegate Hutchinson, Radiation Therapy, Radiography, Nuclear Medicine Technology, and Radiology Assistant, Limited License Radiology. One second. Radiologic Technologist. And your first sponsor is the Hospital Association, Jane. Then I have Sheena, Chris, Dr. Berger, and Dr. Brick. Will you come up with a delegate, please? And bring up chairs if you don't have enough. Thank you very much. I want to thank everyone that is left on this bill. We have, just for scheduling purposes, we have 2 bills left, and they have a lot of witnesses. We have Delegate Hutchinson, and then there has 27 witnesses, and Delegate Hill has 31 witnesses. But we will be done after that, so just be patient. Stretch your arms, okay? All right. Delegate, we're all yours.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. I'm happy to say it's still afternoon, so that we're off to a good start. I do believe I will owe this committee dinner as well. So sit back, get the popcorn out, because this is a scope of practice bill, and we know how those sometimes go. I want to acknowledge, though, I don't think everybody behind here is waiting for Delegate Hill's bill. I think they're here for this bill, but I want to acknowledge behind me, I think, are some of the best professionals that we have here in the state of Maryland. Radiological technologists, radiologists, they are compassionate, they care, they're professional. We're very fortunate that we have them here. And as we know, nobody likes to have their profession scoped, and but I think we can get through this today. So I look forward to having this discussion. For the record, my name is Delegate Tom Hutchinson. I'm here to present House Bill 934. Now, this is a great amended bill that will help address many issues we have here in the state of Maryland. It will improve access. It's going to improve quality of care. It's going to address the workforce shortage. It's going to reduce the cost to patients. And to me particularly, it's going to help reduce ED wait times. But I also want to make sure that you understand we've worked very hard to ensure that patient safety is not compromised. The safety of the patient is and always will be paramount to me. So I'm not even going to read the title of the bill. Disregard everything you have in the floor system. We have rewritten this entire bill, and that's what was handed out to you in our amendment that we are proposing here today. Ms. Cranky from the Maryland Hospital Association will walk through that next. But in summary, this amended bill will allow physician offices and urgent care centers to train and employ limited scope X-ray machine operators, LXMOs. This will allow an individual who has worked in a clinical setting for at least 6 months to be able to conduct X-rays of the chest, spine, and the extremities. It's a very smaller subset of the vast skills and the type of X-rays that certified radiology technologists are trained to perform, and all with substantially less radiation than the more complex X-rays that are not permitted to be performed under this bill. I also passed out a sheet with you that sort of explains on one side the difference between what an LXMO would be doing versus what a certified rad tech would be doing. And on the other side, it illustrates where we stand in terms of really training examination of the other 34 states in the United States that are already doing some form of a limited scope radiologist. So radiology technologists are one of the top 5 highest healthcare occupation vacancies in Maryland hospitals today. Anywhere between 10 to 15% vacancy rates. On the Eastern Shore, it's actually 19%. To be properly staffed, Maryland hospitals have to have approximately 3,000 RTs. So any given day, there's a shortage of about 400. But as we look across all settings, we believe the number to be somewhere between 800 to 900 open positions in radiology. So I did some poking around on some of the websites. MedStar career site, they have 130 positions open that need a certification as an RT. In search of rad tech positions in Maryland on Indeed, there's 140. Many are hiring with $5,000 hiring bonuses. Johns Hopkins has actually increased theirs to $15,000. I'm going to say the primary opposition, but they're really not the opposition. I think they're here favorable with amendments, but we're not quite together, is a company called RadNet. And they have actually reported that here in Maryland, they have 150 open positions. And a letter and testimony by RadNet says, and I quote, "RadNet, like many other medical imaging providers, is affected negatively by the current serious shortage of rad techs in Maryland and across the nation," end quote. So through many sources, it's clear that we have a shortage in here. It's a crisis. And this bill is one tool of many that can address this issue. This bill will also create a career pathway in radiology. This will allow medical assistants or somebody who has worked for at least 6 months in a clinical setting to begin a new career in the field of radiology by becoming a limited scope operator. Not all candidates have the time, money, and resources immediately to commit to become a certified radiologist technologist, but over time it opens the door for higher pay and career advancements. So how will this impact ED wait times? Well, throughout Maryland, we have urgent care centers and physician offices who cannot find certified radiology technologists to work in their facilities. MedStar has 33 urgent care centers across the state. They serve 600,000 patients per year, yet only 10 of their centers are staffed with RTs to perform X-rays. Too often, patients who go to a physician's office or urgent care center are referred elsewhere. And too often, they end up in the emergency department, waiting and getting in line to have a X-ray done and waiting behind patients who have a higher acuity. And finally, I want to address quality and safety. This bill as amended is supported by the Maryland Hospital Association. On my panel, I have members of 3 of the most prestigious healthcare systems in Maryland. I have the University of Maryland Health System. I have MedStar. I have LifeBridge. The favorable panel consists of urgent care community, occupational health, ambulatory settings, pediatrics, and the hospitals. We received guidance on our training hours and support from the Board of Physicians who are here and will testify in support of the bill. And we received a letter of support from the American Registry of Radiologic Technologists, which is in the testimony. ARRT is the gold standard in certification registration of a wide range of radiologic disciplines. ARRT supports the proposed training and will administer the final examination which is required in the bill. I mention this because all these organizations do not want to create a program if there were any concerns about patient safety. All medical procedures have inherent risk. With this bill, I can emphatically say that the professionals involved in creating this new limited scope position have taken the appropriate steps to mitigate the potential for adverse effects through training, supervision, continuing education, and repeat analysis. In the 34 states where limited scope is permitted, we have not been able to identify any adverse effects due to a procedure conducted by a limited scope technologist. Committee members, this is a bill that will make a major impact in healthcare in Maryland, a bill that's already approved in 34 states. We need this in Maryland. We need it today. This is a great career pathway. This helps improve access, improve quality, reduce ED wait times, and helps to address a significant workforce shortage in the Maryland healthcare system. With that, I ask for your favorable support on House Bill 934, and I now turn it over to Ms. Granke.
Before you testify, and thank you, Delegate, for all your work. I know that you had several meetings to try to get everyone on board, and I thank you for doing that, and everyone else, everyone that came to the table. I would like to just say on the last bill, Delegate Hill's bill, the witnesses in the blue, House Bill 1388, it's gonna be a little while, and you're standing, and I'm feeling for you, so you may wanna go outside and find, we have couches and chairs, and then have someone pay attention to the screen, or better yet, I'll ask Delegate Hill to go out there and get you just before we call the bill, okay? So that you can be comfortable. All right? You're welcome to stay, but I don't think you want to stand up this whole time. Go ahead.
Sure. Great. Thank you so much, Chair Pena-Melnick, Vice Chair Collison, and members of the committee. My name is Jane Krinke. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association in strong support of House Bill 934 with the sponsors' amendments. We extend our appreciation to Delegate Hutchinson for his leadership on this bill. I'm going to spend my time walking through the amendments. We worked closely with the Board of Physicians to modify the bill based on the recommendations to move it from a license to a licensure exemption or exception. So as amended, the bill would create a licensure exception to allow individuals who receive specified training to perform limited x-rays of the chest, extremities, and spine under supervision in physician offices and urgent care centers. The amendment requires an individual to attest to the completion of a minimum of 6 months of clinical experience. So this will likely be a path that our medical assistants can pursue to upskill. They must also complete a limited scope X-ray education program that consists of at least 115 hours of didactic training delivered by a radiology technologist who's been certified by the American Registry of Radiologic Technologists. And the amendment also goes into detail of what the curriculum would include, such as radiographic anatomy, procedures in pathology, digital image acquisition, and medical terminology in patient care, just to name a few of them. They must also complete at least 480 hours of clinical training and complete a minimum of 5 successful competencies in each body part that is within their scope of practice. And this all has to be done under the direct supervision of a certified radiological technologist. They must also take and pass an exam, either the American Registry of Radiological Technologists limited scope exam or an exam approved by the board. This was a request from the board and also of RadNet as we worked with them. The amendment also gives the board the ability to promulgate regulations and impose civil penalties and submit a report to this committee as well as Senate Finance on the registration process for these individuals that pursue this pathway. The amendment, we've also included an amendment that delays the enactment until January 1, 2025, another request of the board. This bill will really help provide a lot of relief for hospitals and urgent care centers, and we ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Sheena Wenz, and I am the National Director of Radiology Operations for Concentra. I have been a registered radiologic technologist for 15 years. Concentra is the nation's leading provider of occupational medicine. We have 540 medical centers nationwide, 13 located in the great state of Maryland. On average, Concentra performs 62,000 diagnostic X-ray exams per month nationwide. There is currently a severe shortage of RTs across the country. Concentra is not immune to this shortage and has been struggling in Maryland with RT staffing challenges. We are currently seeing issues with staffing in half of our centers in Maryland. Currently, 34 states, including Virginia and Delaware, allow for a pathway for a limited scope machine operator to perform basic diagnostic X-ray exams. If you reference the information that was provided, the training requirement that is outlined in Maryland exceeds or meets the requirements in at least 27 other states. I successfully hire, train, and staff limited scope X-ray machine operators in 25 states nationwide and haven't had any adverse safety events to date. Concentra currently employs over 380 LXMOs nationwide, with many enrolled in RT bridge programs in their respective states, as you can see from the written testimony provided. As radiology professionals, we need to expand our minds and think of limited scope X-ray as a great addition to our field, not a hindrance. Many professions within the medical field have varying degrees of skill levels with the progression of responsibilities in line with their respective training. I believe that this is desperately needed in Maryland. It has been proven to be successful in other states, 34 of them, and not a new practice. I request a favorable report on House Bill 934. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, please.
Madam Chair, I have a question for you real quick. Is your left finger splinted? I'm wondering if you need an X-ray.
I actually had an X-ray already.
Okay, I was gonna, there's lots of X-ray techs here, so I thought we could help. Okay.
It was done.
Good. All right. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Chris Nugent. I've been a radiologic technologist for nearly 11 years. I'm the Director of Radiology nationally for PM Pediatric Care, the nation's largest provider of pediatric urgent care. We have 10 clinics in the state of Maryland. The urgent care setting is not immune to the rad tech shortage. Rather, the issue is exacerbated in the urgent care venue as we find difficulty in retaining radiologic technologists given the gross underutilization of their vast skill set. It is imperative that patients have access to these vital services within their communities. Initially, I was skeptical of any alternatives to the radiologic technologist as we care for pediatric patients, the most radio-sensitive patient population. I began exploring the idea of the limited scope rad tech, quickly finding that 34 states have a pathway towards limited scope X-ray. Additionally, I found long-standing educational programs that exist offering didactic content delivered by radiologic technologists. After a thorough review of the didactic content and knowing that I had radiologic technologists in supervisory positions to provide clinical training, I rolled out limited scope as an option for our clinics in Illinois. The results were fantastic. Not only did our limited techs pass the ART limited scope exam on the first attempt, but their imaging is also of high quality. To date, our pediatric radiologist who interprets our studies in Illinois has raised no safety or quality concerns related to our limited tech team in Illinois. On the contrary, he praises the quality of the imaging that they produce. Given the success that we've witnessed in Illinois, we've subsequently adopted limited scope in 3 other states, Pennsylvania, Delaware, and Florida. I am confident, given the educational requirements that are being proposed, which exceed those outlined in many states, including the 4 that I outlined above, limited scope X-ray in Maryland will provide a safe means by which to ensure radiology services remain intact in urgent care settings. And I ask you for a favorable report. Thank you.
You're welcome. Next, please.
Sounds good. Excuse us.
Not a problem.
Musical chairs.
Thank you for your flexibility. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi there. Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman, and members of the Health and Government Operations Committee. My name is Dr. Scott Berger. I'm a physician and the Chief Medical Officer for University of Maryland Urgent Care. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 934. The committee has my written testimony, and I won't read it, but I want to highlight a few points illustrating our experience and that of our patients at the University of Maryland. Currently, we're typically only able to offer X-ray services at 5 out of the 10 centers on any given day. When X-ray services are not available, patients are referred to a local emergency department or an outpatient imaging facility if that center happens to be open. As we're talking through this bill, there had been concerns raised regarding the supervision of the limited scope X-ray operators. Of note, the language in this bill regarding supervision is the same as the language as the supervision for X-ray techs. Supervision of RTs currently involves ordering X-rays and interpreting X-rays. Many physicians and advanced practitioners of various professional backgrounds currently serve in the same supervisory capacity in urgent cares, and this will not change with HB 934. Ultimately, all X-rays are then interpreted by the clinician and by a radiologist. The goal of this bill is to address a staffing emergency with a well-thought-out, science-based program that expands the pool of people able to safely perform a limited number of X-rays in an outpatient setting. Thank you for your time and consideration. I would request a favorable report on House Bill 934 and will be happy to answer any questions you may have.
And thank you for being here. We appreciate it. Who's next?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Stephen Brick, and I'm a physician at MedStar Health. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 934. As background, I was certified by the American Board of Radiology in diagnostic radiology in 1987, and I'm a fellow of the American College of Radiology. For the past 10 years, I have overseen radiology across the MedStar Health enterprise, including leadership of our professional radiology practice, which consists of over 130 diagnostic radiologists, interventional radiologists, and nuclear medicine physicians. For my testimony today, I would like to focus on two specific topics related to House Bill 934. First is our experience with quality of the work being performed by limited RTs, and second about radiation safety. As far as quality regarding diagnostic instruction, following diagnostic instruction and almost a year of hands-on training and clinical supervision, Limited RT has been working independently at MedStar urgent care sites in DC and Virginia since May 2023. Our radiologists interpret all X-rays performed at these sites. I've received no complaints from our radiologists that the work of the limited RTs is below our standard of care, and the feedback we receive on these exams is identical to that we receive for fully certified RTs. As far as radiation safety, I want to inform the board that of all the exams we perform that use ionizing radiation, X-rays are the lowest whole body radiation dose. A typical chest X-ray only has 1/30th the dose of a mammogram, 1/60th the dose of a CT of the chest, and is equal to the natural background radiation a U.S. citizen receives every 10 days. Extremity X-rays are less than 1/100th of that dose. That does not mean we don't take radiation safety seriously. We have extensive training, both didactic and clinical hands-on training for our limited RTs. And in conclusion, I request a favorable report on House Bill 934. Thank you.
And thank you for being here. I appreciate it. I'm going to open it up for questions now. What I'm going to do is, this is a favorable panel. I'm going to call an unfavorable panel and then a favorable panel so we can be fair and alternate, okay? Why don't we open it up now for questions? I have Delegate Hill first. I saw her first, then Delegate Kerr and Delegate Kipke.
Right. Thank you very much. And thank you for this bill. It's a wonderful solution, I believe, but there come some questions that were raised in a couple of letter, and I want to know if someone can answer. They make 2 points that I'm going to raise with you. One is that there doesn't seem to be any continuing medical education courses required, and I want to know if that's elsewhere in statute or they would be excluded from that. And the second is they've given this suggestion of an alternative way to approach the problem. They suggest, we find it here. Actually, I have to look for it. So maybe someone can just answer the CMEs, and if I can't find it, I'll come back to it.
For the continuing education, we did add it in the amendment. 24 hours of continuing education every 2 years, same as a rad tech.
Yep. Okay. Delegate Hill, you're done? Okay. All right, I'll come back to you. Delegate Kerr.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
I'm coming to you.
Delegate Hutchinson, during your testimony, you mentioned two companies specifically. One was RadNet, the other was ARRT, or maybe one's a company, one's an organization. But RadNet, you said was in opposition, but I see them listed as favorable with amendment. And then what is ARRT? What do they do?
Sure. So for the first part, in terms of RadNet, so RadNet is a for-profit publicly traded company that's headquartered in the state of California. They actually operate in 7 states. Here locally, we would know them as Advanced Radiology, American Radiology Services, and Community Radiology Associates. Now, interestingly, I also went to their website and their career site, and in the state of California, they have 19 limited radiology technologists listed on their career site. They have 1 listed in Delaware, but here in Maryland, it started out as opposition. We have been trying to work together. We have conceded on some things. I think the issue comes down to hours that they want for training versus hours that we think are appropriate for training, and hours that have been approved by the Board of Physicians. It was actually the Board of Physicians who made us increase our number of hours. And that is also consistent with ARRT, which is the governing sort of the body that certifies the radiology technologists and other disciplines there. Thank you for the question.
Thank you. Delegate Hill, you ready?
Yes, I'm ready.
All
Thank
right.
you. So the question,
My question to
was
you,
posed
Delegate
by,
Hill, is Delegate Hill.
thank
I
you.
have a question for you.
I have an answer.
When I was sitting in your seat and I had a bill coming, I could not think of anything else but my bill. And you're pretty active. Go ahead, Delegate Hill.
That's the surgical training. Okay. So here was the suggestion from someone in opposition, and it says, quote, "I suggest offering a limited licensure to radiography students after completion of their first year of education. This would not only provide a mechanism to address staff shortages in the short term, but would also ensure that the need for fully trained and licensed radiographers is addressed in the future. After their first year of education, students will have learned the positioning needed for all body parts, plus image production, equipment maintenance and operation, and some radiation protection and safety. This could potentially increase enrollments in Maryland's Radiology Technologies program, as students would be able to obtain a job in the field after 1 year, while ensuring they remain enrolled in the program, since a full license would still be required." Any comments on why this is a preferred approach?
Absolutely. And first of all, Delegate, just to remind you that you're up next, so I have some questions for you too, but it is, I saw all of that, and we actually talked about that through many of our meetings. And as I said in my testimony, this bill is one of many programs and options that we have. I actually think that's a great program too. There are other ideas in terms of reaching out to the high schools and getting people interested into this field. Truthfully, we had considered making this an emergency bill because the crisis is so severe that we need some help right now. But I think the folks from RadNet have some great ideas, and that would be very helpful. So this is just a one-stop solution here. This is one of many solutions. Thank you. Yep.
Any other questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much, Delegate. I appreciate it. We're going to call an unfavorable panel. And I have Tristan Burns, Suzanne McCarthy, Janelle Love, Brooks Bryant, Jennifer Rolick, I hope I pronounced your name correctly, Hannah Lukota, I need one more to be 7 to be equal, and Lee Engel. Can you bring, I think that's the same amount of people I had before. No one cannot accuse me of being fair. Who would like to get started?
I will.
All right.
My name is Tristan Burns. I'm a student graduating from a radiography program this year. Our program is accredited through JCERT and is a 2-year-long process filled with rigorous coursework, lab simulations, and just under 1,700 clinical hours. Radiologic technologists must pass a board certification exam and participate in continuing education requirements throughout their career. Radiation may be deemed safer with advanced technologies, but it is still harmful rays entering a patient's body that cannot be measured by any of our senses. Science still revolves around the same X-ray tube that was developed 129 years ago, and radiation risk continues to be a prominent concern. As a technologist, we are taught the whys of the profession with setting appropriate technique, including voltage and amperage, for each individual patient and part with varying body habitus. The shortcut this bill is proposing is barely covering the hows of the profession and is trying to put a Band-Aid on the real problem. ER wait times are not caused by radiographers. We pull patients from waiting rooms, x-ray them, and put them back in waiting rooms. With our education, we are constantly correcting orders to protect our patients from excessive exposure. Radiation exposure has the power to cause genetic changes, mutations, and death. Please do not discredit our experience, knowledge, and hard work in becoming professional and expert radiologic technologists. This bill is a disappointment and disdainful to our profession. In addition, the radiologic technologist shortage is not appropriately addressed in the bill. The bill is not directed at the root of the reason for the shortage, and a viable solution is not given in this motion. There are no tech shortages at facilities that offer appropriate pay and benefits to their employees. There are more severe and major shortages in other advanced modalities like CT, IR, and mammography, which are post-primary pathways. To staff these modalities, you need more radiologic technologists. The limited scope prospects mentioned in this bill will be useless to these advanced modalities without the accreditation and education of a radiologic technologist. Additionally, this creates less job opportunities for technologists and falsely advertises or minimally cannot guarantee more leadership roles with increased pay. Please consider better solutions for the X-ray technologist shortage that benefits the profession and puts monetary value with the employees instead of businesses or politicians. Who do you want taking your child's X-rays? Thank you.
Next, please.
Hello, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Janelle Love, and I am an X-ray student. Part of our training includes clinical hours at both hospitals and outpatient facilities. This is done so we can gain a better understanding of where we will want to work after graduation. Not all techs want to work in hospitals. Many want to work in the outpatient facilities, including the urgent care type centers. After the outbreak of COVID, many healthcare facilities became overwhelmed, and it caused many techs, nurses, and doctors to get burned out, creating short staffing everywhere because of the mass exodus of medical professionals. Long ER wait times are not caused by patients waiting on X-rays. It is caused by hospitals not having enough nurses or beds in the facility due to the populations outgrowing the hospital. Long wait times are also due to Maryland not having sufficient resources for behavioral health. Oftentimes, patients don't know where to go or where to take their loved ones if they are experiencing a mental health issue, and they usually end up at the ER. There are also a large number of geriatric patients that are repeat patients due to not being able to receive adequate care after a hospital visit. An average X-ray exam takes around 5 to 10 minutes. The lack of radiologic technologists are not causing the long wait times in emergency rooms. Adding LXMOs to the workforce will limit the number of employers who want to hire full RTs because they will be able to pay the LRTs less. Many techs already work 2 to 3 jobs just to be able to support their families. These big corporations just want another reason to pay techs less so they can make more money in an economy where the average citizen struggles to thrive. I'm urging the committee to vote unfavorable for House Bill 934. Thank you.
Next, please.
Hi there. Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you very much for hearing us. I am a radiologic technologist for many years than I'll admit, and I'm also an educator in the field of radiologic technology at Prince George's Community College. And I'm here on behalf of a lot of our students who otherwise are taking midterm exams today. Limited scope does not limit the risks associated with the lack of knowledge of the complex equipment and the long and short-term effects of radiation on patients when dispensing ionizing radiation. Body parts are attached to a person. There's a lot more to it. Addressing the staffing shortages by placing limited scope individuals in control of imaging exams will not be a solution to the shortage. Limited scope will decrease the population of full scope technologists who would otherwise be able to move on to advanced modalities such as mammography, CT, MRI, or interventional radiology, thus creating a more widespread shortage of these qualified professionals. A solution is to have our imaging centers and hospitals be more involved in partnering with us to educate our students through the mentorship of fully credentialed technologists. Placing a student of a full scope program under the supervision of a limited scope personnel would pose a challenge and, more importantly, a risk to patient safety. The ART examination is 200 questions and candidates must pass with a minimum score of 75%. We have 11 accredited radiologic technology programs in the state of Maryland, which define the educational standards. These students spend upwards of 1,500 hours or more of education between didactic and clinical activity to complete the program. We please urge you to vote unfavorable for the passage of this bill. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Rollicki, and I've been a registered technologist for the last 22 years and an educator in radiologic technology for the last 18. Radiologic technology is a profession. It is not a job that can be easily filled by someone with limited training and education. We are healthcare professionals. We have spent a minimum of 2 years dedicated to the study of anatomy and physiology, pathologic processes, radiation biology and protection, image production, and equipment maintenance and operation. This bill cheapens our profession and provides ill-prepared workers. Those that support the bill stated in the Senate last week that limited licensed technologists will perform the, quote, easy exams. To be clear, there are no such things as an easy X-ray exam. Rather, there's routine and non-routine. But even the most routine X-ray exam can pose difficulties for the most seasoned technologist, as each patient presents their own unique medical history and individual set of circumstances, requiring that the educated technologist take all of it into consideration to provide the utmost patient care while observing safe radiation practices. As healthcare professionals, we provide accurate diagnostic images essential to each patient's unique healthcare journey. As part of our scope of practice, we are expected to scrutinize each imaging request to ensure that accurate images are ordered to limit patient exposure. Imaging orders need amending every day, many times a day, in both inpatient and outpatient centers, to ensure that the images ordered will demonstrate the specific disease processes indicated on said request. Additionally, we are educated to identify disease processes and fractures so that we can bring such issues to the immediate attention of the ordering physician, thereby advancing the patient's care. Those who are, quote, trained to simply perform routine images will not be thoroughly educated to question the accuracy of imaging requests, likely resulting in unnecessary radiation exposure to the patient. Those who are trained will lack the appropriate level of education and clinical experience to identify and relay the presence of pathologies to ordering physician, thus delaying patient care. I implore you to please consider the impact passing this bill with requiring minimum education will have on patient care in this state. Who do you want taking your X-rays? Your son's X-rays, your daughter's, your spouse's, someone who is fully educated or someone who is merely trained. Thank you.
Next, please.
You want to sit down?
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Lakota, and I am a first-year student of a radiography program. The program I am enrolled in allows me to learn from 40 clinical sites in the Baltimore area. All of these clinical sites shed light on how the limited scope tech would only do harm than good for the future of the profession. If a patient comes into an urgent care center in need of an abdomen or skull X-ray, they will be referred to another place that has a radiographer, most likely a hospital. If this hospital is mixed with radiographers and limited scope techs, then the patient will have to wait for their exam. The radiographer will be occupied with the duties of a limited tech that a limited tech cannot perform, such as taking images in the OR or working with other modalities. Modalities like CT, MRI, and mammography are already severely understaffed. If the hopes of the bill is to relieve some of the understaffed medical centers, this is like putting a Band-Aid on a gunshot wound. This will help outpatient centers, but only create more congestion in the hospitals due to the lack of radiographers that can do head, abdomen, and OR exams. This is a temporary fix because as more RTs and more students go to school for limited scope rather than licensure, then the demand for radiographers will only increase. A more sustainable option to the scarcity of radiographers is to allow second-year students to work as limited scope to support understaffed medical centers until they graduate. This will remove the need for limited scope within medical centers and support students who are going to school for full licensure. The passing of the bill will also cause a halt in the education of next generation RTs due to the lack of knowledgeable clinical instructors. Thank you for listening to my opposition of this bill.
Thank you. Next, please.
The radiography program I'm enrolled in requires over 4 hours of didactic, 2 hours of lab, and 16 hours of clinical each week as a first-year student. We must earn our lead markers and test in lab to show that we are competent enough to perform exams on patients. The second year of this program only gets harder with more clinical time and harder exams to perform. The extensive testing throughout the 2 years allows students to prove they are competent in
Can
the
you
exam
give
they
me
are
your name,
performing.
Please.
Hmm?
Your name.
Oh, Brooks Bryant.
Okay, thank you.
How are limited radiologic technologists supposed to learn about radiation safety, technique, anatomy, and proper positioning of the allowed body parts in a fraction of the time that is needed for a fully licensed RT? This is a concern of radiation safety and the quality of patient care. If the limited radiologic technologist is given the minimal time required to learn about radiography, how can we expect their images to come out of good quality? If the images are not of good quality, then the patient will either need a repeated exam, which increases the patient dose and is not radiation safe, or the radiologist will receive a subpar image to diagnose a patient. Is lowering the standards for radiography a good idea with the patient's best interest in mind? Or is this to lower the workload and cheapen the profession? Instead of passing this bill, we can support the radiography programs that are already producing fully licensed RTs. Thank you for your time, and I hope for an unfavorable vote for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Appreciate your testimony. We're going to open it up for questions now, like we did with the other panel. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Gazzoni.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just curious, the previous panel talked in several different ways about how other states have this, and at least what I heard was there had been no negative consequences. So I'm just curious what your reaction is to that, and probably only one person gets to talk.
Well, first of all, our students go through a very robust 2 years of education in order, and in the state of Maryland, their degree programs. So not only, and I think I'm basing a lot of this too on education, not aside from the risk. There is a risk, you know, you're dispensing ionizing radiation to a body. I spend 2 years teaching students and I still don't feel like it's enough time. So I feel that in the state of Maryland, I think we need to uphold the educational standard. I'm not in total opposition of the learning, but I think what needs to happen is we need to keep the education standard and maybe work together more to educate all of those that are interested in attending the radiography program. We have a huge number of interested potential petitioners every year. We just do not have enough clinical sites to put them with. And it's not all because of the shortages. I think a lot of us need to work together more. That's my answer. But as far as the potential hazards, it's working in other states. I don't know. All I know is I think the educational standard in the state of Maryland needs to be upheld.
Thank you. Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam
You're
Chair.
welcome.
Thank you all for coming here and sharing your thoughts about this bill. And I meant everything I said when I opened up about how much I respect what you do. And I'm proud to have you guys here in the state of Maryland working with us. I'm only allowed to ask one person this question, but it's actually for all of you. So if you just shake your head, have you guys actually seen the new updated bill that we're talking about versus the limited scope that licensure that was originally out?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I'll just I have extra copies here, and if you guys can take them with you and share those with everybody. Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Delegate Shalega, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're
So
welcome.
I know in nursing education, there are, I'm guessing, 2 applicants for every 1 nurse that gets into nursing school. Same thing with PA. It might be much larger than, 2 to 1. Is that same challenge in radiography school? Do you have far more applicants than you have spaces available? And again, only one of you gets to answer, sorry.
The program that I'm affiliated with has seen a decrease in enrollment. There's been a decrease in enrollment overall in general, college-wide for every program. But we do still have more people enrolled than we do have seats, or more people applied than we do have seats available, if that makes any sense. So while the overall applicant pool has diminished a little bit, we still have more people applying than we have seats available.
So, Madam Chair, just to
Sure.
follow up, thank you. So a person could potentially apply for radiography school and not get in and then have to wait. How is it every semester they re-enroll, or is it every year?
It's every year. For the majority of our programs in the state of Maryland, it's every year. I can't speak to all of them. I just don't know all of their individual requirements. But as far as that is concerned, we have been doing our best to reach out to additional clinical sites, and so that we can accommodate more students. In the last 1.5 to 2 years, we have been able to get up to 5 additional clinical sites, but unfortunately, we can only place 1 student at each one of those sites. And it's a long, drawn out process to agree on a contract to get an affiliated clinical site to be able to do that. So it is things that we are working on. We have grown our program to include other clinical sites so that we can increase our enrollment. But again, it's something that takes time.
You're welcome. Anyone else? Okay. Thank you very much for being here with us, and thank you for what you do, okay? We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a blessed day. I'm gonna call Leah Engel, Aaron Fallon, Kristen Midas, and Lisa Pervola. I'm just gonna call them. Get her out of the way. Yeah. You want to sit there? Will you please get started?
Hello, I'm Leah Engel. Thanks for listening, Madam Chair. Hello, Delegate Hutchinson. It's hard to oppose you because I do like you. So this is hard. But I don't like this. I've been a technologist for a long time. I know we all want to go home, so I don't want to reiterate. I feel the same as they do. This bill really benefits urgent care centers, which in my opinion is not quality care. I would like to see instead just more education, more access to primary care physicians. I feel like that should be Maryland's push. So that's why I disagree. It's not because I don't think you're wonderful, but that's my piece. Thank you.
You're welcome. And we're working on all of that.
Yep.
Next, please.
I'd like to just say me too, because I know it's getting late. I do appreciate everyone's work on this bill. My name is Kristen Midas. I've been a radiology technologist for 35 years and a program director for 25 of those years. I'm currently the chair and program director at Washington and Venice University. We recognize the shortage of the radiology technologists in Maryland, but must consider the quality of care our patients are receiving and the sustainability of our healthcare professionals. A recent study by Renebart and Jadovelic emphasized the concept of sustainability in healthcare and the importance of meeting current needs without jeopardizing the ability of future generations. There are 11 programs in the state of Maryland, many which already have students at the urgent care settings. Mine is one of those. These programs are accredited and they have the capacity overall of about 250 graduates per year. The ART statistics show there are currently 5,452 radiology technologists in the state of Maryland. The limited scope radiographer in urgent care settings could take the place of some of these full scope technologists. This could then reduce the program capacity for our full scope techs, and ultimately make the current shortage even worse. Limited scope technologists can't replace retiring full scope technologists, CT and mammography, or cath lab techs, which are also in extreme demand right now. Limited scope radiographers complete about 70% of the exams of a full scope technologist. However, they're only receiving about 40% of the didactic education needed to assure patient safety, radiation protection, and proper positioning. Limited scope radiographers also require that 30% of the clinical training compared to a full scope. I also like to say I'm the president for the Maryland Society of Radiology Technologists, representing technologists, majority in Maryland radiology technologists. We do not support this bill due to the educational requirements. And I didn't know about the amendments. I hadn't seen that bill. So also we didn't support that without the continuing education credits. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Lisa Provola, a radiographer of 44 years and educator for 27. I have worked through the cycles of radiography saturation and shortages, and however, during those shortages, were standards ever lowered to limited training of individuals to fill a void. I find that permitting people with limited training in radiography poses a safety risk to the public and will eventually increase the shortage. I would like to remind the panel that in the late 1980s, the state of Maryland required that all radiographers would be licensed to practice to ensure that they were professionally educated, nationally certified, and competent to perform radiation procedures on patients in our communities. To obtain a license, a student must graduate from a college accredited program with an average of 68 college credits, which includes 1,900 contact hours of radiography courses to include didactic, lab, and clinical experience. They must meet the requirements of the ART and successfully pass an national exam. Only after the student passes the exam can they apply for a license, which takes anywhere from 3 to 6 weeks to arrive from the Maryland Board of Physicians before they can begin work. If you do not have a Maryland license, you may not push any button that produces ionizing radiation. If caught, these radiographers and employers are actually fined significantly. The Maryland Board of Physicians requires fingerprinting to include a background check. Last year, they required that each radiographer complete a DEI course to maintain their license in addition to the required and costly 24 CE credits required every 2 years. Graduates of 2011 must complete the ARRT continuing qualification requirement and assessment test every 10 years to maintain certification. If certification is not maintained, a Maryland license will not be renewed. I ask you to consider the stringent requirements of a Maryland radiographer before voting to allow people with limited training to perform x-rays on the public. Apparently, there is a reason that the Maryland Board of Physicians requires such rigorous requirements for radiographers, and I would assume that they want competent, professional, and cognizant radiographers serving the patients of Maryland. I am not in favor of this bill, but like to see a return of the temporary license to permit second-year radiography students to enter the workforce sooner and possibly help with the shortage. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for all of you for what you do for the state, okay? We appreciate it. Next, please.
Hi, is this? Yes, this one.
It's on, it's always on.
Always on.
Yeah.
So is the magnet, by the way.
Yeah.
Hello, my name is Erin Phelan, and I have been a licensed radiographer for 34 years and a radiography program director for the past 18 years. I have taught radiation protection, radiobiology, and exposure factors for almost 2 decades. While I am not a physicist, I do understand the danger of dose creep, which is what we in our industry call exposing a patient to more radiation than is necessary to dial down the intensity of the image later on the computer. This is a real problem with what people call new, safer digital systems when it engenders this type of behavior with the same X-ray tube that has been around for the last 129 years. Digital imaging is not a safer method as it still depends greatly on the operator. Express Care, for example, does not have X-ray machines with automatic exposure control. Radiographers have to deliver manual radiation doses. This ensures more dose creep and repeats. As ionizing radiation's latent effects do not present in patients for 20 or 30 years, it is impossible to pin damage on diagnostic radiology. But that never discounts the stochastic nature of radiation harm. Your bill does not prohibit limited techs from working on pediatrics, where the most harm will occur. And no one has done a nationwide study on the increase of background medical radiation of patients in the 34 states who have limited licensure versus those who do not. Access to care is not the issue, as providers can always refer imaging to outpatient facilities such as advanced radiology, not emergency departments. Today, there's an advanced radiology or an urgent care center on every street corner. What we Marylanders want is access to quality medical care. Radiographer shortages occur in a cyclical nature, and it will subside, specifically with our efforts in expanding admission numbers and adding temporary licensure for second-year radiography students. My institution has already started working on a career pathway from medical assistant to radiographer as advanced tech aides who assist radiographers, not take their places. Our efforts over the past few years are a safer and wiser solution than the proposed bill, which will only take away applicants to radiography programs and create an even worse shortage. And as you've already heard, the greater need is not urgent care centers. It's in these advanced modalities. Thank you for your time. And I have read the updated bill, just to let you know. I was here in the Senate. Yes. Thank you.
You're welcome. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Hutchinson.
Just to share, it has changed since the Senate too. So
Right.
it's updated. Okay.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Really
you.
appreciate your testimony. Anyone unfavorable that I did not call? All right, let's go to favorable with amendment. I have Laura Lima, Clifonda Brown, Danielle Bratnian, Kimberly Bathurst. Will you be so kind? Yeah, I'm gonna call them next after this. And then I have Madeline Del Greco. Those are all favorable with amendment. Anyone else favorable with amendment that did not get called, please come up. I know I have like 4 people favorable, but I'm leaving you for later, okay? I have to give this panel an opportunity. Will you be so kind and get started?
Okay. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed panel. My name is Kim Bathurst, and I work at RadNet. I have more than 36 years of experience as a Maryland licensed radiologic technologist. When I go into a healthcare facility for myself or for my loved ones, I assume the most qualified person is performing our care. HB 934, without the proper amendments, promotes that in just a few weeks of training, a limited X-ray machine operator can be created to backfill the X-ray shortages that we currently have in Maryland. While we RTs make it look easy to perform medical imaging, there is a lot of training and expertise that goes into the operator of X-ray equipment and patient images. Our California subsidiary does employ limited X-ray machine operators. And it has been noted that training is up to about 8 months in length for this limited machine operator. And in fact, it's actually a licensed limited operator. These students learn radiologic basics, personal and patient safety, along with the standard positioning basics, and able to function as a limited X-ray operator. The ASRT published an over 1,100-hour classroom curriculum that promotes safety and quality standards through a limited X-ray program. The proposed 115 hours with HB 934 is just a fraction of that recommendation. And actually, when you look at the ARRT registry of limited scope of practice, it mirrors the curriculum of the ASRT. RadNet is not opposed to limiting the licensure bill, but instead we want to point out why quality and patient safety is so important. Limiting education to speed the process up in order to flood the state with these operators is not the prudent solution. Our concerns are focused on that each operator has a solid foundation to operate equipment safely, position patients so that their images are the highest quality for interpretation. We agree there's a shortage of fully licensed radiologic technologists in Maryland. We believe we need to work together to solve the long-term issue so that patient care and quality and safety is not compromised. Until then, we need to ensure that HB 934 is strong in education and radiation safety to ensure Maryland residents receive high-quality images at the lowest possible dose. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you for your time here today. We appreciate you and all the work, all the years of work, okay? Next, please.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and esteemed panel. My name is Clifonda Brown, and I've worked in radiology for approximately 30 years. Healthcare equity is not only about having access to the best imaging centers and equipment, It's about access to the best care possible provided by highly trained technologists. Generational fear and mistrust of the healthcare providers is a common concern among Brown and Black communities, as they are often on the receiving end of less than equitable care due to social determinants such as affordability, quality, and access. It is essential to gain the trust of the people who have trepidation seeking healthcare services, as they are less than likely to return if their experience is less than stellar. I know personally that my mother's cancer diagnosis progressed to stage 4 due to healthcare disparities such as poor quality imaging. And convincing her to regain trust in the system was and continues to be a struggle. We want to restore faith in our healthcare community by easing the patient's experience through timely access and high quality imaging. This bill, with the appropriate amendments, can address the shortage of RTs in Maryland by adding well-trained limited X-ray operators and doing so safely for Maryland patients, while simultaneously providing another pathway for young Brown and Black people to enter the healthcare workforce and provide the highest possible care while representing the demographics of the community in which they serve. We value education and pathways towards success for all people, and we aim to do so safely, appropriately, and efficiently to serve the public how they deserve. We get one time to get this right and provide Marylanders with the healthcare experiences that are helpful and not hindering. Patients assume that they receive the highest quality care when they enter our facilities. Let's prove them right, leave no one behind, and lead Maryland forward together. Thank you.
Thank you for being here today. Next, please.
Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair and members of the committee, my name's Lorelei Ma. I'm a physician. I'm a diagnostic radiologist. I trained at Hopkins and I work in private practice in Maryland. I'm speaking on behalf of the Maryland Radiological Society in favor with amendments to House Bill 934. We are working with the stakeholders on amendments to this bill such that a limited radiology machine operator who is correctly trained with the appropriate amount of didactics, the appropriate hours of hands-on training, and adequate testing and CME can image patients safely. Because when a patient is getting an X-ray, they depend on that X-ray technologist to know how to handle the patient safely. These patients are injured or sick, and they also need to know the anatomy of the area being imaged. They need to know medical terminology. They need to know anatomy, and they need to be superb in their ability to position the patient correctly. In the end, it's me, the radiologist, who's responsible for the final interpretation of these images. And suboptimal images can lead to misdiagnosis. It's really true that just a little bit of an angle off, being off center, the wrong focal spot, can make it very difficult to read an image. Think of a lossy JPEG that you see on your iPhone and you just can't tell what it is. In addition, the patient depends on that X-ray technologist to know how to utilize the right amount of radiation, both in terms of the amperes per se, like the number of photons, and the energy or the voltage. If you use too high of an energy or voltage on somebody small, the energy just goes right through them and you get an overexposed X-ray that doesn't show like their chest, okay? So that means you have to repeat it. So that's more radiation. Now take another patient and you decide to go back on that amount of X-ray radiation, but the energy is not high enough. And this happens in children a lot. And they actually do an underexposure of the X-ray. That's the other way that it happens. And you say, oh, it's an underexposed X-ray. But actually the reason it's underexposed is because that energy was all deposited in the soft tissues of the children's chest. I just want to say, if you will allow me this, because I do have a PhD in biophysics and I did radiation biophysics, so I probably have more knowledge than most. No matter how small the dose, DNA breaks of the strands occur with radiation exposure, and there is no lowest dose of radiation exposure that does not do it. When that cell replicates, as it does in a child, it will carry that DNA damage with it all the person's life. Radiation dose is cumulative. It will take every X-ray you get, every bit of radiation you get all your life. And then in 20 years, as some other people have said, when you get that cancer, it's very hard to ever say, why did I get that cancer? Oh, it was that overexposure that many years ago. Yeah, that's true. But we do want to have a society where when we are getting an X-ray, that we are getting the X-ray with the lowest dose of radiation without repeats. That's the highest quality, because that is just what's important for Marylanders. We need to protect them. And
Can you
And
wrap it up?
and that
please?
is it, basically.
I
Thank you
gave
so
a
much.
lot of time,
Thank,
because
I do,
know
and
you
I,
for
and I
so
thank you for
many
that.
years.
So,
But
thank
we
you.
have 30-something people waiting behind you.
Gotcha.
All right. Any other, who's next? Go ahead. Go ahead.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Danielle Varanian, and I'm an attorney who represents the Maryland Radiological Society and RadNet. We're here today favorable with amendments because we do recognize that there is a shortage. We just believe that the problem, that solving that problem can't be to reduce the quality and thereby expose Maryland patients to a safety risk that is untenable. We're grateful to Delegate Hutchinson for working with us throughout this to work out some of these issues. And we think really that the last remaining issue that we have is this issue of the appropriate level of education and training for these limited scope operators. And we think that if we can work that issue out, we can be fully supportive of this bill. But as some of these questions have shown, the question about the safety issue is very hard to pin down because the safety risk of radiation doesn't manifest for decades sometimes. So that's why it's so important to get the training right up front. So we're not trying to fix this problem on the back end by dealing with patients who have radiation exposure and cancers as a result of that decades from now. So for these reasons, we request a favorable report with amendments with respect to the training. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hello, Madam Chair, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. My name is Madeline Del Greco. I'm a health policy analyst with the Maryland Board of Physicians. The board is in support of strengthening the healthcare workforce, decreasing emergency room wait time, and of House Bill 934. You have my written testimony where I go into detail about each of the board's amendments, and these amendments align and overlap with the sponsor's amendments. The board has been continuously in conversation with the sponsor and stakeholders and have been able to come to agreements to reconcile any differences between those two amendments. So the board supports the sponsor's amendments and thanks the sponsor for bringing them. So I'm happy to answer any questions on the amendments, and I thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Del Greco, for being here and for working with a sponsor. Everyone, thank you for working with a sponsor. And regardless where you are on the matter, you know, we appreciate each and every one of you. It is almost 6 o'clock. And we have been sitting here since 1. I haven't moved, right? We're paying attention. So I don't want you to think you're not listened to, okay? And we'll work it out. Are there any questions for this panel? Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My questions for the Board of Physicians. So in terms of you saying you're accepting of the sponsor's amendments, that means that you are accepting the number of clinical and didactic hours that we do recommend in the amendment?
So yes, the board is happy to defer to the other societies about that. We don't have a problem with it.
Thank you. Vice Chair Collison.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm sorry whether I was distracted or what. I just was not able to actually get what the amendment you were seeking is. I heard it was about the training, but is it, I know that have been significant amendments around the training. So what is missing relative to the training? I think it's Ms. Varanian that
It's me.
Okay, right.
Thank you, Delegate Collison. I think that the issue with the amendments is that the amount of hours, both clinical and didactic hours, from our standpoint are still not sufficient. They have been raised considerably. Right now, they're up to 480 and 115 respectively. But as you heard from the testimony earlier from some of the unfavorable panels, in order to be trained as an RT, you're talking well in excess of 1,500 hours. And And what we've researched on this is that even in the states that have limited licensure or limited operation scope for these people that can take the more bread and butter x-rays, not the ones that involve like CT and MR, the amount of hours in those programs is somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,100 hours combined for didactic and clinical. So we are still working with all of the stakeholders on that specific issue, the training hours, both clinical and didactic.
Yeah.
I hear this kind of let me ask, is that an average across all the different states that are doing this? Or is there a range of hours in all the different states?
I think that there's a range of hours, but and I believe it's ASRT has, for their limited scope programs, their hours are in excess of 1,000, and it's those hours that we've focused on, as well as the hours that it takes to train a fully licensed rad tech.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Delegate Kipking.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If there are bad images, who's liable for them?
The physician.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I would like to give you some homework.
Me?
Yes. And there are 34 states that do this, including some of the companies that are here have it in other states. So 34 states, right? So the sky is not gonna fall. Now, the question is, where do we fall with the number of hours in comparison to all these other states, right? And also keeping in mind the amendments that the delegate gave, and correct me if I'm wrong, delegate, it says that an individual may perform X-ray duties without a license only if the duties do not include computerized or non-computerized tomography, fluoroscopy, invasive radiology, mammography, nuclear medicine, radiation therapy, or serography, right?
Yes.
The bill says that you're limited to X-ray in this bill. And this is important for you to keep in mind. And you have the amendments, correct?
Yes.
Because I want you to compare it to the other states. Apples to apple. It says limited to chest, upper extremities, finger, hand, wrist, forearm, elbow, humerus, shoulder, clavicle. I'm going to mispronounce it, but acromioclavicular joints. All right. Scapula. Not bad with my Spanish. Scapula, lower extremities, toes, foot, ankle. Okay. You have the, what is it called? Calcaneus, tibia, fibula, knee, patella. All right. The femur. Femur, cervical, thoracic, lumbar, sacrum, and I'm gonna mispronounce it, caucus. And then the other one, sacroiliac, right? Joints. Sacroiliac joints. That's the spine, okay? So I want you to take those 34 states, and I like you to tell me, get back to me in a memo. All right? Well, how do we compare to the other states? What we're limited to here and the hours that we have. Okay?
We can do that, Madam Chair.
I need you to do that. And I want you to put it in a chart like this one that tells us exactly what we allow and what the hours are separately and combined. Yes, and I need this by this Friday.
Okay.
Okay? The latest Monday.
Okay.
Let me give you Monday so you could have a few more days. How's that?
I'm grateful for Monday.
Okay. I'll give you Monday, okay? Delegate Hutchinson, I know we don't ask questions, but I'm gonna ask you, am I missing something? From what I just asked? Okay. All right, thank you. Okay, all right, that is that. And then if when you do that homework, please send it to our lawyer. Okay? And the committee as well, okay?
No problem.
All right, thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you.
May I ask one question to clarify this question of?
Okay.
Can they also put the actual ASRT curriculum and what they specify as the optimum amount of hours in comparison to the other states as well? The American.
What are the other states doing? You can compare it to what we have here, but that's exactly what I just asked her to do with all the states.
Right, and the American Society of Radiologic Technologists, their optimum amount, that's what I was just saying. To
As
compare
long
to-
as it's relevant to what we have here.
Yes.
Okay, relevant to the bill that we have here, okay?
Understood.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Okay. I would like to, may I please have Christopher Nugent? Oh, no, I already, 1 second. No, it's Jonathan Thierman and Bronson. I think he did. The Jasobara, did he give, did he give testimony for that one? Okay. Stephanie Caldas. And I think that's it. Did I miss anyone? All right. You're it.
Good evening now, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Bronson Elizabeth Della Sabera. I'm the Chief Medical Officer for MedStar Ambulatory Services and the Medical Director for MedStar Health Urgent Care. I'm an ER and sports doctor by training, and I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 934. First, I'd like to start talking about urgent care volumes at MedStar. We see 600,000 patients a year. Between 15 and 20% of those patients need an X-ray. On any given day, majority of our sites do not have X-ray capabilities due to lack of staffing. If those patients, 100,000 patients per year, go to our EDs, our wait times will become even worse in the state of Maryland. Second, I'd like to point something out that hasn't been mentioned yet. In our urgent cares, our X-ray techs spend 75 to 80% of their time doing medical assistant tasks. Because only 1 in 5 or 1 in 6 patients coming in needs an X-ray, they spend most of their time acting as a medical assistant. The last thing I'd like to say is that in our MedStar hospitals alone, we have 37 full and part-time positions open and many other PRN positions open for rad techs. I pulled the data for MedStar and our EDs, and right now, if you're an ED physician and you order an urgent emergent X-ray in our ERs, the average time from the order to the X-ray actually being taken is over 30 minutes. That's not due to machinery, that's due to lack of staffing. If we improve the RT staffing in our hospitals, then we'll improve ED throughput. Thank you for your time, and I request a favorable report on House Bill 934.
And thank you for being here. And thank you for being patient, everyone that is waiting here. Go ahead.
All right, I'm going to be very brief. My name is Dr. Jonathan Thierman. I'm an ER, board certified ER physician and also the president of Express Care, urgent care centers owned by LifeBridge Health System. We saw over 500,000 people last year in the state of Maryland. I think we took excellent care of them, and we did it at a low cost and efficient manner. The cost to get care at an urgent care is about 1/10 the cost of the ER visit. I do agree with the opposition that ER wait times are not specifically caused by rad techs. They're caused actually by a lack of rad techs or lack of people who can take X-rays in urgent care. Because what happens is we can only staff about 10 of our 30 urgent cares across the state. And when patients come in for a simple X-ray, they have to go to the emergency department because we can't provide the X-ray, and we'd like to be able to do that. I'm going to stop there and welcome any questions. Thank you.
Next, please.
Good afternoon, Chair and Vice Chair, as well as the committee. My name is Stephanie Caldas, and I'm the Regulatory Manager for MedStar Health Urgent Care, and I oversee the radiology for over 33 of our urgent care locations. I have been an RT for over 15 years, and I manage radiology as well as the LRT program for DC and Virginia that we created to help solve the issue of the Virginia and DC locations. We successfully trained multiple LRTs during the 2.5 years. The LRTs are closely monitored by our senior technologists as well as our radiology managers. The radiologists evaluate their images in the same fashion as an RT as part of our quality assurance program. And the LRTs are flourishing in our settings. They are high performers similar to the RTs. We take our education seriously. They are the current clinical hours are a minimum of 170 clinical hours supervised by a certified RT and a minimum of 115 didactic hours delivered by a licensed certified RT, which is much less than what we are proposing here in Maryland. They learn radiation safety and biology and radiobiology. That's part of their education, and they must pass the ART boards in the state of Virginia. They learn the proper technical factors that was discussed earlier to manage and know the size of the patient. We also use multiple ways of learning the manual techniques. We depend on manual techniques. We have to know that. We do not depend on AEC or automatic exposure control, which was mentioned earlier. It is not a foolproof method to have the AEC, the automatic exposure control. The workflow is that the provider puts the order in, X-ray tech takes the image and sends it to the radiologist for a diagnosis. We, as far as RTs, don't.
You can continue.
Yes, sorry. We as RTs or LRTs are not responsible for that read. We evaluate the image. We make sure that we have all the criteria necessary, like every RT. Thus far, the LRTs in DC and Virginia have filled 240 shifts and completed 2,200 diagnostic exams limited to the chest, spine, and extremities. This is a great program, and it is an affordable way for an MA to go into a career in radiology. And it's a stepping stone to a 2-year RT program for over half of our LRTs, and allows for career development and for our low-income employees. I ask for a favorable report for House Bill 934. Thank you.
Thank you for being here and for waiting. Delegate Hill.
Just real quick, why do you think this does not create fewer jobs for the fully trained radiation technologists? Why does this not move them out so they're not going to be hired? They're too expensive and you're just not going to hire them.
So currently, we have our, I'm going to answer, sorry. Currently, we have our radiologists, RTs across the board, and I help them advance. Nobody wants to stay stagnant. They always want to advance. And they mentioned earlier, they mentioned that there was shortages in other modalities. Currently, I have 21 RTs that are planning to advance. 5 of them have already left to advance into cath lab, MRI, CT, and all the other modalities. I have to plan ahead. There's 21 that are planning to leave. The new students are not coming to urgent care to help us because, of course, they want to get used to the profession. They need all the experience they can get in a hospital setting. So we are pushing them. I was an RT. I know that we want them to be well trained. So we push them to the hospital where they get fluoroscopy training, which is not what they're getting in an urgent care setting. So their education in urgent care is, minimal. So for clinical locations, it's not the optimal place to be because you're learning just basic x-ray and maybe you're getting maybe 8, 10 at a busy location, maybe 11, 15. Sometimes if we're lucky, we'll get 20. It depends on the volume of that day, but it's not the best place for a clinical location. Most of the time we do MA work in the urgent care setting. So advancement, yeah.
Any other questions? Seeing none, I'd like to ask some questions, if I may. How long has Virginia had their law?
We created it 2.5 years ago to help solve. We had to figure something out because even today, we have some of our positions open for over a year. And we've offered many different ways of trying to even retain. And part of our retention is to offer the growth. Over the 2.5 years, while we were I was trying to solve that, problem of covering our shifts and covering our open positions, I did find that the MAs needed that also stepping stone. They just needed that little bit so they can help them financially, so they can go into college to get their prereqs so they can advance into a 2-year program. Most of the programs require prerequisites. So they are able now financially just a tad to go into and financially grow themselves. So there were 2 problems that were solved indirectly. I wasn't planning on solving both, but.
And how many did you say you have?
Currently, we have completed 3. We took it slow in the beginning, but we have a lot more people that are interested in it. But of course, we want to make sure that we are looking at who are we accepting? Can they handle the program? Can they manage the work-life balance? We help them through that, and it takes a selection. There's a selection process. So they are MAs, which they already know that MA duty. We just need to get them to the RT portion, and they've experienced what it is, but now they are able to train in it.
Have you had any problems with them?
Absolutely not. And they're monitored very closely because they are new to us. We are, I'm being a little bit more critical with them, but they have not had any issues whatsoever. And they follow the guidelines.
And to the doctor, ER doctor, you were sitting in the audience when the testimony was given, right, by the opposition. What is your reaction in your experience?
I presume you're talking about the testimony. I wrote it down. Urgent care is not quality care.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I've been I practiced in the ER for almost 15 years, and now I run 30 urgent cares, and I challenge that notion. I think it's a terrible thing to say. We're not doing brain surgery in urgent care. We're actually serving millions of Marylanders with low acuity problems in a convenient, cost-effective way. It's certainly high quality care. We certainly have all sorts of quality assessment programs in place to make sure that we always have the highest quality. I think that's harmful for the people who need care, and we help them, with their broken bones and their cuts and everything else.
I know I went to one urgent care on Saturday at 9:00 at night.
You did what?
I just went to an urgent care this past Saturday at 9:00 at night. In the evening, I was the last patient.
How was your
And
experience?
it was wonderful,
I'll tell you, because I'm new to my role, and we see a few thousand people every day, and we get 1 or 2, people who email me directly and say the wait was too long or whatever. I call every single one of those people back, and I talk to them, and I see how can we be better. So the notion that urgent care is this, fly by night or fast, it's ridiculous. I mean, we take a lot of pride in what we do.
And for you, if I may.
Yes.
From your experience, right? What you listened to, what do you think about the testimony that was given?
I'd agree with what's been said. I mean, I think that we have to think about having people work to the top of their license and in the best place that suits their job. And I think rad techs really need to be multimodality hospitals because they're experts at that. And like I said before, 80% of what the rad techs do in urgent care is medical assistant tasks. If we can train them to do the x-rays of the extremities and the spine, not the complex stuff, but more the simple stuff, as a sports physician, ER physician, and urgent care physician, I feel like I know the difference of all these places. If we can train them to do that and serve the community and not take rad tech jobs away, but move them to the more complicated places to have them work at the top of their license, I think that's ideal for the state.
Thank you. Any other question? Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to clarify something. I think the question you asked Stephanie was how long has her state had limited scope? And she said 2 years. And I think that was how many years you've been doing it. I just want to point out in testimony is
That was my question. How long has the state?
Yeah.
Yes.
So the state of Virginia has had this since 1996. There's actually a timeline in testimony of every state. This has started back in 1972 and progressively states have added since then.
Thank you for clarifying that. I
Sorry.
appreciate it. It's okay. It's tough. It's late and we're tired.
You're fine.
Okay, all right. I don't see any other questions. Just want to thank you for being here. We appreciate it. If you notice our question, we try to be balanced, right? And listen to both sides and to find something in there, like the middle, right? So I thank you both for working on it. I hope you continue to work on it. And I thank you so much for being here with us and for being patient. I hope you feel heard, you feel respected, because that's our intent, all right? As well as we gather all the information we just ended at 6:07 with this particular hearing. So I hope you have a blessed evening. This bill will go to subcommittee, so you're welcome to come to subcommittee when we have it. And I want to thank you all for being kind and having a respectful conversation, okay? This actually concludes the bill hearing on House Bill 934, and you have a blessed day. Delegate Hill, are the people in the blue here? Okay, they can find a chair now. And for House Bill 1388, I want to thank you for being patient. It went better, right? Yeah, because he's been meeting with them. It makes a difference.
Who are we and what are we here for today?
Hold on one second. I haven't called the bill. Where you're missing people, blue people. Where'd they go? Okay. Someone who has if I may, someone that has the 1388 witness, can you go out and try to get the rest of the witnesses, please? Because there's 31 witnesses. Oh, here they come. All right. So that we can. So now I'm going to call House Bill 1388, Delegate Hill, Labor and Employment, Non-Compete and Conflict of Interest Clauses, Veterinary and Healthcare Professionals. Before I start, I want to thank everyone for being patient as you waited out there. I hope that was better than standing in the committee. And I want to thank you for being patient and for the committee. I know you're tired, you're hungry, and you're here, so I thank you. So let's get started.
All right. Thank you, Madam Chair and Madam Vice Chair. Terry Hill on behalf of House Bill 1388. And I would turn the committee attention to a handout that I sent out earlier today, which is an article from Sunday, NBC News, how hospitals are fighting to keep their former doctors from seeing patients. And this is a article that is germane to this. It talks about non-compete agreements in healthcare and the negative impacts that they can have. And I look at this bill as, you know, one that has three perspectives. There's the perspective of the employer, there's the perspective of the employee, and there's the perspective of the patients. And that's patients, whether they're animal or vegetable. I mean, animal or humans.
It's been a long
Just a little
day.
humor, little humor.
It's okay.
In any case, this bill would simply ban the use of non-competes for veterinary workers, healthcare workers. We've asked, the dentists have asked if they can be amended on, and we've had some other requests. I have no objection to that. And I want to point out that what the bill does not do is ban the use of prohibitions on advertising after one leaves an employer, or have any effect on the proprietary information that employers rightfully have concerns about losing. So it doesn't affect those things at all, so that employers still have tools. The problem with non-competes, and just so we're clear, non-competes typically restrain an employee from practicing within a certain geographic area for a certain number of years after they leave employment, whether that's voluntarily or they're involuntarily let go. And we submit to you that such, the use of such clauses is not in the best interest of our patients. You'll see that the employees claim that this creates an unfair competition for them. And I would say that if a physician leaving and then setting up their own practice takes patients away and causes a business disadvantage to the employee, then that doesn't sound like a market that's really open to another physician or veterinarian or whoever. And I would suspect that that person would actually choose to move to a better market. But if they are carrying patients when they're employed, and when they leave, that employer would then look to hire someone to take their place, then they're not really concerned about losing their patient base. What they're concerned about is someone that they've invested time in, who's gotten to know patients through their marketing, having a reputation that might allow patients to choose to go to somebody else. That's not an unfair advantage. It is, and I'm going to say that from personal experience. So you have my written testimony. Non-compete clauses in an employment contract or agreement typically, as I said, prohibit the employee at the end of their employment from accepting employment with competing employer. This bill or this article from NBC News gives you some case studies, and you're going to hear some of those from people here. And we've already said that we know that it makes no sense for lower waged employees. We know that non-competes were used, say, for fast food workers, and that just makes no sense whatsoever. And I just don't think it makes any sense for higher paid, higher trained folks either. And I'm going to leave it at that because it's late and let my panel speak.
Who's next?
I'll go.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Steve Wise here tonight on behalf of a number of physician groups. You have our written testimony, and I'm joined by Dr. Sunny Gold, who is to my right, who will speak in a moment, who's been with us this afternoon. This committee considers a lot of bills, and today is a good example. But this is a bill that has a chance to make not like a long-term impact or even an intermediate impact, but an immediate impact on the workforce. Two key points you should know about the physician workforce. One, the number of docs that are employed, meaning they are not an independent practice, but they are employed by a hospital or other institution, has risen dramatically over the last 10 or so years, to the point now that the American Academy of Family Physicians in a survey indicates that about 70% of family physicians are an employed relationship, which means they are likely to have signed a restrictive covenant. And that number is only growing. It's expected to be closer to 90% in the next 7 years because most of the younger family docs have signed these agreements. The second thing you should know is you've probably heard about a Federal Trade Commission rule on non-compete clauses. And for anyone who says, well, let's just let the federal government handle this through that rulemaking, you should know that that rulemaking does not reach nonprofit entities. And every hospital in the state of Maryland is a nonprofit entity. So if you do nothing and count on the Federal Trade Commission rule, you will not have solved the physician and health occupation issue here in Maryland. The final thing I'll direct you to is there is a letter in your packet from a Dr. Pani Rao, and she is a family physician who lives in Maryland, but due to a restrictive covenant is now practicing in Pennsylvania. With that, I'll turn it over to Dr. Gold.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for allowing me to speak in support of House Bill 1388, sponsored by Delegate Dr. Hill. Thank you. Restrictive covenants for physicians are jeopardizing patient care.
Can you give us just your name for the record?
I'm sure. My name is Dr. Sunny Gold. I'm in Howard County, Maryland. Not only are patients losing access to skilled doctors and surgeons, it's adding pressure to a system suffering from a shortage of physicians. The surrounding states were more than happy to welcome our doctors and surgeons who are being forced out of Maryland, uprooting their children from their schools and abandoning Maryland patients. I have a friend who had to relocate her entire family to California because of her non-compete here in Maryland. And there are no non-competes in California, by the way, and that he had not fell into the ocean. As one of the most experienced LASIK surgeons in Maryland, I was sued by my former employer when I left due to unsafe care and unsafe patient care initiatives in the quest for greater profits. I successfully defended myself over a prolonged 16-month legal battle, which cost me personally $300,000 to defend myself, and still causes me PTSD 4 years later. During this period, local citizens did not have full access to my ability to provide experienced ophthalmology care. Recently, an anesthesia company was kicked out of a local hospital because they could not adequately staff surgeries. As the hospital tried to regroup and restart offering surgical services, the same anesthesia company sued any former employers who tried to work for this hospital. Patients suffered due to canceled procedures. The hospital suffered and came under extreme financial strain. At the same time, anesthesiologists at other local hospitals were barred from being able to work for this hospital due to their non-competes. So they could not assist this hospital in providing care for their patients. Patients are the unnecessary victims of this struggle. I am not here for myself. My time of being caught in a vortex of a restrictive covenant is behind me. Thank goodness for that. Instead, I'm here to advocate for my colleagues who've gone through extensive training to provide expert and compassionate care to their patients. Trapping them in non-competes with stressful working conditions increases physician burnout and forces doctors to leave Maryland and abandon their patients. For the good of our healthcare workforce and for all Maryland patients, please support House Bill 1388. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your service. Next, please.
Good evening. Robin Elliott. I'm here today on behalf of a number of different health professional associations, nurses, physician assistants, professional counselors, occupational therapists, nurse midwives, and social workers, all in full support of the bill. I'll just add that the provider-patient relationship is not transactional. It is a relationship that is developed over time. It's very, very important that the patient has trust, and to allow patients more ease to follow their providers if they should leave their current practice is extremely important. I'll just highlight in particular for behavioral health, that is a therapeutic relationship. It is not very easy to find another provider. Sometimes it takes years to develop that relationship. So we would ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Madam Chair and distinguished delegates, thank you for the opportunity to testify in strong support of this bill. My name is CJ Kenyalia, and I'm a large animal surgeon in the state. Non-competes force veterinarians out of a profession facing dire shortages. There's an estimated national shortage of vets approaching 15,000, even more alarming for large animal vets. I am one of only 4 boarded large animal surgeons in the entire state. I was the only surgeon that saw emergency surgeries, and now my hands are tied with a non-compete. This means that there is no place in this state to receive this care. Opponents argue non-competes work to keep providers in the state, but they're in place now and we still have shortages. Non-competes strain the fundamental oath to do no harm. I've been in situations where a veterinary practice owner has directly jeopardized patient care, causing increased complications and patient suffering. This, coupled with a non-compete and fear of retaliation for defending patient care, put me in the impossible ethical dilemma of upholding the oath to my profession and providing for my children. As a vet, I have a right not to be associated with substandard care, and that should not be tied to where I work or live. Eliminating non-competes will allow all doctors to truly stand up and defend patient care. Non-competes in healthcare violate public policy. The public never agreed to limit their access to their doctor and thus have been forced into a contract they did not sign. The Supreme Court held that the Contracts Clause of the Constitution does not prevent states from enacting laws to protect the welfare of their citizens, as other states have already done. Maryland common law has long established that any existing non-compete agreement deemed against the public policy can be voided. By infringing on the rights of citizens to choose their care, limiting access to care in critical shortage areas, and jeopardizing the standard of care, non-competes violate the public interest, and this is why the legislature should enact this law both retroactively and prospectively. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in favor of House Bill 1388. My name is Dana Lunas Blumel. I was born and raised in Annapolis, and I own and run a horse farm in Davidsonville. I'm strongly urging you to support this bill. I am in favor of this bill for many reasons, but most importantly, I have personally been affected by the constraints of non-compete agreements in the last couple of years. 2 years ago, 1 week before Christmas, I was diagnosed with breast cancer. Oops, excuse me. As you may imagine, I was scared, devastated, and unable to see a path forward. I was referred to my oncologist by several trusted resources, including my GP, the head radiologist at the imaging center, and my family, as she had treated a family member of ours. Little did I know she was in the middle of a non-compete lawsuit as well with the hospital. Because I was in uncharted territory with my own health, having always been extremely healthy, I knew I needed someone I could trust with this cancer diagnosis and to help me navigate this. What I didn't expect was to have to drive an hour out of my way to my doctor's appointment, which was also an hour from my chemotherapy treatment. And when I started chemo, my doctor could not be there. The treatment center was near the hospital, and her group of doctors were not allowed to see their patients there. I stuck with my oncologist, and I'm so glad I did, but it was not the most convenient or easy thing to drive an hour out of my way after having chemotherapy and also not having a doctor at the treatment center. I'm now affected by a similar non-compete clause with my veterinarian. I have been using my veterinarians for over 6 years. They know my horses inside and out, and I trust them implicitly. As I've mentioned, I own the farm in Davidsonville, and I have other horses there that I don't own. And my biggest fear is that we will have an emergency in the middle of the night and I cannot get a vet to my farm. What you may not know is you have to establish a very deep and trusting relationship with your large animal vet because they have to travel, unlike other medical professions. Large animal vets are overworked, and there are very few of them in the state of Maryland. We need the ability to be able to choose our own medical professionals, whether it's personal or for our large animals or small animals for that matter. Thank you again for considering, and please support this very important bill.
One second. Can you see who's on Zoom? What's the name? Carol Tweed. I want to say thank you for sharing your story, personal journey, and I pray that you do really well and recover completely, okay?
And please support this very important.
Yes, go ahead. Ms. Tweed,
Hi.
can you turn off your YouTube channel or the website?
Yes.
Thank you for sharing your story, personal journey, and I pray. I do not like to hear my voice. Go ahead.
Okay, how's that? You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you well
Okay,
now.
because I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can you give me 1 second to adjust this? And I apologize to take everyone's time. I'm trying to X out of the YouTube.
We can hear you clearly. Don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. Just give me your testimony. She can hear me? Can you hear me? Give me your testimony.
I'm trying to X out the YouTube. Okay. Hello?
I hear you clearly. Don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. Just give me your testimony.
You got it.
You can hear me?
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to join you today. I'm Carol Tweed. I'm an oncologist and hematologist.
Can you hear me? Give
With-
me your testimony. Are you able to lower the volume on the YouTube? Clearly, don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. Just give me your testimony.
You got it.
Can you hear me?
Hello, and thank you for allowing me to join you today. I'm Carol Tweed. I'm an oncologist and hematologist.
Can you hear me? Give me your testimony.
I'm working with MOH Annapolis. There's a lag, you guys.
The volume on the YouTube. Clearly, don't worry about it. Don't stress about it. Just give me your testimony. Are you able to are you able to communicate with her? Yeah.
Can you hear me? Give me your testimony. I'm working with MOH Annapolis.
Is there a phone number for her?
You guys.
Hold on a second. Excuse me 1 minute.
I have her phone number.
Can you guys now hear me in live? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, and guys, I'm sorry for that. I am apologetic. So I'll start now.
All right, don't worry about it. Take a
Thank
deep
you,
breath.
guys.
Take a
Sorry.
deep breath.
I'm Carol Tweed. I'm an oncologist and hematologist in Annapolis. I work for Maryland Oncology Hematology, and I'm here in support of Bill 1388. I'm appreciative of everybody's time today. In 2012, I moved to Annapolis. I was an academic oncologist. I moved for personal reasons and to join an esteemed group of oncologists. At the time, they were employed by Anne Arundel Medical Center. A number of years later, we had concerns about patient safety and quality of care. We brought those in a number of meetings to the hospital administration. And rather than work with us to improve patient care, we were all 9 oncologists terminated simultaneously. In those termination letters, it was made clear that our restrictive covenants would be enforced and that we could not solicit patients. Acutely, our patients were affected. I very much appreciated Dr. Gold's testimony as to what this did to our families, which was tremendously difficult, but that's not what I'm going to talk about today. This bill, above all else, is about the patient experience, the experience of frightened and medically complex patients who are struggling to preserve or maintain their life, and then they lose their anchor, and that's us, the physician who knows them, their goals, their family, their medical histories, and they can't find us. This is about the experience of the patient who showed up at my doorstep in Davidsonville with candy, apologizing to my children for interrupting dinner, but scared because he couldn't find my practice and didn't want to lose me. This is about my young patient who died in Anne Arundel Medical Center of metastatic breast cancer, who I had cared for years. And above all else, she knew that when the inevitable time came, I would be there to palliate and to hold her hand. I was unable to do that. It was wiped away. This is the patient getting weekly or every 2-week chemo who's driving the Beltway, sick, nauseated, because they want me as their doctor. These experiences are what this bill is about. And finally, in trying to enforce our restrictive covenant or non-compete, the hospital asserted in an unprecedented manner that our restrictive covenant covered telemedicine. And what that meant is that patients in zip codes in my contract couldn't engage in telemedicine in the middle of a pandemic as chemotherapy patients if they wanted to keep me as their doctor. This is about the eradication of patient choice, the eradication of patient quality of care, and the eradication of patient safety. This bill is about patients and not business. And thank you for letting me join you.
Okay. Thank you for being there for your patients. Okay, we appreciate it, and thank you for being here with us today. I know it's not easy what you do, so we thank you. All right, I'm going to open it up for questions now, and I have Delegate Chisholm, followed by White Hallam, Johnson, Bagnell, and Rosenberg. Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to take this opportunity to publicly thank Delegate Hill for putting this bill in. It's my understanding there was another delegate was going to put it in, but backed out.
A handsome young delegate.
Yeah. It's a good looking delegate from what I remember. But I'm going to give it. So I was curious because there was a piece of unfavorable note in there, and it says, as noted in the physical and policy note for this bill, the small business effect is meaningful without full research of the unintended and irreversible consequences. So I went to the physical note, and here's what it says. It says, thus the bill may have potential meaningful impact on some small businesses that are veterinary practices or in the healthcare industry by potentially encouraging job mobility, higher wages, and new firm creation. In your experience, are those bad things?
So Delegate Chisholm, thank you for the question. And as someone who, like you, is a business person, I don't think those are bad things. And I think, I also believe that the markets have value. And so I don't consider those bad things. Thank you.
And I hope I got the order right. White Holland? Yeah, did I get it right?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Delegate, for bringing this bill and for your panelists. I would just like to know, as I've done some initial research, if there are other states that have embarked upon this. And if so, what have those outcomes or consequences been like? And how has it improved greater access in this regard. So I just didn't know if it was something that other states have taken upon. I know that there's discussions at the federal level related to non-competes, and so just wanted to see what things look like there. Do you have the information? Sure.
As far as other states that have prohibited non-competes, California, Oklahoma, North Dakota have prohibited them. Florida, Indiana, Connecticut, Maine all have some specific prohibition on some facet of healthcare. And like Maine is probably the only one that's specific to veterinarians, which obviously is sort of my area. But you obviously don't have the veterinary industry collapsing in that state.
Yes. If anyone else can expound upon how other occupations have been impacted based on this activity in other states.
No, not on other states. I thought you were going to ask about other professions that have. I can tell you that attorneys, because I am one, have there's a federal American Bar Association rule that prohibits non-competes. Maryland has that as well. And that's founded on the attorney-client relationship and the sanctity of that. And I certainly think that same principle applies here. And as an attorney that's represented doctors for 20 years, I would argue it's even more profound in the doctor-patient relationship.
You're welcome. Delegate Johnson, followed by Bagnell.
Thank you, Madam
And I
Chair.
apologize if I didn't get it right. I wrote it as I remember.
Thank you, Delegate Hill, for this bill and panel bringing us the information. I was wondering, so we kind of have a better understanding. Is there a ballpark average of the limitations of area and duration for these non-competes?
So it'll vary, but it might be 35 miles for 2 years. And it does vary. And we've seen, like, you know, as Dr. Tweed was giving testimony, what we see commonly, and again, not only are more and more family practitioners employed, but hospitals and hospital networks are employing more and more physicians. And it is not uncommon at all. And I would proffer, because of the profit interests of the business entities that have taken over medical care, that when physicians stand up for patient care at risk of the bottom line, which the corporate interests are pushing for, they often lose their jobs and then are told that they can't practice for up to 2 years. And we've seen entire departments leave hospitals in Maryland and Central Maryland, not just the oncologists, cardiologists, radiologists, anesthesiologists, and then been told that they cannot practice within a 35-mile area for a period of 2 years.
You're welcome. Delegate Bagnell.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I want to second my good delegate's words on thanking you for this bill. I think there are several members of this committee who represent the county where we learned in the press that this had occurred, and many of the patients learned in the press that they no longer had access to their oncologist. So I'm looking at the opposition, and I'm going to ask you, Delegate, do you believe that this is a patient-centered bill?
100%. And I will tell you that I've had, before I even understood the impact of the non-competes, because I've always been self-employed, but before I understood it, I've had many patients at times say, my doctor just disappeared on me. My doctor just disappeared. I don't know what happened to them. They've left the state. I can't, and I got no warning. They're just not there anymore. And I'm pretty sure that most of those were because someone was let go and their non-compete forced them out of the area, and they weren't allowed to share that information.
And if I could have a follow-up.
Yes.
Thank you. And in your expertise, do we have better health outcomes when we centered the patient, even as we're looking at innovations for how we can be more effective, efficient, and cost sensitive?
I'm going to think about that and say, absolutely. Thank you.
I have Delegate Kipke followed by Rosenberg. All right, thank you. Delegate Rosenberg.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The medical profession is different from every other profession in terms of the nature of the relationship, the care that you're providing. But how do you respond inevitably, and I assume when the opponents come up, they're going to say this sets a precedent in Maryland law to do this with regard to these kind of provisions or other areas of the law, other professions. What's your response?
My response is that the General Assembly is probably going to have to take on that question, not necessarily one profession at a time, but maybe groups of professions at a time. But I think you would be hard pressed to find relationships beyond the attorney relationship and beyond the physician or other healthcare provider relationship where it requires people to reveal things that they don't necessarily want others to know, and that they know they need to have the trust of a person that carries, that stands the test of time. And those two occupations are the one that's already covered and the one that needs to be covered that come to mind. There may be others that come and ask you for it, but I think those are going to be more centered on economic reasons. This is centered on taking care of the patient in this case.
Thank you. Delegate Riley. Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Did I miss anyone? Seeing none, I have a couple of questions. So the first one is, I like what you're doing here, especially because we have a healthcare shortage, right? Like it's real. Like, look at all the bills and everything we're passing. But that being said, should there be any instances where you do have these non-compete contracts?
Madam Chair, I can't think of any within the healthcare arena. Again, from a business standpoint, and when I hired an associate, I did not have a non-compete. And I had rules that the charts belong to me. And like other people who I think show best practices, when we separated and patients who I had solicited for her came and asked about her, I said, here's her phone number. We're not requiring that. So I let people know so they'd have a right to find her, even though I had invested in her being there. And over the years, we worked collaboratively. We covered for one another and we built a strong relationship. So I think that good business policy means that you respect your colleagues and you don't put barriers into their success because you're afraid it's going to impact your success. Your success is based on you and how you do your job. And particularly in healthcare, there is enough need that everyone who is here who can provide quality care can find patients and do well.
What I found interesting, and I wonder if you found it interesting, Delegate, is the bills, the states that have passed it. California, Colorado, Oklahoma. Can you imagine California and Oklahoma, North Dakota, Minnesota? It's kind of, what do you think about that combination?
I think it makes it a nonpartisan issue.
Yep. All right. I don't see any other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
For being here. We are going to go on now to a panel of unfavorable to be balanced. I would like Peggy Townsend, Karen Seaplack, Mark Hubley, and Susan Mende. Those are the unfavorable. Is there anyone that is unfavorable and you're here? Please come up if I didn't call you. I want to make sure I get to you. Oh yeah, and the info as well. Daniel Shutter. So I don't have, just to repeat, I see Peggy, I see Daniel. I don't see Karen. Is there Karen, Mark, Susan here? No, all right. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. For the record, Peggy Townsend on behalf of the Maryland Hospital Association in opposition to this bill. I would note that bans on non-compete clauses are usually for situations when there is an uneven bargaining situation. So you passed it, for example, for employers that pay 150% or below of minimum wage, because they had an uneven bargaining situation. I think it was Jimmy John's that was requiring people to do that. But that's not the case in this situation. These are highly skilled professionals that I would submit have even more leverage today than they've ever had because of the shortages. I would note that non-compete agreements are incredibly valuable tools for protecting the investments hospitals make to recruit doctors. It's particularly important in rural and medically underserved areas. They have also, not only do they have higher shortages, but they have an older workforce, meaning they're getting ready to retire. And recruiting someone to a rural area or any area, if it's a highly specialized practitioner. So we also think that when you have non-competes, it promotes the sharing of information amongst providers, because you're not worried that the provider next to you is going to get to know your patients and then steal them. It's interesting that the AMA came out with a position against non-compete, except if the physicians do it. If a physician group wants to do it, they understand the value of a non-compete in that situation. I would submit that passage of this bill would significantly upend the healthcare labor market in Maryland. You would see chaos created as people move, and millions of dollars of existing contracts are upended and invalidated. So for those reasons, we ask for an unfavorable on this bill.
Okay, next.
Madam Chair, members of the committee, I'm Dan Shattuck here on behalf of Bricado and Shattuck. To provide information, we represent a number of healthcare clients across the spectrum, from physician groups to non-physician groups. And this bill has generated a lot of discussion amongst the groups to a point where they couldn't come together and say, oh, yes, we're for it, yes, we're against it. So I'm here today because I want to be at the table and part of the discussion moving forward. I think there's valid points on both sides. And I think one of the big focus areas for all of our clients, unfortunately, is the wrestling with the practice, the business side of their practice, but then really looking at the shortage and everything that's been talked about in this committee this year. What does it take to keep a provider in the state of Maryland, and looking at the reimbursement? I think that's been the biggest focus. What is keeping and bringing providers in the state of Maryland? And if groups, and again, we represent some small solo practices to large groups, sometimes groups are, forced to move out of a practice setting or a hospital because they can't afford, they can't recoup, the cost from the insurers, whether it's Medicare, Medicaid, or the commercial insurers. So there's other factors, in this business landscape. So that's why it's hard for many of our clients to come down on both sides of this, but we wanted to be at the table. We want to be part of the discussion. If there's amendments, we want to look at amendments and see if there's a way to, tackle this issue, but at the same time, focus on the bigger picture, bringing in providers to the state, and what's the best way to do that.
All right, thank you. Let's go to the unfavorable. There's no one else here unfavorable, correct? In person? I know I have some virtual. I know that. All right. Virtually, will you please, Mr. Hubley, will you be so kind and unmute yourself? And please bring the other two. Thank you.
Good
Go
evening.
ahead, sir.
Good evening. This is Mark. I think I am muted.
No, you're not. We can hear you.
Oh, Lord. All right.
You are not muted and we can hear you.
So My name is Mark Hubley, Dr. Mark Hubley. I am a professor of biology at Prince George's Community College. My wife, Dr. Susan Mendy, is a veterinarian and practice owner. At this time, I oppose House Bill 1388. 20 years ago, we borrowed over $1 million to build the facility for her business in Lothian. Since that time, we have literally put blood, sweat, and tears into the business. The veterinarians that work for the practice to help make them more efficient are given access to the entire client database, including contact information and medical records. If an employee can leave the practice with all of that valuable information to work as a competitor without at least there being some restrictions or payment of some compensation. Proponents of HB 1388 suggest that the elimination of such restrictions will have no effects other than increasing competition and giving customers more choice to providers. That may be. I don't know if there's such evidence that that will be the only outcome. I can certainly think of possibilities that this may lead to businesses hiring fewer skilled employees or possibly discouraging people from opening businesses in Maryland. Instead, I heard people talk about there are such laws in California and other places. They exist, but what have they done? Are there data? Do we know? Has that increased competition? What has been the effect? Those data should be there, and we should put a hold on this bill, at least until more discussions have had, and at least until somebody takes a look to see what the effects will actually be. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for being here with us. We appreciate it. Let's go to Susan Mendy.
I think she is not able to speak tonight.
Okay, how about Karen? She's not there either? So there's no one else form favorable, okay? Thank you so much for, are there any questions for this? There are questions, I'm sorry. I saw it. Very late. Thank you for letting me know. Delegate White Holland.
Thank you, Madam Chair,
Thank you for
and thank you all so much for your testimony. I think it would be helpful, and Pegeen, you mentioned something that this bill would be essentially, it would hinder recruitment. It would be a disincentive. So can you expound upon that? Because in my mind, I'm thinking that this type of provision would, if anything, attract and be beneficial, especially to those in rural communities. And so can you expound upon that as to why specifically this would be a disincentive?
Sure, because hospitals are investing now in recruitment cost, relocation costs, et cetera. But they do that in return for a commitment to work in that practice for a certain period of time. And they do it in return, and it's a contractual relationship. If we don't have the incentive to invest in the physicians, it's going to be harder to recruit individuals.
Go ahead.
I think I guess the way that I'm also seeing this is, how can this better benefit the provider and making sure that they can be in a facility where after the investments are made, that they can then benefit the larger community once they have departed. And so I'm trying to understand, how can this also be beneficial to the provider as well? Why is that a disincentive?
Because it destabilizes what we have committed to our patients to deliver. It takes the patients from where they're used to going, and they have to go somewhere else. And it's continuity of care that we want to have. We want to have a stable workforce. This destabilizes the entire workforce in Maryland. You'd have movement every other week. We need to have a stable set of providers to provide the care to the patients.
Okay. It's okay. Delegate Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're
So,
welcome.
Ms. Townsend, this past summer in my district, we had a physician, 2 PAs, and a behavioral health specialist leave a practice. They were starting up their own practice. It was the worst kept secret in my community. And they ended up being terminated by the owner of the practice. They all had non-competes. And you mentioned that there would be upheaval if this moved forward. I got to tell you, that was upheaval. I couldn't believe how much my phone blew up. Facebook went crazy. People saying they couldn't get an appointment. They couldn't see their provider. They couldn't get access to the medical record. They're going to have to drive 40 miles. People wanted me to declare it a public health crisis because this had occurred in my community to do it. So I saw it as that was the upheaval. So I didn't understand your statement about how it would be an upheaval if this bill were to move forward.
Because if we have a constant churn of providers, even more than we have today, we continually have to replace so-and-so and replace so-and-so when they've signed these agreements. These are professional people that have signed the agreements. And this bill would interfere with a contractual arrangement that two parties with pretty equal bargaining power have agreed to.
Yes.
So you're representing the Maryland Hospital Association, correct?
Mhm.
So these are agreements between the physicians and the hospitals for them to be working in the hospitals versus my example was a physician's.
Oh, that was a
office.
physician?
Yeah.
Oh,
physician's
I
office to do it.
don't know about.
So your issue was it's an upheaval within the hospital
But it
world.
still disrupts the community when that happens. But it's the practice had a reason for putting a non-compete in. They want to keep their employees so they can have a stable patient flow.
Understand. Thank you, madam.
If I could just say one more thing. The issue of hospitals owning physician practices. Well, the reason why many do this, it's not, we're just gobbling them up because we're bad. The clinicians come to us and say, I can't make it anymore with the billing and all the hassles. Please employ me. And what the hospitals then do is they negotiate with the commercial carriers with a lot more leverage than an individual in private practice would have. So we bring a lot to the table for the physicians that work with us. It's not all a bad thing.
Okay. Delegate Hill, followed by Johnson.
Yes, Peggy, I think it seems like something was being confused because you were talking about hospitals recruiting physicians and needing to know that the physician's going to stay there from X amount of time. That's not what non-competes are about. Non-competes are about when that provider leaves, are they forced to go distances away so that the patients have no ability to follow them there? That has nothing to do with the investment in recruit. In fact, this bill, unless you're seeing something, so that's the question. Are you seeing something in the bill that would prevent a recruiter or an employer from having a commitment similar to when businesses provide for educational supplements that said, if you leave before a certain time, you're going to be required to pay me back X amount because of the investment I make. I don't see that in there. So maybe you can point out if you're able, could you please show me where in here it would prohibit something that says, if you leave before X amount of time, you owe me some money back. That's not a non-compete.
No, that's not in this bill.
Exactly. Thank you.
Right, but we can't get our money back.
Have a clause asking for that back. There's nothing that prohibits you from
Oh,
saying,
I
give
see.
us our investment back. Give us
Okay.
10% of our investment
No,
back.
these are agreements that people agreed to.
Absolutely.
All right. Delegate Johnson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ms. Towson, you mentioned in your statement that it would cause more of a turnover more than you already have, that you have a pretty big turnover now.
Yeah.
So aren't you taking those folks completely out of the market in that area now? So how is that a benefit to the patients in that area?
Because they'd stay
That's right.
in the job as they've agreed to.
You had more than
And
the
you
turnover
get-
you're already having.
Right, if this bill passes, we would see huge turnover. Huge.
Well, my question is, you said you have plenty of turnover already.
Correct.
So you're taking those folks out of the market in that area. So how, because they can't practice or they have to go X amount of miles away or can't practice for so many years. So How does that help the patients in that area?
Given the time, the number of occurrences where somebody sues to enforce a non-compete is pretty few and far between. And so there's that side, there's how many of those people happen. But we've got turnover just in general, unrelated to non-competes. That's a very small section of the turnover. The general churn is because we have a shortage. See what I'm saying? No. Then let me try to clarify. So it is rare for a non-compete to have to be enforced. Okay, it's rare. Most people comply with their non-compete as they've agreed. The vacancy and turnover in general is 10 times more than the number of non-compete people leaving the area.
We're talking about the bill. We were speaking on the bill. When you talk, we're talking about the turnover. So these other folks weren't in this bill, and that wasn't the discussion. We were talking about non-competes. When you
right, and if you get rid of them, it will exacerbate our turnover problem.
Okay.
Okay.
They're going to be switching jobs every which way.
You talk about a turnover problem. We were talking about a non-compete bill, not the other folks. So that was a little confusing.
I'm just trying to say, eliminating non-competes makes this problem worse.
Delegate Rosenberg, followed by Shalega, followed by Martinez, followed by Morgan.
You said earlier that these are contracts between equals, between the doctors and the hospitals. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought I heard testimony from the proponents that these are not limited to doctors, but to people, other people on the food chain, the medical food chain. And therefore, does your argument still hold for someone who's in a different position than a doctor?
The answer is it depends. Like a chief nursing officer, right, at a hospital may have a non-compete. So the higher up you go, the more likely it is that you're going to have a non-compete. I don't know. We've got so many shortages. We're doing signing bonuses and retention bonuses for the other folks. I'm not sure the use of non-compete is that widespread underneath the top leadership.
I have Delegate Shalega.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Madam Chair.
You're welcome.
So, we don't have a free market in healthcare, unfortunately, because there's so many regulations, but we have a physician shortage. So they should have the upper hand, but they don't because of these non-competes where this is the way I see it. The big guys are tying their hands. You said insurance companies are not negotiating with physicians. So physicians are being squeezed by the insurance companies and they're being squeezed by the hospitals. Part of the physician shortage has to be the reimbursement rate. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And part of that is the Medicaid reimbursement rate, which is set by the state. So I don't see how this non-compete doesn't squeeze the physician and healthcare community, be it the nurse you just talked about, who's in a shortage position as well. Your logic, I'm going to disagree with your logic. I'll say it that way because, the non-compete is not helping, especially with all these outside forces also upon them. If you get a physician in the hospital and you pay them what they should be paid, or a nurse, or, the nurse that's manager, they're not going to leave. That's, people don't like to jump from job to job to job. So I would disagree with your logic that we're going to have pandemonium. You didn't say that. That was an exaggeration. I'm sorry. But we're going to have people jumping from job to job to job. So thank you.
Okay. Delegate Martinez.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. And just following, I guess, the line of questions that all of our colleagues have had, when this issue came up to me in the interim, the first thing I thought about was the imbalance of that relationship that physicians are having with doctors, particularly because We know there's a shortage. We know there's like, because of the insurance industry, there's lack of opportunities to go in private practice. But then also you guys basically hold people, regardless of what the conditions are in the workforce, regardless of what's happening. Once they sign these non-competes, they basically have to say, either I don't practice or I take whatever I'm receiving at the hospital. Isn't that so?
I don't think that's so.
Okay, all right. Delegate Riley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, that just, Delegate Martinez just reminded me of a good question. So when the hospital signs a contract with these physicians, do they, is there a limit to it? Like, do they sign it and this is good for 5 years, or is this like forever? They have to stay with you?
You know, I don't know the answer to that question. Because I'm sure they renegotiate their contract. I'm not sure the answer to that, to be honest.
Okay, if you could get that
Sure.
for us, so we'd
Yep.
be grateful. Thank you.
All right. Anyone else? Kipke.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you.
Peggy, you know, we're all very fond of you.
She may not feel it right now. But we are.
Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Not feeling loved.
If a bill like this were to pass, what other tools could hospitals utilize to address the problem that it might create for the hospitals?
I think the shift in the bargaining power shifts dramatically, and then we get held hostage.
Well, I mean, if you're a young professional that has tons of loans, you've got a young family, you're trying to start out in life. I mean, I don't know how much they you know, I guess in certain instances, there's quite a lot there, but aren't there other tools in the toolbox? You know, I think, you know, Anne Arundel County Police right now are being offered a huge bonus to sign up, but you got to work there for a certain number of years or you got to pay it back. And that's a legal contract. And I believe that wouldn't be harmed by a bill like this. So I'm just curious, aren't there other tools that are available that could be utilized to prevent the churn or the increased turmoil and the staffing issues?
Sure. Yeah, and the paying back may be one, but think about you're upsetting the bargaining equation. Who would sign that?
I understand, but I feel as though because it's public health, we have to balance that with some of the other unintended consequences that have been brought up. Thank you.
I understand.
Okay. Anyone else for this? Oh, Delegate Gazzoni.
Thank you. I'm just curious at this point because Peggy's been sort of beat up on and we're sorry about that. But Dan, you mentioned that a lot of the organizations that you work with sort of split on this. Based on some of the discussion we've had now, is that the type of thing that you've been hearing? Were there any interesting, like creative thoughts about how to maybe do it differently based on some of the stuff that you've been hearing? Just sort of curious there. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, it's been a range of discussion from, non-competes are bad to, well, they serve a purpose in terms of, some of the things Begin was saying that, developing your business and creating a core workforce entity that is trying to survive in this, climate. Again, the reimbursement arena is difficult, bringing in new providers to the state of Maryland and keeping them here. And there's a multitude of reasons why, they're leaving and why there's that turnover that he was talking about. So it's hard. And I guess, I'm trying to get some information. I'm trying to provide some information, just that there is some quandary out there. It's not as, cut and dry, that there's some areas of gray. And are there other contractual tools that can be used, or is there a narrowness to the bill, or, I don't know. I mean, we just want to be at the table, hear the discussions and be able to participate.
If I could just go back to Delegate Kipke's question about the new position.
We passed it. Sorry about
Yep.
that. Okay, okay, are there any other questions? All right. Again, I'm gonna ask you a follow-up. What is the follow-up that you have for Delegate Kipke? I have to respect my own rules. Go ahead.
Except, I was just gonna say, Delegate Kipke, for new, physicians, oftentimes the hospitals subsidize there for like a year or more while they get established. So that's, one of the tools that you use to recruit new grads, is to help them get established.
So my question then is going back to the tools in the toolbox. One of the requirements can be, instead of having a non-compete, which is devastating for those professionals, right? And I don't believe that the sky is gonna fall, respectfully, but I do believe in balance, right? And fairness. How about putting something in a contract that says, if you leave, you have to pay back what I invested or what I gave you to get you settled. Like there has to be, and that's more of a balance. If you said something that was interesting about 10 minutes ago, and it was that if we were to change it, if we were to pass this bill, then you're hostage. But that's how they feel, they're hostage. So how do we have a little balance so that the negotiation is sensible? And there, I would want you to think about that, okay? As we discuss this bill, because that's important. Are there any questions for this panel? Seeing none, thank you so much. There is? All right, Delegate Taveras.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for coming forward and sharing your point of view. I just want to ask, I know that we've been discussing, and you might have already mentioned it, but if you could please just repeat it, be so kind. For the states that have banned and haven't passed this bill and and have done the non-competes, how has that affected the states, the panorama of this industry?
For me? I don't know. Actually, my one thought was to, I wrote it down, call up my good friend from Kaiser and see what their experience has been out in California, is what I plan to do, to try to answer that.
Okay, thank you. All right, so any other questions? All right, thank you so much. I'm gonna call the following people now. And since I did all the unfavorable, I did the information. So let's go to, it's just favorable left. And if you can say me too as well, that would be great. We have Brittany Williamson Caniglia, Melinda Lawrence. Can you come up? Okay, not here. All right, how about Brittany Williamson Caniglia and Sharon Caniglia? All right, and how about Deloise Noble Strong? Are you here? All right, Alexandra, I think it is, Robbins. Are you here? All right, how about William White? William White? How about Wendy Lott? Wendy Lott? Shelley Garrett? All right, you can just bring up a chair. Delegate Vice Chair Collison is going to moderate this one because I have a group of people that have been waiting since 6:30 for meetings. So I'm gonna go do those meetings and come back. So who would like to get started? Anyone?
Yes, that's me.
And you can move the microphone closer to you or move the chair, take the other seat. Okay, let's be flexible.
Hear me okay now?
Yes,
Okay.
give us your name.
My name is William White.
Okay, thank you so much for your patience, everyone. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, thank you so much for your stamina. I'm testifying in favor of this bill. I am a physician who practiced emergency medicine for 28 years, as well as urgent care for another 2 years prior to my retirement in 2020. During that time, I worked in several emergency departments, from level 2 trauma centers to community emergency departments, as well as in 2 different networks of emergency care centers. Most of the companies I worked for required non-compete clauses as part of their employment contracts. I was also aware of many primary and specialty care practices in the catchment areas of those hospitals where I worked
who also required non-compete clauses for their physicians. I am personally and professionally familiar with problems that non-complete clauses create, and I urge you to support passage of HB 1388. I could go on, but let's leave it at that. It's late. Me too.
Thank you. Thank you for your empathy. Just move down the line. Just start with your name, please.
Love it. So hello, I'm Alexandria Robbins. I'm a resident of District 24. Thank you for hosting this hearing today, and thank you to Delegate Hill for your leadership on this issue. I have spent my entire career advocating for people who often do not have a voice. Never in my wildest dreams, though, did I imagine that I would be here to talk to you about my horse, Windsor. In 2020, at the beginning of COVID, my horse sustained a very serious, life-threatening injury. Veterinary practices that were already capacity strapped, we found ourselves trapped in a cycle around scheduling. Because of the complexity of his case, I was told that he was not worth saving, that only at 4 years old, I should have ended his life. It wasn't until I found the vets who are sitting here in this room with me that Windsor was given a glimmer of hope. He is now happy and healthier than ever. I'm so happy to say that to you all today. But to this day, he requires a specialized level of care and cutting-edge medicine to keep his life as comfortable as possible. I thank God every day that I found the vets who are sitting here today. But thanks to the non-competes, my horse can no longer see the vet that saved his life. I think that this is wrong. I think that it should change, and Maryland should lead on this issue. This is not a discussion about small business margins. It is about providing care to those who need it most and allowing owners to make informed decisions for their animals. If you've ever had the pleasure of owning an animal, you know that it is horrible when you see them suffering in pain, and you would do anything, including coming and talking to you lovely people today. Horses cannot speak for themselves, and we are their advocates. So I ask you to please move this bill forward as quickly as possible, because the horses.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
My name is Deloise Noble Strong, and I am in support of banning non-compete clauses for veterinarians and other health professionals, because there is an obvious shortage of equine surgeons and vets in Maryland. We are currently outsourcing a tremendous amount of work to Pennsylvania and Virginia, which means large amounts of money being spent on vet work also goes to Pennsylvania and Virginia. If we have the potential to expand the veterinary community in this state, we should be allowing all vets to work, ideally paving the way forward for better and more modern clinics within the state of Maryland. These out-of-state facilities may be a determining factor in whether or not a horse or equine companion lives or dies, as many people do not have the ability or resources to drive the distance to New Bolton Center in Kennett Square, Pennsylvania, or the Marion DuPont Equine Medical Center in Leesburg, Virginia. I would like to see a future where similar clinics or facilities can be fostered in the state of Maryland, and I believe banning non-competes and opening the market will aid in that development. I also believe horse owners should not be subject to have to choose their vets based on law. We form lifelong relationships with our vets that are founded on trust and understanding of our lifestyles. When the relationships are disrupted by the existence of a non-compete clause, it is the horses which can suffer the most. This I find unacceptable. We boast one of the largest horse industries in any state in the nation, and we should carry the responsibility and commitment to serving all horses and horse owners. The economic impact of a free market should not be dismissed in regards to the benefits toward the state of Maryland. I also look forward to alleviating the stress to horse owners in the future with the help of banning non-compete clauses. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sharon Cornelia, and I'm retired from education as a teacher and administrator of 44 years. I am here to ask for your support for House Bill 1388 to prohibit non-compete agreements in healthcare and veterinary professions. I am a family member of 2 highly skilled veterinarians. This bill is critical to our family. I recently moved from my home of 40 years to be closer to my family and my grandchildren. It would be an extreme hardship on all of us if they were forced to move out of the area of the non-compete to continue to practice their profession. Shortly after I retired, I suffered a serious medical emergency that required hospitalization. I share this personal info for two reasons. First, my veterinarian son recognized the emergency and is the one that took me to the hospital. Second, I have fear of doctors and hospitals. Because of the medical emergency, I have finally found a doctor who I like and trust. As a patient, I would be extremely upset if because of a non-compete clause, I no longer had access to my doctor. I am sure horse owners feel the same about their veterinarian. The passage of this bill is critical to patients, families, clients, veterinarians, and medical professionals. The specialized services they provide to all of us, to your constituents, and to the entire state of Maryland are vitally important. Let the people choose who best meets their needs. It is the American way. I'll close with a quote from Albert Einstein. For everything that is really great and inspiring is created by the individual who can labor in freedom. Thank you for your time and hopefully your support for House Bill 1388.
Next, please.
Thank you, delegates, for hearing my testimony tonight. My name is Dr. Brittany Williamson. I'm a horse veterinarian and here to support HB 1388 and share my very personal experience. In 2019, I joined a practice in Southern Maryland, and it was my express intent to make this practice my forever home. I brought my current clients and patients to the practice, and my reputation brought others throughout my employment. However, over time, it was clear that I did not share the same views on business, patient care, or ethics as the owner. As the business owner's desire and ability to practice decrease, I saw the cost of medications increase to make up an easy dollar. Medications were frequently marked up 500 to 600%, making them unaffordable for the average owner and sacrificing patient care. The business had multiple health and radiation code violations, and the owner repeatedly deceived government organizations about these violations. The practice owned and operated 5 X-ray generators, which should have been inspected and calibrated annually by Maryland regulation. However, 4 of the 5 never were. 6 months after I joined the practice, I suffered an early miscarriage. I was not alone in this situation. I drove a colleague to the emergency room as she cried and bled through her clothes in her miscarriage. I mourned the loss of an otherwise healthy 16-week pregnancy with another coworker. In the 4 years I was employed there, no less than 50% of all pregnancies ended in miscarriage. I cannot say for certain that a direct cause and effect was at play, but radiation exposure has been a proven risk factor for pregnancy loss. But with a non-compete clause waived in front of me as leverage, I had no power to advocate for better working conditions. These, among other things, ultimately led me to leave the practice and start my own business outside the radius. I firmly believe non-compete clauses protect poor business practices, absolve practice owners of accountability, and prevent providers from advocating for better patient care and better working environments.
Thank you. Next, please.
Madam Chair and distinguished delegates, my name is Wendy Lott. I own a horse farm and horses in Lothian, Maryland. On the evening of May 22nd, 2023, one of the horses on my farm had a critical emergency. We contacted a local veterinarian for this emergency, which I had a good doctor-patient relationship with at the time. But the vet refused to come out to my farm for that emergency. This veterinarian, who was also the practice owner, or is the practice owner, refused to send out any associates. This veterinarian is now preventing other vets from seeing patients at my farm due to a non-compete clause. This seriously hinders patient care. This situation left us scrambling to find someone to help during this emergency. A veterinarian or medical practice owner should not be able to say who I can or cannot use as a healthcare provider for my animals. This is just one example of what is happening in lots of places here in Maryland. There is a shortage of veterinarians, that's obvious. A local veterinary practice owner recently put out on her social media page for everybody to see. And this is what part of it says.
In my Christmas newsletter a few seasons ago, I warned readers about the threat of equine veterinary shortages that was on the horizon. I promised in that newsletter that we would see these shortages in our lifetime, to be theatrical. And here we are, here I am, one horse vet power. Being my associate did not drive these people from seeing horses. These beautiful people studied all about horses and love horses, and some were truly fantastic equine practitioners. Yet other forces drove them to make their own heart-wrenching decision and difficult decision to change species of specialty or to leave the veterinary profession entirely. What this practice owner does not say in this is that she has enforced non-competes over at least 15 vets that previously worked there, driving them away from the area of profession and depriving horses of the local community access to care. This is a huge turnover rate of veterinarians. This situation is all too common in the veterinary profession. Practice owners impose non-competes on talented vets, forcing them out of the profession, and then complain that there are no vets to do the work and they themselves are overworked. Please pass House Bill 1388 to end non-competes for veterinarians, solve the problem, and improve the care for animals in our state. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, delegates. My name is Shelley Garrett, and I am the Agriculture Business Development Director for the Anne Arundel Economic Development Corporation, a quasi-governmental organization in Anne Arundel County with the mission to support businesses and serve as a catalyst for business growth. I speak in support of House Bill 1388 for both my department and the County Executive Stuart Pittman, who has also submitted written testimony, and I sincerely thank you all for the opportunity to speak before you today. Agriculture is Maryland's largest commercial industry, contributing over $8 billion annually to the economy. There are over 101,000 horses in Maryland alone, with a $270 million economic impact. Nearly 5,000 horses and only 6 equine veterinarians reside within Anne Arundel County. 2 of those vets are banned from practicing within the county due to the non-competes. The removal of accessibility to these vet services forces owners to transport sick or injured horses outside of the radius. And for emergencies, the closest surgical centers are located in Virginia and Pennsylvania. This adds unnecessary stress to the animal, and the delay in treatment jeopardizes successful outcomes. Sasha Hill, an aspiring equine veterinarian, has submitted written testimony also to you for her inability to gain her field experience due to the non-compete. You've heard the statistics of graduating equine veterinarians for their retention. Only 1.5% of veterinary students graduate and enter equine medicine. 50% of those will leave their path within 5 years. The allowance of non-competes prevent our youth from obtaining experience and education. Maryland agriculture needs vets, not non-competes. The question has been posed on the viability of current businesses should this bill pass. Those same businesses offer the solution, and inaccessibility is to buy out the non-compete, further demonstrating that veterinary non-competes are for profits, not animal welfare. Those businesses will still exist should their business models and standard of care meet owner and animal welfare expectations of do no harm. Non-competes bind unknowing third parties to this contract, the animal, the owner, and the student. This cost is transferred to the health of the animals that Maryland agriculture relies on. We ask that the committee give this bill a favorable report for the good of the public, the agriculture of Maryland, and furtherance of education, and most importantly, the animals. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Now, everyone on this panel has spoken, correct? So I'm going to open it up for questions from the committee. Are there any questions? Seeing none, thank you all very much for your patience and your time today. We really appreciate you being here and your stick-to-itiveness. I'd like to call Andrea Torzone, Sean Gandia, Stephen Pollack, William Kress, Sammy Zakaria, and Lorraine DiRienzo. Sorry, keep starting from that end, or you wanna? It seems that we're going in the reading order from left to right. Yes. Go ahead.
Good evening, Madam Vice Chair, members of the committee. Bill Kress here today on behalf of the Maryland Association of Nurse Anesthetists. In very strong support of this legislation, I compliment the delegate for bringing it. I want to share with you a little story on how non-competes are used in the marketplace. In Denver, in the hospital areas in Denver, U.S. anesthesiology partners went out to the major hospitals, bought up the anesthesia practices, then forced the nurse anesthetist and the anesthesiologist into non-competes, then negotiated exclusive contracts with the hospitals, and then raised prices. And the Colorado Attorney General came in, did an antitrust investigation, and broke up the practice. Invalidated the non-competes and opened up the marketplace again. And so this is a real world example of how non-competes can be used in a nefarious way. I know it's late, so I'll just close with this. I was always told that you judge healthcare policy by whether or not it improves access to care, whether or not it improves quality of care, and whether or not it's affordable. And I would say that this legislation will hit the mark on all three. Access to care will be improved. Quality of care will be maintained because those patients can follow their practitioners, and we'll ensure that we won't have monopolistic practices in the marketplace. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Madam Chairwoman, before you start the clock, I'd like to make one quick comment. I want to tell you how impressed I am with everyone in this room. Seriously, you've sat here for 6.5 hours. You've heard every side of every issue, have not moved, paid attention, and asked appropriate questions. You've renewed my faith in government.
You don't. Sorry.
Now you can start the clock.
And flattery won't get you any more time.
I'm not.
But thank you very much.
My wife keeps calling me when she wants to know where I am. My name is Steve Pollack. I have been in the practice of cardiology for 44 years. I have worked in every type of practice venue you can think of. Solo practice, small group. I founded the largest group in Maryland that existed for a while. I'm now an employed cardiologist at St. Joe, where I founded another group. In those 44 years, I signed a non-compete. Never. I have never once allowed any of the men and women who work with me to sign a non-compete, and I have never once allowed the organization I worked with or for to create non-competes. I understand they're really good business. If you can limit the competition, why not? This is not a business issue. This is about patient care. With all due respect to the Maryland Hospital Association and MedStar, patients are not assets. They are not chattel. They are not proprietary interests. Their care is dependent on the relationship with their physician. That is founded over time. You cannot replicate that. The information in a chart is the foundation, not the total picture of a patient. So you can move a chart from here to here, you lose all sorts of information about that patient. This non-competes are wrong. They are unethical. They are immoral. And worse, they violate the basic principles of healthcare that I was taught from when I graduated med school in 1975. Primum non nocere. You don't create harm. These non-competes have created harm for as long as I've been there. I can't thank you enough, Dr. Hill, because I have been engaged in this quest against the windmills of non-compete for 30 years and have gotten nowhere. You all have an opportunity today to make a difference. Lives of patients everywhere. Remember, you're going to get a call from some patient, couldn't get into a doctor. You'll call Mohan Santha, who's the head of university. You'll get the information. That patient will never get that information. They are denied that information, and their doctors are forced to leave the area. This is wrong. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, please.
It's hard to go after that. So thank you for that. I'm Sammy Zachary. I thank you for staying here for 6.5 hours. I'm also a cardiologist, critical care physician at Johns Hopkins. I'm the director of the cardiac intensive care unit there, and I represent, I'm the governor of the Maryland chapter of the American College of Cardiology, represent 610 cardiologists and 1,146 cardiovascular professionals. We urge you for a favorable vote on this. I will say that about 95 to 97% of the cardiologists in the group support banning non-competes because it restrains the doctor-patient relationship, which is the most important thing. I just want to, I mean, a lot of things have been already said here, so I don't want to repeat it all, but I do think it's important to highlight the states that banned it. California, North Dakota, very rural state. South Dakota, also rural. Colorado, which you mentioned. New Mexico, rural. Oklahoma, Alabama, Delaware, our neighboring state. Massachusetts, New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and Minnesota. Those are 12 states. I assure you, as a physician, there is no difference in physician recruitment by using non-competes there. They're doing just fine by banning them. I think the one thing to say is Maryland's a small state. I'm very happy in my employer now. But we all know that large healthcare systems are the norm in this state. And whether you're a cardiologist like myself or a cardiac surgeon, the truth of the matter is you could get, if a non-compete's enforced, you're banned from working in the Baltimore, Washington area. That deprives thousands of patients for just one physician from their services. That's unethical. It's wrong. It violates the patient relationship. Thank you for your time. I'm going to end now just in the interest of time.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Sean Gandia. I am not a doctor. I came through this through the veterinary aspect, working in the local vet practice and seeing our young vets struggle to make the decision to finally leave with their young family here and feeling they had to relocate and put down, give up on their patients and everything. I did have a bunch written. I gave it up. Basically, just wanted to mention the things that I've learned here today, that I am just shocked that we have been fighting this battle for 30 some years. I cannot believe that my attorney-client privilege is protected, but my doctor-patient relationship is not. My healthcare information and address and everything are protected, but my relationship with a doctor, that yes, I am getting older, so I have those relationships, is not protected. And that I can build and try to get trust. I'm in counseling, I see a psychiatrist, all of that stuff can just go away if they are in a bad working position and have to leave. My idea, sorry, I did hear that the AMA is against non-competes. I think that's great. Why are we still fighting them? I heard the opposition that they can't, it's going to upend healthcare. I don't understand that at all. Sorry. Listen to the doctors if you want to retain them. Give them more choice in the management of your business. Don't force them to stay in a bad situation. If you're doing a good job, your patients will stay with you no matter what. If the doctor's doing a job, the patient's going to want to go with them. If I go to a hospital and they take care of me, I will be loyal. If the doc takes care of me, I will be loyal. I just want to be taken care of. I want to be heard. I want to feel like you care. So provide a better workplace and you'll retain doctors. It just seems obvious to me. So sorry, thanks for my soapbox. I didn't plan on saying any of that, but it is late and I am very hungry. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
My name is Andrea Torzone, and I'm currently a pre-vet student at UMBC. For the past 6 years, I've worked in both full-time and part-time as a vet tech. Through my experiences working at several practices, I've witnessed practice owners use non-competes as leverage against associate vets to prevent them from speaking up for better care for the patients and for treatment of other employees. At a recent clinic that I worked at, I was harassed by the practice owner for trying to advocate for patients, express my concerns, or petition for better working conditions. I witnessed the practice owner give false statements about patients' health under anesthesia, which ended up leading to complications in recovery and poor quality of care. When the associate vets raised the concerns, the practice owner retaliated. The vets struggled to leave the practice due to their non-competes. If vets aren't able to speak up and advocate for the well-being of the patients and technicians, it allows other practice owners to jeopardize patient care and commit malpractice. This goes hand in hand with the position of the General Counsel of the National Labor Relations Board, stating that non-competes violate the National Labor Relations Act by preventing employees from speaking up to improve working conditions. I appreciate the vets speaking up for better treatment and wages for myself and other employees, but I saw firsthand the high price they paid. When the associate doctors make the difficult decision to leave the practice, there are usually underlying patient care issues that led to the exodus. This can happen in any practice, including your own doctor's office. How can we justify doctors staying to work under somebody who doesn't prioritize the patient? How can we justify patients driving hours away to use the vet that they trust to treat their animal in an emergency? At my recent employment, due to what I saw as unethical patient care, I made the choice to leave. As a vet tech, I was able to do so and easily find another job in the area. However, vets and associates don't have that flexibility due to the non-compete rules. They are either forced to stay or leave a community with a shortage of vets and owners scrambling for help in emergencies. As an aspiring vet student myself, I'm discouraged to enter this profession because the non-competes are forced upon new graduates. By leaving non-competes in place for doctors and vets, we are encouraging them to stay quiet and not advocate for patient care. Is this really the healthcare system that we want in place?
Thank you. Next, please. And while we have this favorable panel, if Dr. Jenny Kruger and Jennifer Dawson are in the room, if you would come up.
We have one more.
Okay, yes, I just want to bring up the rest of the favorables who are here.
Okay, my name is Lorraine Dorenzo, and I'm here in support of House Bill 1388. Last September, I was riding my horse when he started staggering and shaking. I jumped up and called my vet, who raced over to help. He discovered my horse was having atrial fibrillation. Terrified as I was thinking about what lay ahead, I was equally grateful to be navigating this diagnosis with an extraordinary vet who's cared for my horse for 5 years, a vet who is, to me, simply irreplaceable. Over the following weeks, this vet helped me formulate a treatment plan to fix my horse's heart rhythm using medical intervention. The first attempt didn't work, but right as we were figuring out the next steps, the rug was completely pulled out from under me. My vet had to leave his current practice and could no longer treat my horse at our barn due to a non-compete clause. To deal with my horse's ongoing heart issue, I now had to transport him up to a hospital in Pennsylvania, several hours away. I do not have a trailer, so not only would I have to take off work for the entire day, my barn manager would also have to take off work and drive us there, adding hundreds more dollars to an already expensive outing. My horse's heart successfully converted, but I feel lost not having my trusted vet monitor him through the rehab process or follow up on his other ongoing health issues. Continuity of care has been shattered right when I needed it most. Finding a local vet just to get routine care in Maryland is getting harder and harder, with appointments often rescheduled due to emergencies. There are simply too few vets in our area as is, and forcing a non-compete against this backdrop makes zero sense. I love my horse dearly, and having my chosen doctor unable to treat him is cruel to both of us. To me, it means additional time, worry, stress, and money. But under veterinary non-competes, it's the animals who suffered the most. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please. I think we're back down at this end.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jennifer Dawson. I'm both a clinical social worker and a horse owner, and I'm here to ask for your consideration in the passing of the HB 1388 bill. As a practitioner, I've seen firsthand how stressed and overworked veterinarians are these days. Non-compete clauses only add to that heavy burden, require them to either endure a toxic workplace or move further away from where they live, taking more time away from their families and forcing them to sever relationships with the clientele that they've built up and treated for years. As a horse owner, I've had my own ordeal due to a non-compete. My 24-year-old horse was in the midst of bi-monthly chemotherapy treatments for sinus tumor and learned that his longtime vet had to leave this practice and was no longer able to see him unless we were outside a 30-mile radius. For me, the clock was suddenly ticking as I tried and failed several times to find vets in our area that could provide this specific treatment that had to continue. When I finally did, it took a month to get in with another doctor, an hour away, and I had to start my horse's treatments all over again because of the delay caused by a non-compete. These are not animals that you can put in the back of your car. I don't have my own trailer, so this was expensive, time-consuming, and enormously stressful. Animals are part of our families, and with empirical evidence showing the impact animals can have, they increase our dopamine, serotonin, and oxytocin levels, creating positive influences to an individual's chronic mental health, which leads me to speak as a clinician. Non-competes also have devastating potential impact on my own career and clientele. As a social worker, signing a non-compete means that if I have to leave my practice and adhere to a distance parameter, patients that wish to continue to see me now have to travel further. We can all agree that life is busy, and simple conveniences such as having distance for our providers of care are factors we take into consideration. A personal choice to leave our workplace comes from a variety of reasons. Clients that come into therapy have a variety of needs. So how do I tell one of my trauma patients or one of my suicidal patients that has been under care that they're not going to have access to me unless they travel 30 miles away? Being forced to start up with a new provider is both disruptive and overwhelming. We hear in the news all the time of the mental health crisis and the lack of access to mental health. If non-competes were terminated in the healthcare sector, perhaps access would be more easily available. I believe non-competes only cause harm in healthcare and undue hardships for practitioners. They just should not exist in any aspect of the medical community. So I ask you to please take this into consideration in passing the bill for medical providers, both in the healthcare sector and the veterinarian care sector. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. Jenny Kruger. I'm a small animal veterinarian practicing in Montgomery County, Maryland, specifically in Olney, where I've lived the majority of my life. I serve as one of the 2 delegates for the state of Maryland to the AVMA, the American Veterinary Medical Association. And in this role, I also serve as a board member for the Maryland Veterinary Medical Association. I'm here requesting your support in eliminating non-competes in Maryland. They are antiquated, have far-reaching negative consequences, and adversely affect the public interest. I've been practicing veterinary medicine for nearly 16 years now. Around 10 years ago, I naively signed a contract with my current employer containing a 10-mile non-compete clause. This has hovered like a dark cloud over my head ever since. Growing up in the town I practice in, I have an extensive friend and family network there, the majority of which are clients of mine. I have extremely close relationships with these clients who trust me deeply to care for them and their pets. Having to practice 10 miles or more away would place undue strain on these trusted clients to have to travel when they still want me to be their provider. Myself, like many others feeling trapped in subpar and detrimental conditions, I was one of the statistics that reached the lowest of lows in our profession. 7 years ago, I hit rock bottom in my mental health. One night out of the blue, I had a debilitating panic attack that sent me to the emergency room. It took several mental health professionals to help tamper the panic attacks that continued for months down to a level where I could still function professionally and personally. It's taken years of therapy and medication to regain control of my mental and physical health. Years of working in the negative culture of this practice, with the inability to take another job in or very near my hometown to be close to my children, there in my support network, and the clients that rely on me contributed largely to my mental health crisis. Multiple other states have already abolished non-competes for veterinarians, and Maryland needs to follow suit. I ask for your favorable response for this bill. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone in the audience who signed up to speak and hasn't had a chance? I got everyone. Then let me ask for questions from the committee. Any questions? Oh, Doctor.
Thank
We've
you.
had a lot of doctors here today. Delegate
Yeah,
Hutchinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. First of all, you all did a great job, but my question is for you in the end here.
Yes.
Have you ever testified here in Annapolis before?
No, never.
You did a fabulous job. You
I
showed up, you
actually got
ignored what you did, you gathered information, you were compassionate, you were compelling. Job well done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Delegate Lewis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thanks again to the sponsor and to this panel and all the panelists. We've heard all of you. I just wanted to say 2 things. First, if it's nominate your favorite witness day, I'd like to nominate someone. I don't really think that was fair, Delegate Hutchinson, and you get only say, but no, you guys are all great. Is there, so my question is about, I took a look at the General Accounting Office, which is the federal agency that analyzes things. And they did a report about non-compete agreements, and it's really instructive. And one of the findings in this report, which is just from a couple of years ago, suggests that non-compete agreements are used in all industries in this country, and from high-level executives down to entry-level part-time workers. And I wondered if any of you had an example from your experience, and only one of you can answer. But if any of you had an experience where you've ever seen a non-compete agreement lend any value to the experience of an employee or worker and a business. And if any one of you has a positive answer to that question, please speak up.
Sorry. I guess. I guess I get to talk some more. Thank you. I own horses, but my history is more in a technical. I was an optical engineer and I worked for Pirelli Optical Cable Company as a market and sales engineer. We did sign a non-compete It was a technical company that was innovating new technologies, and I willingly signed the non-compete, figuring it was their technology. We were working on their products. And when I left, I was not going to share that with competitors or share the technology. So I believe in a high-tech world where companies are developing their own technologies and they need to protect it. I think it's reasonable to expect the employees that are working with that to maintain it. I am astounded that we are talking about this because these doctors and veterinarians are bringing their own knowledge, their own experience, they're building their own technologies, if you will, but their own knowledge, and they're still not being allowed to use that after all of the money they've spent to do it. I mean, I didn't go to extended school, but I did go to college. It was not cheap. But I just can't believe that they can't do what they've trained to do, what they want to do, what they're paid a lot to do. And it's not protecting a company or anything that that company has provided.
Okay, good. Any other questions? Okay, thank you all very much for your time and your testimony and your patience today. We do have a virtual witness, Mr. Troy Mayer. If you would go ahead, Mr. Mayer.
Hi, I'm Troy Mayer. Thank you for having me this evening. I come to you as a concerned Maryland resident, equine enthusiast, and small business owner employing over 40 Marylanders in strong support of House Bill 1388. While I understand the potential need for non-compete agreements in some industries as a business owner myself, I believe they present significant challenges in the realm of veterinary and healthcare services, specifically for highly trained professionals. It's a consumer protection issue, economic development issue, and most importantly, a health and safety issue. My personal experiences illustrate this point. Growing up in Maryland, non-compete clauses prevented my pediatric specialist from treating my complex lung issue locally after the practice she worked for was acquired. I remember vividly the long and inconvenient commutes with my parents for several years to visit her, hindering my medical access and adding stress to my family during an already stressful time. More recently, my horse's life-saving emergency surgery was performed by a board-certified surgeon who, due to a non-compete, can no longer provide care in our area. Without him available and no other equine surgeons in the area that perform emergency surgery, my horse faces a dire situation if he experiences the same colic again. He likely wouldn't make it to the nearest emergency surgery center, which is now out of state. Maryland has a strong equine industry with Prince George's Equestrian Center, Pimlico, and Preakness, just to name a few. So it's hard to believe, but to my knowledge, we do not have anyone who performs equine emergency surgery in the entire state of Maryland, which is currently a direct result of non-competes. This is a troubling example of the problem with non-competes in veterinary and healthcare services that causes harm to the health, safety, animal welfare, and future economic activity within the state. Thank you for your service and consideration of my concerns.
Thank you. Are there any questions for this witness? Seeing none, thank you very much. Thank you all for your spending the day with us here. We really appreciate it, and we and as our chair would say, we hope that you feel heard, and we're just grateful for to hear your stories and what is important to you. So with that, that concludes the hearing on House Bill 1388 and the work before us today.